Imagine this, Baghdad, the year 1091, the most powerful city on earth, a place where knowledge flows like water, where libraries tower higher than palaces, where scholars debate in marble halls that echo with the voices of genius. And at the center of it all, sitting on the intellectual throne of the Islamic world, are the philosophers. Not just any philosophers. These are men who believe they've cracked the code. Men who think they've unlocked the secrets of existence itself. Men who claim to know God's mind through pure reason alone. Their names, you might not recognize them today, but in the 11th century, they were superstars. Al-Farabi, the second, teacher, they called him. Second only to Aristotle himself, Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, a man who wrote over 400 books, a genius who mastered medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy before he turned 21. These weren't just smart men, they were legends, rock stars of the mind. And they had built something extraordinary, an empire of thought. For nearly 400 years, their system had stood unshaken. A grand intellectual cathedral built on Greek foundations. Plato and Aristotle filtered through. Islamic civilization refined into something even more powerful. They promised something irresistible, certainty. Not the messy, complicated certainty of faith, not the uncertain certainty of religious experience. No, they offered mathematical certainty, logical certainty, the kind of knowing that couldn't be questioned, the kind of truth that stood independent of culture, of time, of even God himself. Think about that for a moment. These philosophers claimed they could prove the nature of reality through reason alone. They could demonstrate how the universe worked. They could explain the divine. They could map the soul, all without revelation, all without prophets, all without scripture, just pure, cold, beautiful logic. And people believed them. The educated, elite of the Islamic world hung on their every word. Their books were copied and studied in every major city. Their ideas shaped how people understood everything: medicine, law, theology, politics. The philosophers had become the ultimate authority. But here's what made them truly dangerous. It wasn't just what they said, it was how certain they were when they said it. They didn't present their ideas as theories, as possibilities, as best guesses about the nature of things. They presented them as facts, necessary truths that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Take their view of God, for example. The philosophers had it all figured out. God was the necessary being, the unmoved mover, the first cause from which everything else flowed in a perfect, eternal chain of existence. Beautiful, right? Elegant, sophisticated, intellectually satisfying. But here's the problem. Their God was a mathematician's God, a logician's God, a God who operated according to eternal, unchangeable laws that even he couldn't break. Their God didn't really create the universe. Not in the way you and I think of creation. No, the universe just sort of emanated from him, like light from the sun, eternally, necessarily, without choice, without will, without any personal involvement. Their God didn't know you, not individually, not personally. He knew universals, categories, the general principles of things. But your specific pain, your particular joy, your individual struggles, those were beneath divine knowledge, too small, too contingent, too unimportant. And miracles, prophets, divine intervention in human affairs, the philosophers smiled at such primitive notions. Everything happened according to natural law, unbreakable causal chains that stretched from eternity past to eternity future. There was no room for the supernatural, no space for the miraculous, no possibility of God reaching down into his creation to change things. The universe was a perfect machine, and the philosophers had figured out how it worked. Now you might be thinking, so what? Why does this matter? Here's why. Because at the time, This wasn't just philosophy. This was the foundation of everything. If the philosophers were right, then huge chunks of Islamic belief made no sense. Prayer. Why pray to a God who can't hear your specific words? Prophecy. Why would God send messengers if he already set everything in motion eternally? The afterlife? How could there be bodily resurrection in a universe governed by unbreakable natural laws? Free will. How could humans make real choices in a cosmos where every event necessarily follows from the one before? The philosophers had built a system so tight, so logically coherent, so seemingly unassailable, that it threatened to swallow religion whole. And they knew it. They didn't see this as a problem. They saw it as progress. Religion, they whispered, in their private circles was for the masses, the uneducated, the simple-minded who needed stories and rituals to keep them in line. But for the intellectual elite, for the truly enlightened, philosophy was the real path to truth. Everything else was just useful fiction. Imagine living in that world. Imagine being a young scholar, training in the great institutions of Baghdad, learning from the best minds of your generation, and slowly realizing that the philosophy you're learning, the system everyone praises, the intellectual tradition everyone reveres, quietly undermines everything you believe in. That was the world of the 11th century. Philosophy sat on its throne, unchallenged, unquestioned, seemingly unquestionable. Its authority was absolute. Its confidence was total. Its certainty was complete. The philosophers had won, or so they thought. Because somewhere in that world, a man was beginning to ask dangerous questions. Questions that would shake the throne of knowledge to its foundations. Questions that would expose cracks in the seemingly perfect edifice. Questions that would launch the most devastating intellectual assault the philosophical tradition had ever faced. His name was Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Ghazali, and he was about to start a war, not with swords, not with armies, with something far more dangerous. With doubt, the philosophers had built their empire on the promise of certainty, on the claim that reason alone could deliver absolute truth. But what if that certainty was an illusion? What if the foundations weren't as solid as they appeared? What if the throne of knowledge was built on sand? Al-Ghazali was about to find out, and when he did, nothing would ever be the same. The stage is set. The players are in position. The greatest intellectual drama of the medieval world is about to begin. A drama of ideas, yes, but also of crisis, of personal anguish, of a brilliant mind turning against itself, because this wasn't going to be a detached, academic exercise. This was going to be personal. Al-Ghazali wasn't just going to critique the philosophers from the outside, he was going to demolish them from within. He knew their arguments better than they did. He had mastered their logic. He had climbed to the very peak of their system, and from that height, he could see what no one else could see. The fatal flaws, the hidden contradictions, the unexamined assumptions, the cracks in the throne. But seeing them would cost him everything: his career, his reputation, his peace of mind. Because once you start questioning certainty itself, there's no safe place to stand. Once you begin doubting the foundations, the entire structure becomes unstable, including the ground beneath your own feet. Philosophers promised a path to unshakable truth. Al-Ghazali was about to discover that the only thing certain in this world is uncertainty itself, and that realization would nearly destroy him. But first, he had to climb their ladder, master their system, become one of them. Only then could he bring it all crashing down. The throne of knowledge stood tall and proud in 1091. By the time Al-Ghazali was done, it would never stand quite so tall again. This is his story. This is the story of the man who broke philosophy, and it begins with a simple, terrifying question. A question he couldn't shake. A question that kept him awake at night. a question that would haunt him for years. How do I know that I know? Such a small question, such devastating consequences. There's a moment that comes to every brilliant mind, a moment when everything changes, when the fortress of certainty you've built around yourself suddenly feels less like protection and more like a prison. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came at the height of his power. The year was 1095. He was 37 years old, and he was untouchable. The most celebrated professor at the Nizamiya College in Baghdad, the most prestigious academic institution in the world. Students traveled for months just to sit in his lectures. Scholars quoted his books from memory. Rulers sought his advice. He had mastered every field of knowledge available: jurisprudence, theology, logic, philosophy. He could debate any scholar on any topic and win. He had everything a medieval intellectual could dream of: fame, respect, security, authority. But something was wrong, terribly wrong. It started small, a whisper at the edge of his mind. A question that appeared during a lecture, uninvited. A doubt that crept in while he was writing, unexpected. At first, he brushed it away. He was Al-Ghazali, the proof of Islam, the renewer of faith. Doubt was for lesser minds, for students still learning, for people who hadn't yet mastered the art of reasoning. Not for him, but the whisper wouldn't leave. It grew louder, more insistent, more impossible to ignore, and the question it kept asking was devastatingly simple. How do you know? Not how do you know this particular fact or that specific argument, but how do you know anything at all? How do you know that your senses are telling you the truth? How do you know that your reasoning is valid? How do you know that what you call knowledge isn't just elaborate self-deception? These weren't new questions, of course. Philosophers had played with skepticism before, as intellectual exercises, as thought experiments to sharpen their logical tools. But this was different. This wasn't a game. For Al-Ghazali, these questions became visceral, urgent, inescapable. He would stand before his students, delivering brilliant lectures on Islamic law, and in the back of his mind, a voice would whisper, "But how do you know any of this is true?" He would write treatises defending orthodox theology against philosophical attacks, and the voice would ask, "But what makes your theology any more certain than their philosophy?" He would cite authorities, hadith, Quranic verses, logical proofs, and the voice would push back. "But how do you know your interpretation is correct? How do you know your logic isn't flawed? How do you know anything?" This is what intellectual crisis actually feels like, not like a dramatic moment of revelation, not like suddenly seeing the truth, more like drowning in slow motion, like watching the ground beneath you turn to quicksand, like feeling the walls of your mind close in. Al-Ghazali later described it as a sickness, a disease of the soul that spread through every part of his being. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't teach without feeling like a fraud. Because here's what he realized. All his life, he had been in the business of certainty. As a jurist, he issued legal rulings. This is permissible. That is forbidden. These are definitive judgments backed by divine law. As a theologian, he defended religious truth. God is like this. Reality works like that. These are facts about existence itself. As a professor, he transmitted knowledge. Learn this, master that, build your understanding on these foundations. His entire career was built on the assumption that certain knowledge was possible, that you could know things for sure, that truth was accessible, that the human mind could grasp reality. But now that assumption was crumbling, and it all started with sense perception, Al-Ghazali began asking himself, why do I trust my senses? Sure, they usually seem reliable. I see a table, I touch it, it's solid, it's there. But I also dream, and in dreams, I'm absolutely convinced that what I'm experiencing is real. I see dream tables, I touch dream walls, I have dream conversations, and in the dream, It all feels completely certain. It's only when I wake up that I realize none of that was real. So here's the terrifying question. How do I know I'm not dreaming right now? How do I know that everything I call waking life isn't just another dream, a longer dream, a more consistent dream, but still a dream? You might say, but when you wake up, you can distinguish dream from reality. Can you though? Or do you just have another experience, another set of sensations that you've learned to call waking up? Maybe there's another level of consciousness beyond this one, a higher waking state. And when you reach it, you'll look back on everything you called real life the way you now look back on dreams, as illusions, as phantoms, as experiences that felt certain but weren't. Al-Ghazali sat with this possibility, and it shook him. But it got worse. Because even if you accept your senses as basically reliable, there's still reason. Logic. Rational thought, the tool philosophers swore by. The instrument that supposedly gave absolute certainty. Al-Ghazali had spent decades mastering logic. He knew every rule, every form of valid inference, every technique of reasoning. He was a master logician, and now he was asking, but why should I trust logic? Think about it. When you make a logical argument, you're relying on certain principles. The law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. You assume that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. But why? Because it's self-evident, philosophers would say. Because to deny it leads to absurdity. But who decides what's self-evident? Your mind does, and how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic works. That's circular reasoning. You can't use your mind to verify your mind is trustworthy. That's like asking a liar if he's lying. So what's left? Al-Ghazali realized he was trapped. Every foundation he tried to stand on turned out to rest on another assumption, and that assumption rested on another, and another. It was assumptions all the way down. No bedrock, no solid ground, no ultimate certainty. This wasn't just an intellectual problem. This was an existential crisis. Because Al-Ghazali had built his entire life on the belief that knowledge was possible, that truth was real, that you could be certain about important things. And now that belief was collapsing. He describes lying in bed for months, paralyzed by doubt, unable to work, unable to teach, unable to function. His colleagues were confused. His students were worried. His reputation was at stake. But he couldn't explain what was happening to him. How do you tell people, I'm not sure anything I've ever taught you is actually true? How do you say, I've lost faith in the very possibility of knowledge? You can't. So he suffered in silence. But here's where it gets really interesting. In the midst of this crisis, Al-Ghazali made a crucial observation. The same doubt that was destroying him was also destroying the philosophers' claims. Because the philosophers claimed certainty. Absolute, unshakable certainty about the nature of reality. They said, through pure reason, we know that the universe is eternal. But how do they know? They said, through logical deduction, we know that God knows only universals. But how do they know? They said, through philosophical demonstration, we know that miracles are impossible. But how do they know? They were using the same tools Al-Ghazali now doubted. Sense perception, logical reasoning, rational inference. They were building their grand system on the same shaky foundations. But unlike Al-Ghazali, they hadn't questioned those foundations. They assumed reason was reliable. They assumed logic gave certainty. They assumed the human mind could grasp ultimate truths, without proof, without justification, without examining their own assumptions. And that was their fatal mistake. Because if you claim certainty, you better be able to prove you have it, and the philosophers couldn't. They just assumed they could know. They took it for granted. They built an empire of thought on an unexamined foundation. Al-Ghazali saw this now, saw it with a clarity born of personal suffering. He had been where they were, confident, certain, secure in his knowledge. And he had discovered that certainty was an illusion, a comforting lie we tell ourselves to avoid confronting the abyss of uncertainty beneath everything we think we know. This realization changed everything. Al-Ghazali wasn't going to critique the philosophers from a position of rival certainty. He wasn't going to say, "Your system is wrong and mine is right." He was going to do something far more devastating. He was going to show that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims to knowledge were baseless, that their entire edifice of thought rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. He was going to use doubt as a weapon, not to destroy knowledge entirely, not to embrace complete skepticism, but to demolish the philosophers' arrogance, their certainty, their claim to have figured it all out, because he had learned something in his crisis, something the philosophers in their confidence had missed. Uncertainty isn't weakness, it's honesty. Doubt isn't the enemy of truth. It's the beginning of wisdom, and the willingness to question everything, even your own mind, is the only real path to understanding. The philosophers had never done that. They had never truly doubted, never really questioned their foundations, never honestly asked, "How do I know that I know?" They had been too busy building their systems to examine the ground beneath them. Al-Ghazali had looked down, and he had seen the abyss. And from that abyss, he was going to launch his attack, not as a rival philosopher offering a competing system of certainty, but as someone who had been to the edge and back, someone who knew what the philosophers didn't. That certainty itself is the problem, that the claim to absolute knowledge is the original sin of philosophy, that you can't build a tower to heaven when you're standing on quicksand. He began to write. Slowly, at first, testing his thoughts, working through his arguments. The title came to him clearly. Tahafut al-Falasifa, the incoherence of the philosophers. Not the errors of the philosophers, not against the philosophers. The incoherence, the internal contradictions, the logical breakdowns, the places where their system fell apart under its own weight. He wasn't going to refute them with a rival system. He was going to show that their system refuted itself. This was going to be surgical, precise, devastating. He would take their own tools, their own logic, their own methods of reasoning, and turn them against the philosophers themselves. He would show that on their own terms, using their own standards, their conclusions didn't follow, that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims were incoherent, that the throne of knowledge they sat on was a house of cards. And when he was done, philosophy would never be the same. But this wasn't going to be easy, because to dismantle the philosophers, he first had to master them completely. He had to understand their system better than they did, see its weaknesses from the inside. He had to become one of them before he could destroy them, and that journey would take him to the darkest corners of thought, to questions that had no comfortable answers, to ideas that threatened everything he believed. He was about to catalogue 20 problems with philosophical thought, 20 cracks in the edifice, 20 reasons why certainty was impossible, 20 ways the philosophers had deceived themselves and everyone else. But we're going to focus on the big three. The three problems so devastating, so fundamental, so destructive to the philosophical worldview that Al-Ghazali declared them heresy, not just errors, not just mistakes, full-blown disbelief. Because these three ideas didn't just challenge philosophy, they challenged the very possibility of meaning, of purpose, of human dignity. They made the universe cold, mechanical, empty. And Al-Ghazali was going to show why they were wrong. The first problem, the eternity of the world. The second, God's knowledge of particulars. The third, the denial of bodily resurrection. Each one a battlefield, each one a crisis, each one a question that cuts to the heart of what it means to be human. And Al-Ghazali was ready for war. The whisper of doubt had become a battle cry. The personal crisis had become a philosophical weapon. The man who had lost, his certainty was about to take certainty away from everyone else. And in doing so, He would change the course of intellectual history. The throne of knowledge was about to be shaken, and Al-Ghazali was the one holding the hammer. Imagine you're an architect. You've been hired to inspect a magnificent building, a cathedral that stood for 400 years. Everyone says it's perfect, unshakable, a masterpiece of engineering. Your job: find the flaws, not cosmetic issues, not minor cracks in the paint, structural problems, fatal weaknesses, the kind of flaws that mean the whole thing could come down. That's what Al-Ghazali was about to do to philosophy, but he wasn't going to be random about it. He wasn't going to just throw criticisms at the wall and see what stuck. He was methodical, strategic, surgical. He identified exactly 20 problems with the philosopher's system, 20 points where their logic broke down, where their certainty crumbled, where the edifice showed cracks. Why 20? Because that's how many it took to cover every major claim the philosophers made. About God, about the universe, about the soul, about causation, about knowledge itself. Each problem was a targeted strike at a specific pillar of their thought, and together, they brought the whole structure into question. Now, we could go through all 20, one by one, methodically. But that would take hours, and honestly, some of them are technical, philosophical inside baseball that only specialists care about. What we're going to do instead is focus on the approach, the method Al-Ghazali used, the strategy behind his attack, because understanding his method is more important than memorizing his arguments. It's what made his critique so devastating, so enduring, so impossible to dismiss. Here's what he didn't do. He didn't write a book saying, "The philosophers are wrong because the Quran says so." That would have been easy, safe, expected, but it also would have been useless, because the philosophers didn't care what the Quran said. Not really. Oh, they paid lip service to it. They claimed their philosophy was compatible with revelation. But when push came to shove, when philosophy and scripture conflicted, philosophy won. Every time, they would reinterpret scripture to fit their conclusions, allegorize away any contradictions, explain away any tensions. The revealed text became clay in their hands, something to be molded to fit their preconceived rational system. So Al-Ghazali knew, quoting scripture at them wouldn't work. He needed to beat them at their own game. He needed to use their tools, their methods, their standards of proof. He needed to show that even by their own criteria, their system failed. This is what makes his approach brilliant. He essentially said, "Okay, philosophers, you claim logical certainty. You say your conclusions necessarily follow from rational premises. Let's test that. Let's take your arguments apart, step by step, premise by premise, inference by inference, and let's see if they actually hold up." Spoiler alert, they didn't. Al-Ghazali discovered something the philosophers had hidden even from themselves. Their arguments weren't as airtight as they claimed. Their logic had gaps. Their premises had holes. Their conclusions didn't necessarily follow. They had built an empire of thought on assumptions they never questioned, on inferences they never justified, on leaps of logic they never examined. And Al-Ghazali was about to expose every single one. Let me give you a sense of how this worked. Take one of the philosophers' favorite claims. They could prove God's existence through pure reason. Sounds good, right? Here's their argument, simplified. Everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Either it must exist, or it could possibly not exist. The universe is full of contingent things. Things that might not have existed. You, me, this planet, this galaxy. Contingent things need a cause. Something that brought them into existence. But you can't have an infinite chain of contingent causes. That's logically impossible. So there must be a necessary being at the start of the chain. Something that exists by its own nature. Something uncaused. And that necessary being is God. Boom. Logical proof of God's existence. The philosophers were proud of this argument. They thought it was bulletproof. Al-Ghazali looked at it and said, "Really, let's examine this more closely. First problem, why can't you have an infinite chain of causes?" The philosophers said, "Because that's absurd. You need a first cause." But why? Where's the logical proof that an infinite regress is impossible? They assumed it. They declared it. They found it intuitively obvious. But they never proved it. That's assumption number one. Second problem. Even if you need a first cause, why must it be God? Why not just an impersonal necessary being, a principle, a force, a quantum field? The philosophers jumped from "there must be something necessary" to "that something is God with all the attributes we claim." But that's a huge leap, and they never justified it. That's assumption number two. Third problem. This whole argument assumes causation, works the way they think it does. But what if causation itself is questionable? What if cause and effect aren't as straightforward as they seem? We'll come back to this later, but for now, just note, the entire argument rests on an assumption about causation. That's assumption number three. See what Al-Ghazali was doing? He wasn't saying, "Your conclusion is wrong." He was saying, "Your proof doesn't work. You claim logical certainty, but you're actually making multiple unproven assumptions. You're not proving anything. You're just asserting things and calling it proof." This is devastating, because the philosopher's whole appeal was certainty, rational demonstration, logical necessity. If their proofs don't actually prove anything, if they're just sophisticated-sounding assertions, then their entire project collapses. They're not doing something fundamentally different from theologians or mystics or prophets. They're just dressing up their assumptions in logical clothing and pretending it's knowledge. Al-Ghazali did this 20 times. 20 major philosophical claims. 20 supposedly airtight arguments. And in each case, he showed the proof doesn't hold. The logic has gaps. The certainty is illusory. But here's where it gets really interesting. Al-Ghazali wasn't trying to prove the philosophers wrong about everything. That's not the point. The point was to show their certainty was unjustified. Maybe the universe is eternal. Maybe it's not. But you can't prove it through pure reason. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. But you can't demonstrate it logically. Maybe bodily resurrection is impossible. Maybe it's not. But you can't rule it out with philosophy. Al-Ghazali was attacking their epistemological arrogance, their claim to have certain knowledge about things that by their nature transcend human reason. He was saying, you don't know as much as you think you know. And more importantly, you can't know it the way you claim to know it. The tools you're using, sense perception, logical inference, rational demonstration, they're not capable of giving you certainty about ultimate questions. You've overestimated what reason can do. This is a profound insight, because Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-reason. He wasn't saying logic is useless. He was saying, reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. There are questions the human mind simply can't answer with certainty, and the philosopher's mistake was thinking they could transcend those limits. They thought they could stand outside the universe and see it objectively, like God would see it. They thought they could grasp eternal truths with temporal minds, infinite realities with finite understanding. They thought they could know the unknowable, and Al-Ghazali was calling them out, not from religious prejudice, not from anti-intellectual bias, but from a deeper understanding of what knowledge actually is and what it isn't. Now here's what made this approach so powerful. Al-Ghazali wasn't just being negative. He wasn't just tearing things down. He was making space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to understanding. If reason can't give you certainty about God, maybe revelation can. If logic can't prove the nature of ultimate reality, maybe direct experience can. If philosophy can't answer the deepest questions, maybe mysticism can. This is why his critique mattered so much. It wasn't just about winning a debate with the philosophers, it was about reopening questions. they had closed, reintroducing possibilities they had ruled out, showing that the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than any philosophical system can capture. The philosophers had tried to fit reality into their logical categories. Al-Ghazali was showing that reality wouldn't fit, that there are aspects of existence that slip through the nets of rational analysis. That mystery isn't just what we haven't figured out yet. It's fundamental to what we are and where we are. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because among his 20 problems, 3 stood out. 3 issues so serious, so fundamental, so destructive to religious belief, that he couldn't just say, the proof is questionable. He had to go further. He had to say, if you believe these 3 things, you've crossed a line. You're not just philosophically mistaken, you're religiously deviant. You've abandoned beliefs so central to Islamic faith that you can't claim to be Muslim while holding them. This was serious. In Islamic intellectual history, calling someone's position heretical wasn't something you did lightly. It had legal consequences, social consequences. It could destroy careers and reputations. But Al-Ghazali felt he had no choice, because these 3 philosophical positions didn't just contradict scripture. They made religion meaningless. They made worship pointless. They made revelation unnecessary. If the philosophers were right about these 3 things, then Islam, as practiced by millions of believers, was built on a lie. Prayer became talking to yourself. Prophecy became delusion. The afterlife became fantasy. Al-Ghazali couldn't allow that to stand, so he drew a line in the sand. 20 problems with philosophy. Yes, the philosophers were wrong about many things, but 3 problems were in a different category. 3 positions were not just philosophical errors, they were religious disasters. The first, the eternity of the world. The philosophers claimed the universe has always existed. It didn't have a beginning. It won't have an end. It eternally emanates from God, the way light eternally emanates from the sun. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because if the world is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not in any meaningful sense. He didn't choose to bring it into being. He didn't will it to exist. He didn't make something from nothing. The universe just is, necessarily, eternally, without any real creative act on God's part. And if God didn't create, then what's his relationship to the universe? He becomes just another part of the cosmic machinery, not a creator, not a lord, not someone who acts, just the necessary being at the top of an eternal chain. This empties religion of meaning, because the whole point of worship is acknowledging that God made you, that you owe your existence to his choice, his will, his creative power. But if the universe is eternal, if God didn't really create, then what are you thanking him for? The second position, God's knowledge of particulars. The philosophers argued that God knows universals but not particulars. He knows humanity but not individual humans. He knows events but not specific events. He knows categories, principles, forms, but not you, not your choices, not your life. Why heretical? Because if God doesn't know particulars, then prayer is absurd. You're asking him for things he can't hear, confessing sins he can't perceive, seeking guidance he can't give. Your entire spiritual life becomes a conversation with yourself, and prophecy, revelation, divine guidance, all impossible. How can God send a specific message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific things? How can there be divine law, divine judgment, divine mercy, if God doesn't know what you individually do? The philosopher's position made God distant, abstract, irrelevant to human life. And Al-Ghazali said, that's not just wrong, that's a denial of what God is. The third position, the impossibility of bodily resurrection. The philosophers argued that after death, only the soul survives. The body decays and is gone forever. There's no bodily resurrection, no physical afterlife, no gathering, of bodies on Judgment Day. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because bodily resurrection is explicitly promised in the Quran, repeatedly, in clear language. And more than that, it's central to the concept of justice. If there's no bodily resurrection, then people who suffered physical torture get no physical restoration. People who committed physical crimes receive no physical punishment. The body becomes irrelevant to justice, to reward, to accountability, and that makes this life meaningless. Do what you want to your body, to others' bodies. It doesn't matter, because the body is just temporary housing, something you shed like clothing. The philosopher's position made ethics cheap, made suffering meaningless, made justice incomplete, and Al-Ghazali couldn't accept that. These three positions, these three problems, they weren't just intellectual errors the philosophers made, they were fundamental challenges to the coherence of religious belief itself, and Al-Ghazali was going to dismantle them, one by one, step by step, systematically using their own tools against them, showing that their certainty was illusory. Their proofs were flawed, their conclusions didn't follow, but he was going to do more than that. He was going to show why these positions were emotionally, spiritually, existentially unlivable. Because this wasn't just an academic exercise. This was about meaning, about purpose, about whether the universe cares about you, about whether your choices matter, whether your prayers are heard, whether justice is real. The philosophers, in their quest for logical purity, had created a cold universe, a universe where God is distant, where humans are insignificant, where nothing ultimately matters. Al-Ghazali was about to warm it back up, not through sentiment, not through wishful thinking, but through rigorous philosophical argument, showing that the philosophers' cold universe wasn't logically necessary, that their conclusions didn't follow from their premises, that you could be just as rational, just as logical, just as philosophically rigorous, while believing in a God who acts, who knows, who cares. The 20 problems were the artillery barrage, softening up the philosophical defenses, showing weaknesses everywhere. But the 3 heretical positions, those were the main assault, the focused attack on the heart of the philosopher's system, and Al-Ghazali was ready. He had the arguments, he had the method, he had the motivation. He knew what was at stake, not just winning a debate, not just defending orthodoxy, but preserving the possibility of meaning in a universe that philosophy was threatening to make meaningless. The throne of knowledge was trembling, the cracks were showing, and Al-Ghazali was about to strike at the foundations. 3 devastating blows, 3 knockout punches, 3 final arguments, starting with the most fundamental question of all. Did the universe have a beginning, or has it always existed? The philosophers said, always existed, obviously. Necessarily, Al-Ghazali said, prove it, and when they couldn't, he was going to show them why their position wasn't just unproven. It was incoherent. The battle was joined, and nothing would be the same after. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been alive? 20 years? 40? 60? However long it is, you can count it. It's a finite number. Now imagine someone asks you, how long has the universe existed? And you answer, forever. What does that even mean? This is where Al-Ghazali's first major battle with the philosophers began. Not with theology, not with scripture, but with a simple, devastating question about time itself. The philosophers were absolutely certain, unshakable in their conviction. The universe, they declared, is eternal. It has no beginning. It has no end. It has always existed and always will exist. This wasn't a guess. It wasn't speculation. It wasn't a working hypothesis. To them, it was a demonstrated truth, a logical necessity, something that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Their proof went something like this. God is eternal and unchanging, right? Everyone agrees on that. God is also perfect, complete, lacking nothing. So God's will is eternal and unchanging too. It doesn't fluctuate. It doesn't develop. It doesn't suddenly decide something new. Now here's the key move. If God eternally wills the universe to exist, then the universe must eternally exist. Because if the universe came into being at some point, in time, that would mean God's will changed. There was a moment when God wasn't creating, then suddenly he was creating. But that's impossible, because God doesn't change. Therefore, the universe must be eternal. It must have always been emanating from God's eternal will, like rays from the sun. The sun doesn't decide to shine. It shines eternally. And its light exists eternally as a result. Same with God and the universe. Elegant, right? Logical, seemingly airtight. The philosophers thought they'd solved one of the biggest questions in existence. Al-Ghazali read this argument and saw something they didn't, a catastrophe waiting to happen. Because if the universe is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not really. Oh sure, the philosophers would say God is the cause of the universe, but that's not the same as creation. Creation means bringing something into existence that didn't exist before. Creation means choosing to make something, willing it to be, deciding that it should exist. But if the universe has always existed, if it's eternal, then there was never a moment of creation, never a choice, never a divine decision. The universe just is, has always been, will always be, and God's relationship to it becomes mechanical, automatic, impersonal, like the relationship between the sun and its light. The sun doesn't love its light, doesn't know its light, doesn't care about its light. The light just necessarily flows from the sun's nature. Is that really what we mean by God? A cosmic mechanism that necessarily produces a universe the way a fire necessarily produces heat? Al-Ghazali saw where this led. If God didn't choose to create, then he doesn't choose anything. If he doesn't choose, then he doesn't act. If he doesn't act, then he doesn't respond to prayers, doesn't send prophets, doesn't intervene in human affairs. He becomes the philosopher's abstraction, the unmoved mover, the distant principle, not the God of Abraham, not the God of Moses, not the God of Muhammad, not a God worth praying to. This was unacceptable. So, Al-Ghazali set out to demolish the philosopher's argument, and he started by asking the question they'd never properly considered. What does it actually mean for something to be eternal? The philosophers threw the word around like they understood it, eternal, infinite, without beginning or end. But Al-Ghazali pressed. Do you really know what you're talking about? Can you actually conceive of an infinite past? Think about it carefully. If the universe has existed forever, then an infinite amount of time has already passed. An infinite number of years. An infinite number of days. An infinite number of moments. But here's the problem. You can't traverse an infinite distance, by definition. If something is infinite, you can never reach the end of it. So how did we get to today? If an infinite amount of time had to pass before we arrived at this moment, we should never have arrived at this moment. Because you can't finish traveling through infinity, it's like saying, I started counting from negative infinity and I just reached zero. That's nonsense. You could never start from negative infinity. There's no starting point, and even if you could, you'd never finish counting up to zero, because infinity has no end. Same with time. If the past is infinite, then we could never have reached the present. But we did reach the present. We're in it right now. Therefore, the past can't be infinite. The universe must have had a beginning. This is what philosophers call the impossibility of traversing an actual infinite, and Al-Ghazali wielded it like a sword. The philosophers tried to respond. They said, but you're thinking about infinity wrong. Past infinity isn't like a distance you travel. It's just there, all at once. Al-Ghazali pushed back. Okay, let's try a different angle. Imagine the universe is eternal, like you say. That means the number of past days is infinite, right? But the number of past years is also infinite. Now here's my question. Are there more past days than Past years? The philosophers hesitated. On one hand, obviously there are more days than years. 12 times more, roughly. On the other hand, both numbers are infinite, and infinity equals infinity. You can't have one infinity bigger than another infinity. That contradicts what infinity means. So which is it? Are there more past days than past years? Or are they equal? If you say there are more days, you're admitting that one infinity can be bigger than another, which is absurd. If you say they're equal, you're admitting that 12 days equals 1 year, which is also absurd. Either way, you're trapped. This is the problem with treating infinity as if it's just a really big number. It's not. Infinity doesn't behave like numbers behave. You can't do arithmetic with it. You can't compare infinities. You can't traverse them. So when you say the past is infinite, you're not actually saying something coherent. You're using a word that sounds profound, but actually refers to nothing you can meaningfully conceive. The philosophers squirmed. They tried another defense. Okay, but here's the thing. God is outside of time. He's eternal in a different sense. So when God creates the universe, he's not doing it at a point in time. He's doing it eternally. The universe doesn't have a beginning in time because time itself is part of the universe. Al-Ghazali smiled at this. So you're admitting the universe has a beginning? That it's not eternal after all? Because if time is part of the universe, and the universe came from God, then the universe began to exist. You're just saying it began, to exist with time rather than in time. But either way, it began. It's not eternal. You've conceded my point while trying to argue against it. The philosophers realized they were in trouble. Every defense they mounted created new problems. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done. He had another angle of attack, an even more devastating one. He said, let's grant for a moment that the universe could be eternal. Just for argument's sake. Let's imagine an infinite past actually makes sense. Even so, I can show you that it's not necessary. That God could have created the universe at any point in time. And if it's not necessary for the universe to be eternal, then your whole argument collapses. Here's how this worked. The philosophers claimed God's eternal will necessitates an eternal universe. But Al-Ghazali asked, why? Why couldn't God eternally will to create the universe at a specific moment? Think about it. You can decide today to do something tomorrow. Your decision is made today, but the action happens tomorrow. Your will exists at one time. The effect of your will exists at another time. So why couldn't God's eternal will produce a temporally originated universe? God could eternally intend, let the universe begin at moment X. That intention is eternal, unchanging, always part of God's will. But the universe itself still has a beginning, still comes into existence at a specific point. The philosophers said, but that means God's will has to wait, and God doesn't wait. Al-Ghazali countered, no, you're confusing God's will with God's action. God can will something eternally and actualize it temporally. Your problem is you've collapsed will and action into the same thing, but they're not the same, even for God. This was brilliant, because Al-Ghazali was using the philosophers' own distinction against them. They loved talking about God's essence versus God's attributes, God's knowledge versus God's action. Fine, apply that here. God's will can be eternal, but God's creative act can be temporal. No contradiction, no problem. No necessary eternal universe. The philosophers were backed into a corner, but they had one last card to play. They said, if the universe began, you have to explain why it began when it did and not earlier or later. If God could have created the universe at any point, why this point? What changed? Without a reason for the specific timing, creation becomes arbitrary, random, which is unworthy of God. This was their trump card, the principle of sufficient reason. Everything needs a reason, a cause, an explanation for why it is the way it is. If the universe began at moment X rather than moment Y, there must be a reason. But if God is eternal and unchanging, there can't be a reason for one moment over another. All moments are equal to God. So, either the universe is eternal, or creation is arbitrary. Pick your poison. Al-Ghazali looked at this argument and laughed, not because it was bad, but because it was so revealing. The philosophers were demanding that God conform to their philosophical principles. They were saying, God must have a reason for everything he does, and that reason must be accessible to human understanding. But why? Who says God needs to justify his choices to philosophers? Who says divine wisdom has to make sense according to human logic? The philosophers had forgotten something crucial. God is not like us. His knowledge is not like our knowledge. His will is not like our will. His reasons are not like our reasons. To demand that God provide a philosophical explanation for why he created when he did is to put philosophy above God. It's to say, God, you can only act in ways we can understand, ways that fit our logical frameworks, ways that satisfy our principle of sufficient reason. But that's backwards. God is the source of reason, not bound by it. God is the ground of logic, not subject to it. If God chooses to create at a particular moment for reasons known only to him, that's his prerogative. You don't get to say, that's arbitrary, therefore impossible. You're not in a position to judge. This was the deeper issue Al-Ghazali exposed. The philosophers had made reason into a god. They had elevated logical principles to the status of eternal, necessary truths that even God must obey. But that's idolatry. Not of statues or images, but of the human intellect. They had said, if we can't understand it, it can't be true. If our logic can't accommodate it, it can't be real. If our philosophy can't explain it, it can't exist. That's the ultimate arrogance. And Al-Ghazali was calling it out. The universe doesn't owe you an explanation. God doesn't owe you an explanation. Your inability to understand something doesn't make it false. Your inability to fit it into your system doesn't make it impossible. Reality is bigger than your categories. Mystery is deeper than your logic. And God is more than your philosophy can contain. This was the heart of Al-Ghazali's critique, not just of the eternal universe claim, but of the entire philosophical project. The philosophers thought they could master reality through reason. They thought they could deduce the nature of existence from first principles. They thought they could figure out God's mind by clever arguments. Al-Ghazali showed them they couldn't. Not because reason is useless. Not because logic doesn't matter, but because reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. Philosophy has a proper scope, and questions about God's creative will lie beyond that scope. You can't prove the universe is eternal. You can't prove it had a beginning, not through pure philosophy, not with certainty. The most you can say is, both are possible. Both are conceivable. Neither leads to logical contradiction. So if you're going to choose between them, you need something other than philosophy to decide. Revelation, maybe. Faith. Direct experience of the divine. But not philosophical demonstration. Because philosophical demonstration can't get you there. The philosophers' certainty about an eternal universe was fake, built on assumptions they never questioned, on principles they never justified, on logic they never tested. Al-Ghazali tested it, and it broke. The first pillar of their system was crumbling. The universe didn't have to be eternal. God could have created it in time, and if God created it in time, then God chose. God acted. God willed something specific, which means God is not. The impersonal principle the philosophers described. God is personal, active, engaged with his creation. The kind of God who might send prophets, who might hear prayers, who might care about individual human beings. The door the philosophers had closed was opening again, and Al-Ghazali was just getting started. Because if the philosophers were wrong about the eternity of the universe, maybe they were wrong about God's knowledge too. Maybe God doesn't just know universals. Maybe he knows you, specifically, individually, completely. That's where we're going next. To the most personal question of all. Does God see you? The philosophers said no. Al-Ghazali was about to prove them wrong. And when he did, the entire cold, mechanical universe they'd built would start to feel warm again. Close your eyes for a moment. Think about the most painful experience of your life. Maybe it was losing someone you loved. Maybe it was a betrayal. Maybe it was a moment of crushing failure. Whatever it was, you felt it. You lived through it. It was real. Now imagine someone telling you, God doesn't know about that. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's ignoring you, but because he literally cannot know individual, specific events. He knows about suffering in general, but not your suffering. He knows about loss as a concept, but not your loss. He knows the universal category of human pain, but not the particular agony you felt on that specific day. How would that make you feel? This is what the philosophers were claiming. And it's the second major battleground where Al-Ghazali decided, this isn't just wrong. This is heresy. Let me explain how the philosophers got here. It started, like so many bad ideas, from something. That sounds reasonable. They said, God is perfect, right? Unchanging, eternal, beyond time. So God's knowledge must also be perfect, unchanging, and eternal. God can't learn new things, can't discover facts he didn't know before, can't be surprised by events. So far, most theologians would agree. But then, the philosophers made a fatal move. They said, if God's knowledge is unchanging, then God can only know unchanging things. Things that are eternally true, always the same, never in flux. And what are those things? Universals, essences, eternal forms. God knows humanity as an eternal essence, but not individual humans who are born and die. God knows motion as a principle, but not specific movements happening at specific times. God knows existence as a concept, but not particular existence that come and go. In philosophical jargon, they were saying, God knows universals but not particulars. Let that sink in for a moment. According to the philosophers, God doesn't know what you had for breakfast this morning, the specific words you spoke to your friend yesterday, the exact thought running through your mind right now, the particular choice you're about to make. Not because these things are hidden from him, but because they're beneath his type of knowledge. God's knowledge is too lofty, too eternal, too perfect to concern itself with the messy, changing, temporary details of individual existence. He knows the forms, the patterns, the eternal truths, but the specific instances, the individual cases, the particular moments, those are irrelevant to divine knowledge. The philosophers thought this made God more perfect, more transcendent, more sublime, more worthy of worship. They thought they were honoring God by elevating his knowledge above mundane particulars. Al-Ghazali saw it differently. He saw a God who was essentially blind, a God who couldn't see you, couldn't hear you, couldn't know you. A God who was, for all practical purposes, absent from your life. And he was horrified. Because if God doesn't know particulars, then everything falls apart. Everything that makes religion meaningful. Everything that makes worship possible. Everything that connects the divine to the human. Let's walk through the implications step by step. First, prayer becomes absurd. You bow down 5 times a day. You ask God for help. You confess your sins. You seek guidance. But according to the philosophers, God doesn't hear any of it, not because he's ignoring you, but because your specific prayer at that specific moment is a particular event. And God doesn't know particular events. He knows prayer as a universal concept, but not your prayer. He knows petitioning as a general phenomenon, but not your petition. So who are you talking to? Nobody. You're going through motions in a universe where the divine can't perceive your actions. Prayer becomes cosmic theatre, a ritual you perform for yourself because the audience you think you're addressing isn't watching. Second, prophecy becomes impossible. How does God send a message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific times or specific prophets? Muhammad receives revelation in a cave. Moses hears God at a burning bush. Jesus is born in Bethlehem. These are particular events, specific moments, individual occurrences. But if God doesn't know particulars, he can't initiate these events. He can't choose a particular person, can't speak at a particular moment, can't intervene in particular circumstances. The philosophers tried to get around this. They said, well, divine knowledge sort of overflows into the world, and prophets are people whose souls are aligned to receive this overflow. But that's not prophecy. That's cosmic coincidence. That's not God choosing to speak. That's just some humans being naturally tuned to pick up signals that are always broadcasting. It's like saying God didn't send the Quran to Muhammad. Muhammad just happened to receive it because he was in the right mental frequency. That's not revelation. That's reception. Third, divine justice becomes meaningless. If God doesn't know what you specifically did, how can he judge you? How can there be a day of reckoning if God doesn't know your particular actions? He knows sinning as a category, but not the sins you committed. He knows righteousness as an ideal, but not the righteous choices you made. How do you reward or punish people based on things you don't know they did? The philosophers had an answer for this too. They said, your soul carries the effects of your actions. God sees the state of your soul, but that's backwards. That means God doesn't judge your actions. He just observes their accumulated effect on your soul. It's like saying a teacher doesn't grade your test. She just looks at how smart you became after taking it. That's not justice. That's just observing outcomes. Fourth, the entire concept of divine care evaporates. When the Quran says God is closer to you than your jugular vein, what does that mean if God doesn't know you exist? When it says he knows what's in your hearts, is that a lie? When it says he responds to those who call on him, is that false advertising? The philosophers were forced to reinterpret all these passages. They said, these verses speak metaphorically for the common people, but the real truth is more abstract. In other words, Scripture lies to the masses because they can't handle the truth that God doesn't actually know you, doesn't actually care about you, doesn't actually engage with your life. He's just the eternal principle at the top of the cosmic hierarchy, majestic, perfect, sublime, and utterly, completely indifferent to your existence. This is what Al-Ghazali couldn't stomach. Not because it hurt his feelings, not because it was emotionally unsatisfying, but because it made religion incoherent. If the philosophers were right, then the entire Islamic tradition was built on a mistake. Billions of prayers offered to a God who couldn't hear them. Prophets claiming messages from a God who couldn't send them. Believers expecting judgment from a God who didn't know what they'd done. It was all theatre, all illusion, all a massive collective delusion. Al-Ghazali said, no, this ends here, and he began his counterattack. First, he went after their logic. The philosophers claimed God's knowledge must be unchanging, therefore he can only know unchanging things. But Al-Ghazali asked, why does unchanging knowledge require unchanging objects? Can't you have unchanging knowledge of changing things? Think about it. If God knows eternally that Muhammad will be born in 570 CE, that knowledge doesn't change. It's always true, always part of God's eternal knowledge. The event itself is temporal, happens at a specific time, but the knowledge of it can be eternal, God doesn't learn that Muhammad was born when it happens. He always knew it would happen. His knowledge is unchanging, even though the event is temporal. So the philosopher's argument doesn't work. You can have eternal, unchanging divine knowledge of particular changing events. No contradiction, no problem. Second, Al-Ghazali attacked their conception of perfection. The philosophers said knowing particulars would make God imperfect. But Al-Ghazali flipped it. Is it more perfect to know everything or to know only some things? Obviously, knowing everything is more perfect. So a God who knows both universals and particulars is more perfect than a God who knows only universals. The philosophers were actually diminishing God's perfection by limiting his knowledge. They thought they were elevating him, but they were actually reducing him, making him less than all-knowing, less than omniscient, less than perfect. Their perfect God was actually deficient. Third, Al-Ghazali went after the very distinction between universals and particulars. He said, this distinction is something humans make. It's how we organize our thoughts. But why assume God thinks like we think? Why assume God's knowledge is divided into categories the way ours is? Maybe to God, there is no difference between universal and particular. Maybe he knows everything in a way we can't comprehend, a way that transcends our categories. The philosophers had committed the sin they always accused others of. They had anthropomorphized God, not by giving him a body, but by giving him a human-like mind, by assuming his knowledge works like their knowledge, just bigger, just more perfect. But what if God's knowledge is radically different from human knowledge? What if it's not just quantitatively greater, but qualitatively other? Then all their reasoning about what God must or must not know falls apart, because they're reasoning from false assumptions about the nature of divine knowledge. Fourth, Al-Ghazali pointed to the absurd consequences. If God doesn't know particulars, does he know himself? After all, God is a particular being, not a universal concept. There's only one God, one specific, unique, particular divine reality. So if God can only know universals, can he not know himself? The philosophers squirmed at this. Some said, God is an exception. He knows himself even, though he's particular. But Al-Ghazali pounced. So particulars can be known by God. You just admitted it. If God can know one particular, himself, why not other particulars? Your rule about God only knowing universals has a huge exception, which means it's not really a rule. Others said, God isn't particular. He's beyond the universal particular distinction. Fine, Al-Ghazali said. Then why can't his knowledge also be beyond that distinction? Why can't he know in a way that includes both universals and particulars? Every defense the philosophers mounted created new problems. They were trapped, contradicting themselves, tying themselves in logical knots. Fifth, and most devastatingly, Al-Ghazali showed that their position made prediction impossible. The philosophers believed in astrology, in reading the stars to predict future events. But how can you predict a particular future event if God doesn't know particular events? If the cosmos is governed by divine knowledge, and divine knowledge doesn't include particulars, then particular events aren't part of the cosmic order. They're just random, unpredictable, outside the scope of rational understanding. But the philosophers wanted it both ways. They wanted a rationally ordered universe where everything follows from divine knowledge, but they also wanted to limit divine knowledge to universals. You can't have both. Either the universe is rationally ordered down to its particulars, in which case God must know those particulars, or God doesn't know particulars, in which case the universe is ultimately chaotic and unpredictable at the level of individual events. The philosophers were caught in a contradiction of their own making. Al-Ghazali exposed it mercilessly. But beyond all the logical arguments, Al-Ghazali made a deeper point. A point about what kind of universe we live in. The philosopher's universe was cold, mechanical, indifferent, a Universe where the divine principle churns out existence according to eternal laws, but doesn't see you, doesn't know you, doesn't care about you. You're just a particular instantiation of universal forms, a temporary configuration of matter, a fleeting pattern in the cosmic dance. You matter to yourself, maybe to other people, but not to God, because to God, you're not even visible. Al-Ghazali asked, is that the universe you want to live in? More importantly, is that the universe we actually live in? Because your experience suggests otherwise. You feel seen. You feel known. You feel like your choices matter to something beyond yourself. When you pray, you sense a response. When you seek guidance, you find it. When you suffer, you feel held. Maybe that's all illusion. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Or maybe the philosophers are wrong. Maybe God does know particulars, does see individuals, does care about specific people. Maybe the universe is warmer than the philosophers imagined. Maybe you matter more than their system allows. This was the choice Al-Ghazali presented, not as a logical proof, not as a philosophical demonstration, but as an existential question. Which universe do you actually live in? The cold universe of the philosophers, where God is distant and unknowing, or a universe where God sees you, where your prayers are heard, where your life matters? You can't prove it either way through philosophy, but you can look at your experience. You can examine your life. You can trust your intuition. And most people, when they're honest, know which universe feels real. The philosophers had built an impressive system, but they'd built it at the cost of making religion meaningless and human, life insignificant. Al-Ghazali tore it down, not with wishful thinking, not with sentimental appeals, but with rigorous philosophical argument that showed their position was logically flawed and existentially unlivable. God knows particulars. He must. He can. He does. Your prayers are heard. Your actions are seen. Your life is known, not because Scripture says so, though it does, but because any other conclusion makes a mockery of divine perfection and reduces God to less than all-knowing. The philosopher's God was too small, too limited, too bound by human categories. Al-Ghazali's God was bigger, greater, more truly divine. The second pillar of philosophy was crumbling. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because the philosophers had one more devastating claim to answer. The most personal one of all, the claim about what happens when you die. You strike a match, it lights. Why? You probably think, because striking creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat ignites the chemicals on the match head. Cause and effect. Simple, obvious, undeniable. But what if I told you that's not what's actually happening? What if the match lighting has nothing to do with you striking it? What if every time you think you're seeing cause and effect, you're actually witnessing something far stranger? Welcome to the most radical, most controversial, most mind-bending argument Al-Ghazali ever made. This is where he didn't just challenge the philosophers, he challenged reality itself, or at least what you think reality is. Let's back up and understand what was at stake. The philosophers had built their entire system on causation. Everything in the universe, they claimed, operates according to necessary causal laws. Fire necessarily burns. Water necessarily flows downward. Heavy objects necessarily fall. These aren't just observations. They're ironclad natural laws. Laws that can't be broken, can't be suspended, can't be violated, not even by God. That last part is crucial. The philosophers believed in God. They weren't atheists, but their God was bound by the laws of nature he'd established. Or rather, the laws of nature flowed necessarily from God's nature. God couldn't make fire not burn, because fire burning is part of the eternal, necessary structure of reality. God couldn't make water flow upward, because gravity isn't a choice, it's a metaphysical necessity. God couldn't raise the dead, couldn't turn a staff into a snake, couldn't split the moon. Not because he's weak, but because these things violate causal laws, and causal laws are absolute. This is why the philosophers rejected miracles, not because they hadn't heard the stories, but because miracles are impossible. Logically, impossible. Metaphysically impossible. Causally impossible. If you accept that causes necessarily produce their effects, then you have to reject any story where a cause fails to produce its effect. Moses throws down his staff. Does it become a snake? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Staves don't become snakes. Jesus speaks to a dead man. Does he rise? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Dead tissue doesn't reanimate. Muhammad points to the moon. Does it split? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Celestial bodies don't split from verbal commands. These stories might be useful myths, inspiring, legends, metaphors for spiritual truths, but they're not literal history, because they violate causation, and nothing violates causation, not even God. Do you see the problem? If miracles are impossible, then prophecy is questionable. If prophets can't perform miracles, how do you know they're really sent by God? Anyone can claim divine authority. The miracle is supposed to be the proof. But if miracles don't happen, there's no proof, just claims, just stories, just legends that may or may not be true. The entire foundation of revealed religion rests on the possibility of divine intervention in the natural order. And the philosophers were saying, that's impossible. Nature is a closed system, governed by unbreakable laws. Operating according to necessary causal chains, God set it in motion. But he doesn't interfere, can't interfere, doesn't need to interfere. Everything unfolds according to the eternal plan encoded in natural law. Al-Ghazali looked at this and saw the ultimate expression of philosophical arrogance. They weren't just making a claim about how nature usually works. They were making a claim about what God can and cannot do. They were putting limits on divine power, constraints on divine action, boundaries on divine will, and they were doing it in the name of reason, logic, philosophical necessity. Al-Ghazali decided this has to be destroyed, not just criticized, not just questioned, utterly demolished. And to do it, he was going to attack causation itself, not just the philosopher's theory of causation, but the very idea that causes necessarily produce effects. This is where Al-Ghazali became truly radical. Here's his argument, and fair warning, it's going to make your head spin. When you see fire touch cotton, and the cotton burns, you believe the fire caused the burning. But Al-Ghazali asked, did you actually see causation? Or did you just see sequence? You saw fire touch cotton, then you saw cotton burn. Two events, one after another. But did you see the fire making the cotton burn? Did you see the causal power transferring from fire to cotton? No, you just saw event A, then event B. You inferred causation. You assumed it, you concluded it, but you didn't observe it. All you ever observe is succession, one thing following another. The causation itself, that's something you add, something you read into the events. Okay, you might say, but it happens every time. Fire always burns cotton. That can't be coincidence, can't it? What if God creates the burning of cotton every time fire touches it? Not because the fire causes it, but because that's his habit, his custom, his regular pattern. God sees fire touch cotton, and in that moment, he creates burning in the cotton, not because he has to, not because the fire forces him to, but because he chooses to. Every single time, consistently, reliably, predictably. So predictably that you mistake his habit for a necessary law. This is the doctrine of occasionalism, the idea that God is the only real cause, the only actual agent, the only true power in the universe. Everything else? Occasions for God's action. Fire doesn't burn cotton. God burns cotton on the occasion of fire touching it. Your hand doesn't move your pen. God moves your pen on the occasion of your willing it. Bread doesn't nourish you. God nourishes you on the occasion of you eating bread. There are no natural causes, no necessary connections, no causal powers in created things, just God, acting constantly, creating each moment fresh. Now you might be thinking, this is insane. This contradicts everything we know about how the world works. Does it, though? Al-Ghazali pointed out. You've never actually seen a necessary connection between cause and effect. You've seen constant conjunction, regular sequence, habitual association. But necessity. Where do you observe that? When you say, fire must burn cotton, what does must mean? Does it mean you've never seen fire fail to burn cotton? That's just observation of past patterns. Does it mean you can't imagine fire not burning cotton? That's just limits of your imagination. Does it mean there's some metaphysical force compelling fire to burn? Where's your evidence for that? The philosophers claimed necessity, but they couldn't prove it. They just assumed that because something always happens, it must happen. But always and must are different things. Maybe fire has always burned cotton, but that doesn't mean it has to burn cotton. Maybe God has always chosen to create burning when fire touches cotton, but that doesn't mean he couldn't choose otherwise. The difference matters enormously, because if causation is just God's habit, then God can change his habits. He can make fire not burn, water not wet, gravity not pull, not as violations of natural law, because there are no natural laws, only divine habits, and habits can be broken. This is how miracles become possible. Moses throws his staff. Normally God would keep it as wood, but this time he transforms it into a snake, not a violation of causation, because there is no causation to violate. Just God doing something different than his usual habit. Jesus touches a dead man. Normally, God keeps dead tissue dead, but this time he restores life, not breaking natural law, because there is no natural law, only God's customary action. Muhammad points to the moon. Normally, God maintains the moon's unity, but this time he splits it. Same thing. God exercising his freedom to act differently than usual. No logical impossibility, no metaphysical violation, no problem. The philosophers hated this argument. They threw everything they had at it. First objection. If causation isn't real, then knowledge is impossible. Science is meaningless. You can't predict anything. Al-Ghazali's response. Why not? God acts consistently. His habits are reliable. You can study those habits, learn the patterns, make predictions based on God's customary behavior. The difference is, you recognize those patterns as descriptions, not prescriptions. They tell you what God usually does, not what he must do. Science still works. You just understand its limits. Second objection. If God creates everything directly, then humans have no causal power. We're not agents. We don't really act. Al-Ghazali bit the bullet. Correct. You don't have independent causal power. When you think you're moving your hand, God is moving your hand on the occasion of your willing it. Your will is also created by God. Every moment, every thought, every action. You're not an independent agent. You're a locus of divine action. Now this raises huge questions about free will and moral responsibility, and Al-Ghazali knew it. He wrestled with these questions deeply, but for now, his point was narrower. Humans don't have to have causal power for moral responsibility to make sense. God can still hold you accountable for actions he creates through you. That's his prerogative. Third, objection. This makes God the author of evil. If God creates everything, he creates sins, crimes, suffering. Al-Ghazali's response, God creates the acts, but he doesn't will them in the same way. There's a difference between God's creative will and his legislative will. He creates everything, but he commands only good. The fact that he creates an evil act doesn't mean he approves of it. Is this satisfying? That's debatable. Theologians have argued about this for centuries, but Al-Ghazali's point was, His theory doesn't create this problem. The problem exists regardless. If God is all-powerful, he could prevent evil. If he doesn't prevent it, he's somehow involved with it existing. That's true, whether or not you believe in occasionalism. Fourth objection. This is just playing word games. Whether you say fire causes burning, or God causes burning on the occasion of fire, the practical result is the same. Al-Ghazali disagreed. The practical result is similar. The metaphysical implications are completely different. In your view, God is constrained by natural law. In my view, God is absolutely free. In your view, miracles are impossible. In my view, they're possible. In your view, nature is autonomous. In my view, nature is sustained moment by divine will. These aren't just semantic differences. They're radically different visions of reality. And he was right. Think about what occasionalism means experientially. Every breath you take, God creates it. Every heartbeat, God wills it. Every moment of existence, God sustains it. You're not a self-sufficient entity operating according to your own power. You're utterly, completely, absolutely dependent on God. Every instant. If God stopped willing you to exist for even a nanosecond, you would cease to be. Not die. Not collapse. Just cease. Reality is less stable than you think, more contingent, more miraculous. The fact that the world seems orderly, that patterns repeat, that nature appears lawful. That's not because nature has its own power. It's because God is faithful. He chooses to act consistently, to maintain patterns, to sustain the world in a regular way, but he's under no obligation to do so. Every moment the universe doesn't dissolve into chaos is an act of divine mercy. Every moment fire burns cotton is an act of divine choice. Every moment you exist is a gift. This is a universe of radical dependence, radical contingency, radical divine involvement. Not the distant, mechanistic universe of the philosophers, but a universe where God is intimately involved in every event, every action, every moment. Some people find this comforting. God is never absent, never distant, always acting. Others find it terrifying. There's no stability, no natural law, no independence. Al-Ghazali found it liberating because it meant God was free, truly free, not bound by anything, not by logic, not by necessity, not by natural law, only by his own wisdom and mercy. And that meant miracles were possible, revelation was possible, divine intervention was possible. The prophets weren't liars, the Quran wasn't myth-making, the miracles weren't legends, they were moments when God's hidden freedom became visible. When his customary action shifted to reveal what was always true, he's in control, always has been, always will be. Now here's what's brilliant about Al-Ghazali's strategy. He didn't claim he could prove occasionalism was true. He just claimed he could show that the philosopher's theory of causation couldn't be proven. That necessary causal connections are assumptions, not observations. That you can't demonstrate through reason alone that causes must produce their effects. And if you can't demonstrate it, then you can't rule out miracles on philosophical grounds. The philosopher's certainty about causation was just another example of unwarranted confidence. They claimed to know something they couldn't possibly know. They elevated their observation of patterns into metaphysical necessity. They confused, "This is how things always happen," with, "This is how things must happen." And that confusion allowed them to reject miracles, prophecy, and divine intervention. Al-Ghazali's occasionalism was a philosophical nuclear option. It didn't just challenge the philosopher's theory of causation. It obliterated the very concept of natural causation. It said, there are no secondary causes, no created powers, no autonomous natural processes, just God, acting, always and everywhere. Was Al-Ghazali right? That's a question philosophers and theologians still debate. But right or wrong, he accomplished his goal. He showed that the philosopher's rejection of miracles wasn't based on demonstrated truth. It was based on assumptions, preferences, philosophical commitments. And those commitments couldn't be proven, which meant miracles couldn't be ruled out, which meant revelation couldn't be dismissed, which meant the prophets couldn't be rejected on philosophical grounds. The third major pillar of the philosopher's system was demolished. They claimed the universe operated according to necessary causal laws that even God couldn't violate, Al-Ghazali showed. That's not knowledge. That's assumption. You don't know that fire must burn. You just know it always has. You don't know that causes must produce effects. You just observe regular sequences. You don't know that miracles are impossible. You just prefer a world without them. But preference isn't proof. Observation isn't necessity. Habit isn't law. The philosophers had built their confident rejection of miracles on sand, and Al-Ghazali had washed it away. But he'd done something else too. Something perhaps more important. He'd shown that the universe is stranger, more mysterious, more dependent on the divine than the philosophers imagined. That what looks like ironclad natural law might be divine custom. That what seems like independent causation might be continuous creation. That what appears to be a mechanistic universe might be a stage for constant divine action. Whether you accept his occasionalism or not, he'd opened a door to wonder, to mystery, to possibilities beyond what reason can prove or disprove. The philosophers had closed that door. They'd said, we know how reality works. Necessarily, certainly, Al-Ghazali had pried it open again, and through that open door, the light of something beyond philosophy could shine through. Not irrationality, not anti-intellectualism, not blind faith, but an acknowledgement that reason has limits. That certainty is rare. That mystery is real. And in that acknowledgement, space for revelation, for prophecy, for divine action, for a God who isn't bound by philosophers' categories, for a universe that's bigger than logic can contain, for possibilities that reason can't rule out. The match still lights when you strike it, but now you know that's not inevitable, that's not necessary, that's not an iron law, that's God, choosing, acting, sustaining the pattern. And he could choose otherwise. He usually doesn't, but he could. And sometimes, for prophets, for signs, for miracles, he does. And there's nothing the philosophers can do about it, because their certainty was always an illusion. Their necessary connections were always assumptions. Their closed universe was always just a cage they built around their own imagination. Al-Ghazali broke the cage, and the philosophers would never get it closed again. Let me tell you about a man who knew too much. Not in the sense that he'd discovered dangerous secrets, but in the sense that he'd pushed his mind to see contradictions everywhere, to question everything so thoroughly that certainty became impossible, to analyze so deeply that the ground beneath every thought turned to quicksand. That man was Al-Ghazali, and in the process of dismantling the philosophers, he was dismantling himself. Because here's what happens when you truly commit to radical doubt. When you question not just conclusions but methods, not just theories, but the tools used to build theories. When you push skepticism all the way to its logical conclusion, you don't end up with alternative certainty, you end up with intellectual paralysis. You don't discover solid ground, you discover there is no solid ground. And that realization doesn't feel like victory. It feels like madness. Al-Ghazali was winning his war against the philosophers. He'd shown their arguments didn't prove what they claimed. Their certainty wasn't justified. Their system rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. But in doing so, he'd also shown something more troubling, that all rational argument might rest on assumptions that can't be defended. That certainty itself might be impossible to achieve through reason alone, that the tools we use to know things might be unreliable at their core. This is the metacritique, the argument that turns back on itself. It's not just, The philosophers are wrong about X, Y, and Z. It's philosophy itself can't deliver what it promises. Reason itself has fatal limitations. The entire project of knowing through rational demonstration might be fundamentally flawed. Let me show you how deep this goes. Remember how Al-Ghazali questioned sense perception, how he pointed out that dreams feel real while you're dreaming. That was effective against the philosophers, but it's also effective against anyone claiming knowledge, including Al-Ghazali himself. How does he know his critique of the philosophers is valid? He used reasoning. But he'd also questioned whether reasoning is reliable. He observed contradictions in their arguments. But he'd also questioned whether observation can be trusted. Every tool he used to demolish the philosophers could also be used to demolish his own position. This is the problem with radical skepticism. It consumes everything, including itself. If you truly doubt the reliability of reason, then you must also doubt your reasons for doubting reason. If you truly question the validity of logic, then you must also question the logical arguments you use to question logic. You end up in a philosophical spiral, a vortex of doubt that has no bottom. And Al-Ghazali knew this, felt this, lived through this. He later wrote about a period of crisis so severe he couldn't function, couldn't teach, couldn't write, couldn't even speak with confidence about anything. Because every statement he wanted to make, his own mind would immediately question. God exists. But how do you know? What's your proof? How can you be certain? Reason can demonstrate certain truths, but can it? Haven't you just shown that reason is limited, that it rests on unproven assumptions? I need to live according to Islamic law. But why? How do you know Islamic law is true? How do you know your interpretation is correct? Round and round, question after question, doubt feeding on doubt. This is what happens when you take philosophy seriously. Not as a game, not as an intellectual exercise, not as a way to show how clever you are, but as a genuine search for truth, for certainty, for solid ground to stand on. You discover there might not be any solid ground, at least not ground you can reach through thinking alone. The philosophers never got here. They never pushed their skepticism this far. They doubted religion, questioned revelation, challenged tradition, but they never truly doubted their own tools, never questioned their own foundations, never looked into the abyss beneath their own certainty. They thought they'd escaped the quicksand of uncertain opinion and reached the bedrock of demonstrated truth. Al-Ghazali discovered there is no bedrock, or if there is, reason can't reach it, because every foundation you propose can be questioned. Every axiom can be challenged. Every proof requires assumptions, even the principles of logic itself. Why should you accept the law of non-contradiction, the principle that something can't both be and not be at the same time? The philosophers said, because it's self-evident. To deny it is absurd. But self-evident to whom? Absurd by what standard? Your mind finds it self-evident. But how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic is valid. That's circular. You can't use reason to prove reason works. That assumes what you're trying to prove. At the foundation of every rational system are principles that can't be rationally justified. You have to start somewhere. And wherever you start, you're making a leap. A leap of faith, if you will, not religious faith necessarily, but intellectual faith. Trust. Commitment to unprovable starting points. This is what the philosophers never admitted. They claimed to build their system on reason alone, on logical necessity, on demonstrated truth, but they were actually building on faith. Faith in reason, faith in logic, faith that their minds could access truth. They just didn't call it faith. They called it self-evident principles, or rational, intuition, or necessary truths. But change the labels all you want. It's still trust in something you can't prove. Al-Ghazali saw this with devastating clarity. And it broke him. Because if even the philosophers' vaunted reason requires faith at its foundation, then what makes it superior to religious faith? If you have to trust something without proof either way, why not trust revelation instead of reason? Why not trust prophetic experience instead of philosophical deduction? Why not trust divine guidance instead of human intellect? The philosophers had claimed their path was certain while religion's path was blind faith. But Al-Ghazali had shown their path requires faith too, just faith in different things. Faith that sense perception is generally reliable. Faith that logical inference preserves truth. Faith that the human mind can grasp reality. All unprovable. All assumed. All taken on trust. This realization was both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it meant the philosophers had no grounds to look down on religious belief. Their certainty was just as ungrounded as anyone else's. They just didn't realize it. Terrifying because it meant there might be no certain knowledge at all. No firm foundation. No absolute truth accessible to humans. No escape from doubt. Al-Ghazali was stuck in this place for months, unable to commit to anything, unable to claim knowledge about anything, unable to function as a scholar or teacher or human being, because his intellectual honesty wouldn't let him pretend. He couldn't go back to uncritical certainty, couldn't unsee what he'd seen, couldn't unknow what he'd learned. He knew too much about the limits of knowing, and that knowledge was paralyzing. This is the metaphysics of madness, the philosophy that leads to psychological breakdown. Not because the arguments are wrong, but because they're too right. Because if you follow them all the way, you end up unable to assert anything with confidence, unable to trust your own thoughts, unable to believe your own reasoning, unable to claim knowledge about reality. And a human being can't live like that. You have to make decisions, take actions, commit to beliefs, live your life. But how do you do that when you've lost all certainty? When every belief seems equally questionable? When every foundation crumbles under scrutiny? The philosophers had an answer. Just trust reason. It's self-validating, self-evident, reliable. But Al-Ghazali had demolished that answer. Reason isn't self-validating. It requires trust, and that trust can be questioned. So where does that leave you? Al-Ghazali later wrote about what saved him from this crisis. And his answer is surprising, unexpected, not what you'd think from a rigorous philosopher. He said, God cured me, not through a better argument, not through a more sophisticated proof, not through discovering the one foundation that couldn't be questioned, but through direct experience, immediate certainty, knowledge that bypassed rational demonstration. He called it a light that God cast into my heart, not something he reasoned his way to, something that happened to him, a certainty that didn't come from building arguments, a knowledge that didn't depend on premises and conclusions, an assurance that he couldn't produce through thinking, but could only receive. This is where Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy ultimately led, not to another philosophical system, not to better arguments, not to more rigorous proofs, but to the acknowledgement that some knowledge transcends reason, that there are truths you can't think your way to, realities you can't deduce, certainties you can't construct. You can only encounter them, receive them, experience them directly. The philosophers would have scoffed at this. Mystical nonsense, they'd say. Emotional experiences aren't knowledge. Only rational demonstration gives real certainty. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, prove it. Prove that rational demonstration is the only path to knowledge. Prove that direct experience can't give certainty. Prove that mystical encounter isn't a valid way of knowing. You can't, not without assuming. What you're trying to prove, you're just privileging one type of knowing over another, based on your preferences, your assumptions, your intellectual commitments. But those are faith commitments, not demonstrated truths. So maybe the mystics are onto something. Maybe the prophets had access to knowledge philosophers can't reach. Maybe revelation conveys truths that reason can't grasp. Maybe the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than philosophy can accommodate. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the proper response to the limits of reason isn't despair. It's humility. The recognition that we're not as smart as we think we are. That our minds are powerful but not omnipotent. That we can know some things but not everything. That certainty is rare. Mystery is common. And trust is unavoidable. You're going to trust something. The question is what? Will you trust reason, even though reason can't validate itself? Will you trust sense perception, even though perception can deceive? Will you trust revelation, even though revelation can't be proven to those who haven't experienced it? Will you trust mystical experience, even though experience is subjective and personal? There's no neutral standpoint, no view from nowhere, no way to escape making commitments you can't fully justify. The philosophers pretended they'd escaped this human condition. They claimed to stand on firm, rational ground that required no faith. Al-Ghazali showed them, you're standing on faith just like everyone else. You just won't admit it. And once you admit it, everything changes. Philosophy becomes humbler, less arrogant, less dismissive of other ways of knowing. It becomes a tool for clarifying thought and exposing bad arguments, not a path to absolute certainty. It becomes useful for showing what can't be proven, not for building unchallengeable systems. It becomes a servant of wisdom, not wisdom itself. This is Al-Ghazali's ultimate lesson. Not that philosophy is worthless, but that philosophy is limited. Not that reason is useless, but that reason isn't everything. Not that logic doesn't matter, but that logic can't answer all questions. The philosophers had made philosophy into an idol, an object of worship, the highest human faculty. Al-Ghazali had smashed that idol, not by being anti-intellectual, not by rejecting reason, not by embracing irrationality, but by pushing reason to its limits, by showing with rigorous argument that reason can't justify itself, by demonstrating philosophically that philosophy can't deliver what it promises. He used philosophy to show philosophy's limits. He used reason to reveal reason's boundaries. He used logic to demonstrate that logic rests on unprovable foundations, and in doing so, he opened space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to certainty, not by discrediting reason, but by right-sizing it, putting it in its proper place, acknowledging its power while recognizing its limits. This is intellectual maturity, the wisdom that comes after you've explored the limits of cleverness. The philosophers never got there. They stayed trapped in the intoxication of their own intellect, drunk on the power of argument, addicted to the feeling of certainty, unable to acknowledge that they were building castles on clouds. Al-Ghazali got sober, and sobriety didn't mean giving up thinking. It meant thinking more carefully, more humbly, more honestly about what thought can and can't do. The metaphysics of madness was real. The abyss of doubt was real. The spiral of skepticism was real. Al-Ghazali had looked into it, had fallen into it, had nearly been consumed by it, but he'd emerged on the other side, not with a philosophical solution, but with a lived realization that you can't think your way out of radical doubt. You can only be pulled out, rescued, given a gift you can't earn. And that gift isn't an argument. It's an experience, a light, a certainty that comes from beyond yourself. The philosophers would reject this, call it irrational, dismiss it as mysticism. But Al-Ghazali could now say, I've been where you are. I've mastered what you've mastered. I've trusted what you've trusted. And I've found it insufficient. Not wrong, not useless, but insufficient. There's more to reality than reason can grasp, more to knowledge than philosophy can deliver, more to truth than logic can demonstrate, and acknowledging that isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The madness wasn't in doubting too much, it was in claiming to know too much. The philosophers were mad with certainty. Al-Ghazali became sane through doubt, and from that sanity, he could finally speak with real authority. Not the authority of someone who claims to have all the answers, but the authority of someone who's seen the limits of answers, who's wrestled with uncertainty, who's found something beyond argument. The three great philosophical positions had fallen, the system had crumbled, the certainty had dissolved, but something more important had been revealed. Not a rival philosophical system, but a different way of approaching reality altogether, and that's where we're going next. To the final implications, the last confrontation, the ultimate question, what do you do after philosophy fails? There's a moment in every intellectual war when diplomacy ends, when critique becomes condemnation, when disagreement becomes denunciation, when you stop saying, "I think you're mistaken," and start saying what you believe is dangerous. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came when he looked at three specific philosophical positions, three ideas that weren't just wrong, weren't just unproven, weren't just questionable. They were heretical. They were kufr, disbelief. This wasn't a word he used lightly. In Islamic intellectual discourse, calling something heresy has weight, consequences, implications. It means this belief is so incompatible with Islamic faith that you can't hold it and remain Muslim. It means this isn't a matter of scholarly debate. This is a line in the sand. It means if you believe this, you've crossed a boundary. You're outside the circle. You've abandoned something essential. Al-Ghazali had spent months, maybe years, dismantling philosophical arguments, showing their logical flaws, exposing their assumptions, demonstrating their overreach. But he'd been relatively measured, academic, philosophical. He'd said, "Your proofs don't work. Your certainty is unjustified. Your claims exceed your evidence." But now he was going further. He was saying, three of your positions aren't just philosophically questionable, they're religiously unacceptable. They're not just errors, they're heresies. Why these three? Why not others? Because these three didn't just challenge specific interpretations of Islamic doctrine. They challenged the very possibility of Islamic belief making sense. They didn't just contradict scripture. They made scripture meaningless. They didn't just disagree with theology. They made theology impossible. Let's revisit them. But this time, not as philosophical problems, as religious catastrophes. First, the eternity of the world. We already explored the logical issues with this claim, the impossibility of traversing an infinite past, the incoherence of actual infinities. But Al-Ghazali's charge of heresy wasn't about logic. It was about what this belief does to the concept of God. If the world is eternal, if it has always existed, then what does it mean to call God the Creator? The Quran repeatedly describes God as Creator, as the one who brings things into existence, as the one who made the heavens and the earth. This isn't peripheral to Islamic belief. It's central, foundational, definitional. God's relationship to the universe is that of creator to creation, maker to made, originator to originated. But if the world is eternal, this relationship dissolves. God doesn't create. He doesn't originate. He doesn't bring into being. He just is the eternal source from which an eternal universe eternally flows. That's not creation. That's emanation, automatic, necessary, impersonal, like heat from fire, light from sun, effect from cause. No choice, no will, no decision to create. The philosophers tried to maintain that God is still supreme in this arrangement, still the source of all being. But Al-Ghazali saw through this, saw that they'd hollowed out the meaning of divine lordship. Because a lord commands, chooses, acts according to will. But if the universe necessarily flows from God's nature, where's the choice? Where's the command? Where's the will? God becomes like a mathematical principle, the number one from which all other numbers derive. Sure, it's foundational, but it's not a lord, it's not a ruler, it's not someone you worship. You don't pray to, The number one, you don't submit to a principle. You don't love an abstract source. The philosophers had preserved the word God while evacuating it of meaning. They kept the shell, discarded the substance, maintained the label while changing the reality it referred to. And Al-Ghazali said, "No, this is unacceptable. If you deny that God created the universe in time, you're denying something so fundamental to Islamic belief that you've left Islam, not because the Quran explicitly says the universe began in time, in those exact words, but because the entire Quranic narrative assumes a God who acts, who creates, who brings things into existence by choice and will. Take that away, and what's left isn't Islam. It's a philosophical abstraction wearing Islamic vocabulary." Second, God's knowledge of particulars. We explored this earlier too. The emotional devastation of believing God doesn't know you individually, but the charge of heresy goes deeper. If God doesn't know particulars, then the Quran itself becomes impossible. Think about it. The Quran claims to be God's speech, specific words, revealed at specific times, to a specific person, about specific events. The Quran contains detailed legal rulings, historical narratives, responses to particular situations Muhammad faced. It describes Pharaoh by name, references the Battle of Badr, addresses the Prophet's wives individually. These are all particulars, specific people, specific events, specific moments in time. If God doesn't know particulars, he can't speak about them. He can't reveal information about specific historical figures, can't give laws for particular situations, can't address individual people. The entire concept of divine revelation collapses. The philosopher's response. The Quran uses particular examples to communicate universal truths, but that's not what the Quran claims about itself. The Quran presents its particulars as real, as historical, as actual events God knows about and describes. It's not using Pharaoh as a metaphor. It's telling you what actually happened to Pharaoh. A specific person God dealt with. If God doesn't know Pharaoh as a particular individual, then this entire narrative is false, not just imprecise, not just metaphorical. False. Same with prophecy more broadly. A prophet is called at a particular time, given a particular message, sent to a particular people. Moses at the burning bush, Jesus in Nazareth, Muhammad in Mecca. If God doesn't know these particular people at these particular times, how does he call them? How does he send specific messages? How does he guide particular prophets through specific challenges? The philosophers had to reinterpret all of this. They said prophets don't actually receive messages from God. They just have souls refined enough to receive emanations from the active intellect. It's not God communicating personally. It's just particularly receptive individuals picking up signals that are always broadcasting, like tuning a radio to a station that's always on. But again, that's not prophecy. That's just having a special talent, a psychological sensitivity. Muhammad didn't tune in to a cosmic frequency. He received a message from someone who knew him personally. And Al-Ghazali said, if you deny that God can know particular people and send them particular messages, you've denied prophecy. And if you've denied prophecy, you've denied Islam. Because Islam is founded on the claim that God sent specific revelations through specific prophets. Take that away, and you're left with a vague philosophical spirituality, not Islam. Third, the denial of bodily resurrection. This was perhaps the most explicit heresy, because the Quran is absolutely clear about bodily resurrection, not just spiritual survival, not just the soul continuing, physical bodies, raised from graves, reconstituted, brought back to life. The philosophers called this impossible, philosophically absurd, against natural law. Bodies decay, atoms scatter. The elements that composed your body get redistributed throughout nature. How could God reassemble the same body? Which atoms would he use? If you ate another person's body, whose atoms are they at resurrection? These questions seemed devastating to the philosophers, proof that bodily resurrection was incoherent. Al-Ghazali had answers to all of them. Technical, philosophical answers. But the charge of heresy didn't depend on those answers. The charge was simpler. The Quran explicitly, repeatedly, emphatically teaches bodily resurrection. It describes it in vivid detail. It uses it as proof of God's power. It makes it central to divine justice. To deny it isn't to offer an alternative interpretation. It's to say the Quran is wrong. And if the Quran is wrong about something it states clearly and repeatedly, then it's not divine revelation. If it's not divine revelation, then Muhammad isn't a prophet. If Muhammad isn't a prophet, then Islam is false. The philosophers couldn't accept this conclusion, so they reinterpreted. They said bodily resurrection is symbolic, metaphorical, a way of communicating spiritual truths to the masses. The real resurrection is spiritual. The soul continues and receives reward or punishment according to its state. The body stuff? That's just imagery, not meant to be taken literally. But Al-Ghazali asked, who gave you the authority to decide what's literal and what's metaphorical? The Quran doesn't say, we're speaking metaphorically about resurrection. It presents it as fact. You're importing your philosophical commitments, using them to override the plain meaning of Scripture. You've decided bodily resurrection is impossible based on your theory of causation, your view of natural law, your philosophical assumptions. Then you're using those assumptions to reinterpret Scripture to fit your philosophy. But that's backwards. That's putting philosophy above revelation, human reason above divine speech. And if you do that, you're not a Muslim who happens to be a philosopher. You're a philosopher who's trying to stay nominally Muslim by gutting Islamic doctrine of its content. These three positions, these three denials, together they formed a comprehensive rejection of Islamic teaching. Deny creation, and you lose God as Lord. Deny divine knowledge of particulars, and you lose prophecy and revelation. Deny bodily resurrection, and you lose divine justice and scriptural authority. Take all three together, and what's left? A philosophical system wearing Islamic clothing, using Islamic vocabulary, claiming Islamic identity, but bearing no resemblance to what Islam actually teaches or what Muslims actually believe. This is why Al-Ghazali called them heresy, not to silence debate, not to avoid hard questions, not to protect tradition from scrutiny, but because these positions made Islam incoherent, made its central claims meaningless, made its core doctrines impossible. You can't deny that God creates, knows, and resurrects, and still claim to be Muslim. Those aren't peripheral issues. They're definitional, foundational, essential. Now here's what's crucial to understand. Al-Ghazali wasn't saying these positions were logically impossible. He'd already shown the philosophers couldn't prove their claims, but he also couldn't prove they were wrong. Maybe the world is eternal. Maybe it's not. Philosophy can't decide with certainty. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. Again, philosophy can't prove it either way. Maybe bodily. Resurrection is impossible according to natural law. Or maybe natural law isn't what the philosophers think it is. The point is, these questions can't be settled by philosophical demonstration. The philosophers claimed they could prove these positions. Al-Ghazali showed they couldn't. But that means the questions remain open, undecided by reason alone. So how do you decide? You turn to revelation, to scripture, to prophetic teaching. And when you do, the answer is clear. God creates. God knows. God resurrects. The philosophers tried to have it both ways. They tried to be Muslim while denying what Islam teaches. They tried to respect revelation while overriding it with philosophy. They tried to honor scripture while gutting it of meaning. Through reinterpretation, Al-Ghazali said, you can't do that. You have to choose. Either you're a philosopher who rejects Islamic teaching, be honest about it, or you're a Muslim who accepts revelation, then accept what it actually says. But you can't be a Muslim philosopher who claims Islamic identity while denying Islamic doctrine. That's not intellectual sophistication. That's intellectual dishonesty. The charge of heresy was controversial then, still is now. Some scholars thought Al-Ghazali went too far, that he was too harsh, too quick to exclude. Others thought he didn't go far enough. That philosophy itself was suspect. That reason itself was dangerous, but Al-Ghazali occupied a middle position. He wasn't anti-philosophy, he'd mastered philosophy, used it brilliantly, showed its value as a tool. But he was against philosophy claiming authority over revelation. He was against reason, pretending it could answer questions it couldn't answer. He was against philosophers remaking Islam in philosophy's image. The three charges of heresy were his line in the sand. These three positions specifically, not philosophy generally, not reason broadly, not intellectual inquiry as such, just these three claims that made Islamic faith incoherent, and he stood by those charges, never backed down, never softened them, because he believed something was at stake, something important, something worth defending, the integrity of Islamic teaching, the coherence of Islamic belief, the possibility of being Muslim meaning something specific. The philosophers had tried to make Islam compatible with their philosophy by changing what Islam meant. Al-Ghazali said, "No, if your philosophy contradicts Islam, that's a problem with your philosophy, not with Islam. You don't fix the problem by reinterpreting Islam until it says what you want it to say. You fix it by recognizing philosophy's limits, by acknowledging that some truths come through revelation, not reason, by accepting that some questions can't be answered by human intellect, by humbling yourself before divine teaching." This was the ultimate confrontation, not just between Al-Ghazali and the philosophers of his time, but between two ways of understanding the relationship between faith and reason, between revelation and philosophy, between divine teaching and human thought. The philosophers said, reason is supreme. When it conflicts with Scripture, reinterpret Scripture. Al-Ghazali said, reason is limited. When it can't prove something either way, defer to revelation. The philosophers said, we can figure out truth through pure thought. Al-Ghazali said, some truths must be received, not figured out. The philosophers said, philosophy is the highest human achievement. Everything else must conform to it. Al-Ghazali said, philosophy is a useful tool with clear limits. It serves wisdom, but isn't wisdom itself. Two fundamentally different visions, and Al-Ghazali drew the line at the three positions where the conflict was starkest, where the stakes were highest, where the implications were clearest: the eternity of the world, God's knowledge of particulars, bodily resurrection. On these three, he said, this is where philosophy overreaches, where it makes claims it can't support and contradicts revelation it should respect. This is where the philosophers stopped being philosophers and became missionaries for a different religion, a religion of reason, of philosophical speculation, of human intellectual achievement, dressed in Islamic language but fundamentally opposed to Islamic teaching. And Al-Ghazali wouldn't allow it, couldn't allow it, felt compelled to expose it, hence the charges of heresy. Harsh, perhaps, necessary. He thought so. Because sometimes tolerance becomes complicity. Sometimes open-mindedness becomes empty-headedness. Sometimes including everything means standing for nothing. And Al-Ghazali believed Islam stood for something, taught something, meant something, and that something was incompatible with these three philosophical positions. The war was won. The philosophers' certainty was demolished. Their overreach was exposed, but the cost was high. The battle was exhausting. The intellectual crisis was real. Al-Ghazali had taken the philosopher's system apart piece by piece, but in doing so, he'd also taken his own certainty apart. He'd shown the limits of reason, but he still needed to live, to act, to believe. He'd destroyed false confidence, but he still needed real confidence. He'd cleared the ground, but now something needed to be built on it, and that's where we're going next. To what comes after philosophy, to what fills the void left by demolished certainty, to Al-Ghazali's answer to the question, if reason can't give you truth, what can? Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff. Behind you is everything you know, everything you've built, everything you've trusted, your education, your career, your intellectual achievements, your certainty about how the world works. In front of you is nothing, empty air, a void you can't see across, and you have to jump, not because you want to, not because it makes sense, not because you've reasoned your way to the conclusion that jumping is the logical next step, but because standing still is no longer possible, because the ground beneath you is crumbling, because staying where you are means falling anyway. This is where Al-Ghazali found himself. He'd demolished the philosophers' certainty, exposed their assumptions, shown their limits, but in doing so, he'd also demolished his own ability to be certain through reason alone. He'd won the intellectual war, but he'd lost his intellectual peace. He couldn't go back to naive confidence, couldn't pretend he didn't see the problems, couldn't unthink what he'd thought, but he also couldn't move forward using the tools he'd just proven were inadequate. Reason couldn't save him. Logic couldn't guide him. Philosophy couldn't deliver him, because he'd shown that these tools, powerful as they are, can't provide the bedrock certainty he needed. They can critique, they can question, they can demolish bad arguments, but they can't build unshakable foundations, can't reach ultimate truth, can't give you something solid to stand on. So what do? The philosophers would say, give up, embrace uncertainty, accept that we're floating in a sea of probability and best guesses. But that's not livable. Not for someone who needs to act, to choose, to commit, to live a meaningful life. You can't spend every moment paralyzed by doubt. Can't question every step before you take it. Can't analyze every decision into indecision. At some point, you have to trust something, commit to something, believe in something. But what, and why, and how? This is the crisis Al-Ghazali lived through, and what happened next is remarkable. He didn't figure his way out. He was found. He describes it in his autobiography, Deliverance from Error. He writes about months of psychological paralysis, unable to teach, unable to function. Physically, sick from intellectual crisis, his tongue wouldn't speak, his mind wouldn't settle, his heart wouldn't rest. And then, he says, something happened, not through reasoning, not through study, not through philosophical insight, but through direct intervention, divine action, a light cast into his heart. He couldn't produce it, couldn't earn it, couldn't think his way to it. It was given, received, experienced, and it gave him the certainty that reason couldn't provide. Now, the philosophers would immediately object. This is just emotion, subjectivity, personal experience that can't be verified or validated. How do you know this light was real? How do you know it wasn't self-deception? How do you distinguish divine experience from delusion? These are fair questions, important questions, and Al-Ghazali had an answer, but not the answer philosophers wanted. He said, you can't know from the outside, can't judge from a distance, can't verify through rational proof. You can only know by experiencing it yourself. It's like trying to explain color to someone blind from birth, or taste to someone without a tongue, or love to someone who's never felt it. You can describe it, analyze it, talk about it philosophically, but until they experience it directly, they don't really know what you're talking about. Mystical experience is like that. Direct knowledge of the divine is like that. Certainty through encounter is like that. It's not less real because it's experiential. It's not less valid because it's personal. It's not less true because it can't be proven to skeptics. Some knowledge comes through experience, not through argument. Some truths are known by acquaintance, not by description. Some certainties arise from encounter, not from demonstration. And this, Al-Ghazali realized, is what the prophets had, what the mystics discovered, what the Sufis cultivated. A way of knowing that doesn't go through rational demonstration, a path to truth that doesn't depend on philosophical proof, a source of certainty that transcends logical inference. This was revolutionary. Not because mystical experience was new to Islam, it wasn't. But because Al-Ghazali was saying it as the greatest philosopher and theologian of his age. He wasn't a naive believer who'd never engaged with philosophy. He was a master philosopher who'd gone beyond philosophy. He wasn't rejecting reason from ignorance. He was transcending reason from experience. He'd climbed the ladder of philosophical achievement to the very top. And from that height, he could see that there was something higher still. Not higher in the sense of more sophisticated arguments, but higher in the sense of a different kind of knowledge altogether. The philosophers knew about God, through inference, through deduction, through rational proof. The mystics knew God, through experience, through encounter, through direct awareness. The difference is everything. Knowing about someone isn't the same as knowing them. Reading about love isn't the same as being in love. Studying fire isn't the same as being burned. The philosophers had built elaborate theories about God, complex arguments for his existence, sophisticated descriptions of his attributes. But they didn't know him. Not really, not personally, not experientially. They knew propositions about God, not God himself. And Al-Ghazali had discovered propositions aren't enough. Arguments aren't enough. Theories aren't enough. At some point, you need encounter, relationship, direct knowing. This is what pushed him towards Sufism, the mystical tradition within Islam, the path of those who seek direct experience of the divine, who cultivate spiritual states, who practice disciplines that open the heart to God's presence. The philosophers had dismissed these people as irrational, emotional, unsophisticated, people who couldn't handle the rigors of philosophical thought, who needed comforting experiences because they couldn't accept hard truths. Al-Ghazali now saw this was backwards. The Sufis weren't intellectually inferior to philosophers. They were epistemologically superior. They'd found a way to know that the philosophers hadn't found. They'd accessed truths the philosophers couldn't access. They'd achieved certainties the philosophers couldn't achieve, not because they were smarter, but because they'd gone beyond the mind. They'd discovered that some knowledge requires more than thinking. It requires preparation, purification, practice. It requires what the Sufis call the cleansing of the heart. Because the heart, in Islamic psychology, is the organ of spiritual perception, the faculty that can directly apprehend divine realities. But most people's hearts are clouded, covered, veiled by attachments, desires, distractions, like a mirror covered in dust. The mirror is still there, still has the capacity to reflect, but it can't reflect clearly until it's cleaned. The Sufi path is about cleaning that mirror, polishing the heart, removing the veils, through specific practices, ethical disciplines, spiritual exercises, remembrance of God, detachment from worldly concerns, not as arbitrary rituals, but as a technology of transformation, a method for developing the capacity to perceive what's always there, but usually hidden. Al-Ghazali began walking this path, practicing these disciplines, engaging in these exercises, and he describes what happened, experiences of certainty that didn't come through reasoning, knowledge that arose without inference, truth that appeared without argument. The philosophers would call this delusion, self-hypnosis, wish fulfillment. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, how would you know? Have you practiced these disciplines? Have you purified your heart? Have you cultivated these capacities? If not, you're like someone who's never tasted honey declaring that honey isn't sweet. You're not making an informed judgment. You're just expressing your ignorance. The philosophers claimed rational proof was the only valid path to knowledge, but they couldn't prove that claim. It was an assumption, a philosophical prejudice, a limitation of imagination. Why should reason be the only faculty capable of grasping truth? Why couldn't there be other ways of knowing, other modes of perception, other paths to certainty? The philosophers assumed there weren't, but they never proved it. They just took it for granted. Al-Ghazali had broken free of that assumption. He'd discovered through experience that there are ways of knowing beyond rational demonstration, that direct experience can give certainty, that spiritual perception can grasp truths. That mystical encounter can provide knowledge. This didn't mean abandoning reason, or rejecting philosophy, or embracing irrationality. It meant recognizing that reason is one tool among many. Philosophy is one path among several. Rational demonstration is one way of knowing, not the only way. Reason is excellent for certain things. Analyzing arguments, exposing contradictions, clarifying concepts, showing what can't be proven. But reason can't give you everything you need, can't answer every question, can't provide every kind of knowledge. For some truths, you need revelation, the words of prophets who've received direct communication from God. For some truths, you need experience, the direct encounter with realities that can't be fully captured in propositions. For some truths, you need practice, the cultivation of faculties that most people leave undeveloped. This is Al-Ghazali's mature epistemology, his theory of knowledge after philosophy, not anti-intellectual, but trans-rational, beyond reason, not beneath it. Recognizing multiple sources of knowledge, multiple paths to truth, multiple ways of being certain, and understanding that different sources are appropriate for different kinds of questions. Want to know whether an argument is logically valid? Use reason. Want to know what God commands? Consult revelation. Want to know God himself? Seek direct experience. Each source has its proper domain. Each method has its appropriate use. Each path has its valid applications. The mistake is trying to use one source for everything, one method for all questions, one path as the only path. That's what the philosophers did. They tried to make reason answer questions it couldn't answer. They tried to use philosophical demonstration to grasp realities that transcend demonstration. They tried to think their way to truths that can only be experienced, and they failed. Necessarily. Because they were using the wrong tool for the job. It's like trying to see music or hear colors. You're using the wrong faculty. It won't work no matter how hard you try. Al-Ghazali had learned this the hard way, through crisis, through breakdown, through the collapse of intellectual certainty. But on the other side of that collapse, he found something better. Not new arguments, but new capacities. Not better proofs, but direct knowing. He describes states of awareness where truths became self-evident, not through reasoning to them, but through perceiving them directly. States where God's reality wasn't an inference from premises, but a presence impossible to deny. States where certainty wasn't the conclusion of an argument, but the content of immediate experience. This is what saved him from the abyss of doubt, not a better philosophical system, but a different way of knowing, altogether. And it's what he began teaching, not just the criticism of philosophy, but the path beyond philosophy. Not just what's wrong with the philosopher's approach, but what's right about the mystic's approach. He wrote extensively about both. His critique of philosophy in The Incoherence of the Philosophers, his exposition of the mystical path in works like The Revival of the Religious Sciences. Together, they form a complete vision, a comprehensive answer to the question, how do we know? The answer, through multiple paths. Reason, revelation, and experience. Philosophy, prophecy, and mysticism. Thought, transmission, and transformation. Each has its place. Each has its value. Each provides something the others can't provide. This was Al-Ghazali's synthesis, his contribution, his legacy. Not just tearing down philosophical arrogance, but building up a richer, fuller, more complete approach to truth. An approach that honored reason while transcending it. That used philosophy while recognizing its limits. That appreciated intellectual rigor while acknowledging spiritual realities. The philosophers had tried to fit everything into the narrow box of rational demonstration. Al-Ghazali showed the box was too small. Reality was bigger, truth was richer, knowledge was more varied, and the path to wisdom required more than just thinking clearly. It required living rightly, practicing disciplines, cultivating character, purifying the heart. It required becoming a certain kind of person, not just learning certain kinds of arguments, because some knowledge is transformative. It doesn't just inform you, it changes you, makes you different, makes you capable of perceiving what you couldn't perceive before. This is why the mystical path involves ethical discipline, not as arbitrary rules, but as preparation. You can't see clearly if your desires cloud your vision, can't think straight if your attachments distort your perception, can't perceive divine realities if your heart is occupied with worldly concerns. The purification isn't punishment, it's preparation, training, developing the faculties needed for higher knowledge, like an athlete training their body, or a musician training their ear, or a mathematician training their mind. You're developing capacities, building abilities, becoming capable of something you weren't capable of before. The philosophers thought everyone already had all the capacities needed for truth. Just use your reason and you'll get there. Al-Ghazali showed some capacities need to be developed, some faculties need to be cultivated, some abilities need to be practiced, and that development, that cultivation, that practice requires more than reading books and constructing arguments. It requires a whole way of life, a path, a discipline, a transformation. This is what he found beyond reason's edge, not an abyss, but a new landscape, not emptiness, but fullness, not less knowledge, but more, not inferior certainty, but superior, the certainty of direct experience, the knowledge of personal encounter, the truth of transformation. The philosophers never got there, because they never jumped. They stood at the edge of reason's capacity and declared, "This is as far as truth goes." Al-Ghazali stood at the same edge and declared, "This is where the real journey begins, beyond argument, beyond proof, beyond rational demonstration, into the realm of immediate knowing, of direct perception, of transformative encounter." This didn't make him anti-philosophical. He continued using philosophy, continued teaching logic, continued analyzing arguments. But he did it from a different place, with a different understanding, with a different foundation. Not philosophy as the source of certainty, but philosophy as a tool in service of wisdom. Not reason as the ultimate authority, but reason as a valuable servant. Not logic as the path to God, but logic as a skill useful for many things, while insufficient for the most important thing. The most important thing being actually knowing God, not just knowing about Him, actually experiencing certainty, not just constructing arguments for belief, actually being transformed, not just accumulating information. This is Al-Ghazali's gift to intellectual history, not just the critique of philosophy, but the vision of what lies beyond it, not just showing what reason can't do, but pointing toward what other faculties can do, not just demolishing false certainty, but indicating where real certainty might be found. He jumped, and he found solid ground on the other side, not the ground of logical proof, but the ground of lived experience, not the foundation of philosophical demonstration, but the foundation of direct knowing, not the bedrock of rational argument, but the bedrock of spiritual encounter. And from that ground he could finally speak with real authority, not borrowed, not constructed. Not argued into existence, but earned, experienced, known. The philosophers claimed authority they didn't have, certainty they couldn't justify, knowledge they couldn't possess. Al-Ghazali found authority they couldn't claim, certainty they couldn't understand, knowledge they couldn't access, because he'd gone where they refused to go, beyond reason's edge, into the territory of transformed consciousness and direct divine encounter. And that journey changed everything, for him and for everyone who came after. Every intellectual earthquake has aftershocks, tremors that continue long after the main event, ripples that spread across centuries, cracks that keep widening in unexpected directions. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy was that kind of earthquake, and we're still feeling the aftershocks today, nearly 1,000 years later. The question is, what kind of aftershocks? What did his critique actually accomplish? What world did it create? The answers depend on who you ask, and when you ask them. Because Al-Ghazali's legacy is complicated, contested, contradictory. Some see him as a hero, the man who saved Islamic faith from philosophical corruption, who exposed intellectual arrogance, who redirected Islamic civilization towards spiritual authenticity. Others see him as a villain, the man who killed Islamic philosophy, who ended the golden age of Islamic science, who closed the door on rational inquiry. Both narratives exist, both have evidence, both can't be entirely right. So let's look at what actually happened, starting with the immediate aftermath. Al-Ghazali's incoherence of the philosophers hit like a bomb. It couldn't be ignored. It was too sophisticated, too rigorous, too devastating in its arguments. The philosophers had to respond, and they tried. The most famous response came from Ibn Rushd, known in the West as Averroes. He was born in Muslim Spain, decades after Al-Ghazali's death, and he considered it his mission to defend philosophy against Al-Ghazali's assault. He wrote, "The Incoherence of the Incoherence," a point-by-point refutation of Al-Ghazali's critiques. The title itself was provocative, a declaration that Al-Ghazali's arguments were themselves incoherent. Ibn Rushd argued that Al-Ghazali had misunderstood the philosophers, misrepresented their positions, made straw-man arguments. He tried to show that philosophy and revelation were compatible, that reason and faith addressed different domains, that you didn't have to choose between them. He was brilliant, sophisticated, intellectually formidable, and he lost, not because his arguments were bad, they weren't, not because he wasn't smart enough, he was, but because the cultural moment had shifted. The appetite for bold philosophical speculation had waned. Al-Ghazali had planted doubt, made people suspicious of philosophers' claims, raised questions about whether reason could really deliver what it promised, and that doubt spread, took root, changed the conversation. In the Islamic world, philosophy never fully recovered the prestige it had before Al-Ghazali. It continued, scholars still studied it, still wrote about it, still engaged with it, but it was different, more defensive, less confident, less central to Islamic intellectual life. The momentum shifted toward theology, law, and mysticism, toward disciplines that acknowledged revelation's authority, that accepted reason's limits. Was this Al-Ghazali's fault? Did he kill Islamic philosophy? That's the accusation, and it's been repeated for centuries, especially by Western scholars. Looking at Islamic intellectual history, they see a golden age of Islamic science and philosophy in the 9th through 11th centuries. Brilliant minds, groundbreaking discoveries, sophisticated arguments. Then Al-Ghazali appears, and afterward, decline, stagnation, the end of that golden age. The implication, Al-Ghazali's anti-philosophical critique killed the spirit of inquiry, closed minds, ended intellectual progress. But this narrative is too simple, too neat, too convenient for those who want to blame religion for scientific decline. First, Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-science. He wasn't anti-mathematics. He wasn't even entirely anti-philosophy. He distinguished between different types of philosophical inquiry. He accepted logic, valued mathematics, had no problem with natural philosophy as a descriptive enterprise. His critique was narrower, more specific, aimed at metaphysical claims that couldn't be proven, at philosophical certainty about ultimate questions, at reason overreaching its domain. He never said, "Stop studying nature, stop investigating causes, stop developing mathematics." He said, "Stop claiming you can prove God's nature through pure reason. Stop dismissing revelation because it conflicts with your philosophical assumptions. Stop pretending philosophy gives you certainty about questions it can't answer." That's different from attacking science or rational inquiry generally. Second, the decline of Islamic science had many causes: political fragmentation, Mongol invasions, economic shifts, the closing of major centers of learning. To blame it all on one book by one scholar is historically naive. Civilizations rise and fall for complex reasons. Economic, political, social, military ideas matter, but they're not the only thing that matters, and they don't operate in a vacuum. Third, philosophy continued in the Islamic world after Al-Ghazali, just in different forms, with different emphases, in different locations. In Persia, illuminationist philosophy flourished. Suhrawardi created sophisticated systems that tried to integrate reason and mystical experience. In the Ottoman Empire, philosophical inquiry continued for centuries. Commentaries, debates, new developments. It wasn't the vibrant, confident, speculative philosophy of the earlier period. But it wasn't dead either. The story is more complex than Al-Ghazali killed philosophy. But here's what he did do. Undeniably. Intentionally. He changed the hierarchy of knowledge in Islamic civilization. Before Al-Ghazali, philosophy was ascending, gaining prestige, claiming authority, positioning itself as the highest form of knowledge. After Al-Ghazali, philosophy was humbled, put in its place, acknowledged as useful but limited. Theology reasserted its primacy. Mysticism gained legitimacy. Revealed knowledge regained authority. The question is, was this good or bad? From one perspective, it's terrible. A tragedy. The closing of the Islamic mind. Philosophy represents open inquiry, rational investigation, the courage to question everything, the refusal to accept authority without proof. When you subordinate philosophy to theology, you're saying, some questions are off limits, some conclusions are predetermined, some truths can't be questioned. That's the death of free inquiry, the end of intellectual courage, the victory of dogma over reason. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is disaster. He gave religious authorities a weapon against philosophical inquiry. He made it respectable to reject reason in favor of revelation. He closed doors that should have stayed open. But from another perspective, it's exactly right. A necessary correction. The restoration of proper hierarchy. Philosophy had become arrogant, overconfident, dismissive of revelation and tradition. Philosophers were using unproven assumptions to override clear religious teachings. They were claiming certainty about things they couldn't know. They were making religion conform to philosophy rather than the reverse. Someone needed to expose this, needed to show that the emperor had no clothes, needed to demonstrate that philosophical certainty was often philosophical arrogance. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is heroic. He defended faith against intellectual corruption. He preserved Islamic teaching from philosophical distortion. He maintained the integrity of revealed religion. So which is it? Hero or villain? Savior or destroyer? Maybe the question is wrong. Maybe the legacy is mixed. Maybe he was both right and dangerous. Right about philosophy's limits. Right that reason can't prove everything. Right that some knowledge comes through experience rather than argument. But dangerous in how his critique could be weaponized. how it could be used to shut down legitimate inquiry, how it could justify intellectual laziness masquerading as piety. Al-Ghazali himself would probably reject both extremes. He valued reason, used it brilliantly, never advocated abandoning intellectual rigor. But he also saw its limits, recognized its boundaries, understood that some truths lie beyond its reach. His goal wasn't to kill philosophy. It was to right-size it, to put it in proper perspective, to acknowledge both its power and its limitations. The problem is, ideas have consequences you can't always control. Al-Ghazali wrote sophisticated, nuanced arguments, but not everyone who read them understood the nuance. Some people took his critique as permission to reject all philosophy, to distrust all rational inquiry, to retreat into pure traditionalism. That wasn't his intention, but it was one result. Similarly, his embrace of mysticism opened important doors, made space for experiential knowledge, legitimized spiritual practice as a path to truth. But it also created problems, because mystical experience is subjective, hard to verify, easy to fake, prone to excess and delusion. Al-Ghazali knew this, warned about it, tried to provide guidelines for distinguishing authentic spiritual experience from self-deception. But again, not everyone paid attention to the nuances. Some used mysticism as an excuse for anti-intellectualism, for rejecting any attempt at rational analysis. The legacy is messy, as legacies usually are. But here's what's undeniable. Al-Ghazali changed the conversation, permanently. After him, no serious Islamic thinker could ignore the questions he raised. Can philosophy prove what it claims to prove? What are reason's limits? How do you balance revelation and rational inquiry? What role should mystical experience play in religious knowledge? These became unavoidable questions, central debates, issues every sophisticated thinker had to address. In that sense, Al-Ghazali's critique was generative. It created new lines of inquiry, sparked new debates, forced new sophistication. Even Ibn Rushd's response, his attempt to refute Al-Ghazali, shows this. It's a more careful, more nuanced defense of philosophy than what came before. Because Ibn Rushd had to take Al-Ghazali's objections seriously, had to address them carefully, had to develop more sophisticated arguments. That's the paradox. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy made philosophy better, more rigorous, more aware of its assumptions, more careful about its claims. The lazy, overconfident philosophy that claimed to prove everything. That died. And maybe it needed to. But careful, humble, sophisticated philosophy, that could still flourish. And in some places, it did. Now, let's zoom out. Because Al-Ghazali's impact wasn't limited to Islamic civilization. His ideas reached medieval Europe through translations, influenced Christian scholastic theology, shaped how Europeans thought about the relationship between faith and reason. Thomas Aquinas, the great Catholic theologian, engaged with Al-Ghazali's arguments, sometimes agreeing, sometimes disagreeing, always taking them seriously. The questions Al-Ghazali raised about causation influenced later European philosophers. David Hume's skepticism about causation echoes Al-Ghazali's occasionalism, though Hume probably didn't read him directly. The debate about faith and reason that Al-Ghazali helped shape in Islam became central to European intellectual history too. So, his influence spread, transformed, took on new forms in new contexts. Today, nearly 1,000 years later, what's his relevance? In the Islamic world, he remains towering, one of the most important figures in Islamic intellectual history. Studied, debated, revered, criticized. In the broader world, he's less known, but the questions he raised remain urgent. In an age of scientific confidence, where many believe science can answer all meaningful questions, Al-Ghazali's skepticism about reason's reach is worth reconsidering, not as anti-science, but as a reminder that science has limits, that not all questions are scientific questions, that not all knowledge is empirical knowledge. In an age of religious fundamentalism, where some want simple certainty and reject intellectual inquiry, Al-Ghazali's sophisticated engagement with philosophy is instructive. He didn't reject reason. He used it, mastered it, showed its power while acknowledging its limits. That's different from anti-intellectualism. It's sophisticated intellectualism that knows its boundaries. In an age of spiritual seeking, where many look for meaning beyond materialism, Al-Ghazali's mystical turn offers a path, not away from reason, but beyond it, to direct experience, to transformation, to knowledge that changes you. But with Al-Ghazali, you get intellectual rigor alongside mystical experience, critical thinking alongside spiritual practice, philosophy alongside transformation. That integration is rare and valuable. So what's the final verdict? What do we make of Al-Ghazali's legacy? Perhaps this: he was right about the questions. Profoundly. Right about philosophy's limits, about reason's boundaries, about the need for multiple paths to knowledge. He was sophisticated about the answers, offering a vision that honored reason while transcending it, that used philosophy while recognizing its insufficiency, that integrated multiple ways of knowing. But he couldn't control how his ideas would be used, how they'd be simplified, how they'd be weaponized by some and ignored by others. That's the fate of all influential thinkers. Their ideas take on lives of their own, get interpreted and misinterpreted, used for purposes they never intended. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy's monopoly on knowledge. That was necessary. Philosophy had overreached, claimed too much, dismissed other ways of knowing too easily. But some people took the breaking too far, used it to reject all philosophy, all rational inquiry, all intellectual rigor. That's not what Al-Ghazali wanted, but it's part of what happened. So we're left with a mixed legacy, a complicated inheritance, a set of insights that cut multiple ways. And maybe that's appropriate, because the questions Al-Ghazali raised don't have simple answers. How do you balance faith and reason? How do you honor both revelation and rational inquiry? How do you acknowledge multiple paths to truth without descending into relativism? These are hard questions, eternal questions. Questions every thoughtful person must wrestle with. Al-Ghazali didn't solve them definitively. He couldn't. They're not the kind of questions that have final solutions, but he illuminated them, showed their complexity, demonstrated why easy answers won't work, and he modeled something important: the courage to question your own certainty, the honesty to admit what you don't know, the humility to recognize your tool's limitations. He was at the peak of intellectual achievement, the most respected scholar of his age, secure in his position and prestige, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly, to question more deeply, to seek more authentically. That's rare. That takes courage. That matters. So here's the question I'll leave you with. The question Al-Ghazali forces us to confront. What are you certain about? And how do you know? Not what do you believe, not what seems likely, but what are you absolutely certain about? And on what grounds? If you're honest, if you push hard enough, if you follow Al-Ghazali's example of radical questioning, you'll probably find your certainties are fewer than you thought, that some things you took for granted are actually assumptions, that some beliefs you held confidently are actually probabilities, that some knowledge you claimed was actually trust, and that's okay. That's not weakness, that's honesty, because false certainty is worse than acknowledged uncertainty. Pretending to know what you don't know is worse than admitting you don't know. Al-Ghazali taught that lesson, lived that lesson, suffered through that lesson. And on the other side, he found something better than false certainty. He found a richer, more complex, more honest relationship with truth, one that honored reason without worshipping it, that used philosophy without being enslaved by it, that acknowledged mystery without abandoning intellect. That's his gift to us, Not a final answer, but a better way of asking the question, not solved problems, but deeper understanding of why the problems are hard. Not certainty about everything, but clarity about what we can and can't know. And for some questions, for some truths, for some encounters with reality, an invitation to go beyond knowing about and seek knowing directly, to jump beyond reason's edge and see what's there, to experience rather than just theorize, to be transformed rather than just informed. Nearly 1,000 years later, the invitation still stands, the questions still press, the challenge still beckons. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy, but he didn't leave us with nothing. He left us with something harder, something richer, something more real. The acknowledgement that we're finite creatures reaching for infinite truth, limited minds grasping at unlimited reality, temporal beings trying to understand the eternal, and in that acknowledgement, there's honesty, there's humility, there's the beginning of real wisdom, not the false wisdom of those who claim to have figured it all out, but the real wisdom of those who know how much they don't know, and who keep seeking anyway, keep questioning, keep reaching, keep being transformed by truth rather than just accumulating information about it. That's Al-Ghazali's legacy. Messy, complicated, contested, but profound. The man who broke philosophy, and in breaking it, opened something deeper, something truer, something more worth seeking. The question is, will you seek it? Will you question your certainties? Will you jump? Or will you stay on solid ground, comfortable in your assumptions, certain in your philosophies, confident in your reasoned conclusions? Al-Ghazali jumped and found solid ground on the other side, a different kind of solid ground, not built by reason, but given by grace, experienced directly, known certainly. The philosophers never jumped, never found that ground, never knew that certainty. They stayed at reason's edge, declaring there was nothing beyond, that what they could see was all there was, that their certainty was sufficient. They were wrong. Al-Ghazali proved they were wrong by jumping, by experiencing, by knowing. And now the question comes to you, standing where he stood, facing what he faced, choosing what he chose. Will you trust reason alone? Or will you seek what lies beyond it? Will you stay with philosophy? Or will you transcend it? Will you claim certainty you can't justify? Or will you embrace the uncertainty that leads to deeper truth? The throne of knowledge still stands, but it's empty now. No one sits there with absolute confidence anymore. Thanks to Al-Ghazali, we know better. We know the throne was always a fiction. The certainty was always false. The philosophers were always overreaching. And in knowing that, in accepting that, in living with that, we become more human, more honest, more real. That's the final legacy. Not answers, but better questions. Not certainty, but authentic seeking. Not knowledge about everything, but wisdom about ourselves. The man who broke philosophy and showed us what comes after. So here we are. You've followed Al-Ghazali through his intellectual war, his personal crisis, his devastating critiques, his mystical transformation. You've seen him dismantle the philosopher's certainty, question the foundations of knowledge, challenge the limits of reason itself. You've watched him break philosophy and discover what lies beyond it. But now comes the real question. The question he asked himself. The question he forces us to ask. The question that matters more than any philosophical argument or theological debate. What are you certain about? Not, what do you believe? Not what seems reasonable. Not what you've been taught or what makes sense. But what are you absolutely, unshakably, undoubtedly certain about? Take a moment. Really think about it. Is it your senses? That what you see and hear and touch is real? Al-Ghazali showed that dreams feel just as real. That perception can deceive. That you can't prove you're not dreaming right now. Is it your reason? That logic gives you reliable truth. Al-Ghazali showed that reason rests on unprovable assumptions. That you can't use logic to prove logic works. that the foundation is shakier than you thought? Is it science? That empirical investigation reveals reality. Science is powerful, incredibly powerful, but it rests on assumptions too. That nature is uniform, that the future will resemble the past, that our instruments are reliable. Can you prove those assumptions? Or do you just trust them? Is it your beliefs, your worldview, your understanding of how things are? How many of those beliefs did you reason your way to? And how many did you absorb from culture, family, education, experience? How many could you defend under rigorous questioning? How many would crumble if you pushed hard enough? This isn't meant to make you despair. It's meant to make you honest. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't that you can't know anything. It's that you know less than you think you know. And admitting that isn't weakness, it's courage. The courage to question everything, even your own mind, even your own certainties, even the tools you use to be certain. Most people never do this. They accept their certainties uncritically, live their whole lives on unexamined foundations, never look down to see what they're standing on. Al-Ghazali looked down and saw the abyss and nearly fell in. But he emerged with something more valuable than false certainty. He emerged with wisdom. The wisdom to know the difference between what you know and what you believe, between what you've proven and what you've assumed, between certainty and faith. Because here's what he discovered. Everyone has faith in something. The religious person has faith in revelation. The philosopher has faith in reason. The scientist has faith in empirical method. The question isn't whether you have faith, it's what you have faith in, and why, and whether you're honest enough to admit it's faith. The philosophers weren't. They called their faith rational demonstration, called their assumptions self-evident truths, called their beliefs necessary conclusions. But it was faith all along. They just didn't have the courage to admit it. Al-Ghazali had that courage. And that's what makes him worth studying nearly 1,000 years later. Not because he had all the answers. He didn't. Nobody does. But because he asked the right questions, questioned honestly, followed the truth wherever it led, even when it cost him everything. He was at the peak of success, the most respected scholar of his age, secure, comfortable, certain, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly. He walked away from his position, his prestige, his intellectual certainty, because staying where he was meant living a lie, pretending to know what he didn't know, teaching with confidence he no longer felt and he couldn't do it. His integrity wouldn't let him. That's rare, that's admirable, that's worth emulating. Not the specific conclusions he reached. You might agree with them or not. That's between you and your own search for truth. But the method, the honesty, the courage, the willingness to question everything and follow where the questions lead, that's what matters. That's what endures. That's what we need more of today, because we live in an age of false certainties on all sides, from all perspectives. People who claim to know things they can't possibly know, who speak with confidence about questions that should inspire humility, who dismiss other viewpoints without really understanding them. Al-Ghazali offers a different path, a harder path, but a more honest one. The path of rigorous questioning, of acknowledged uncertainty, of seeking truth rather than defending positions. He didn't destroy philosophy. That's the wrong way to understand his legacy. He showed us what philosophy can and cannot do. What it can do: clarify thinking, expose bad arguments, analyze concepts, show what can't be proven, demonstrate contradictions, sharpen the mind. What it cannot do: give absolute certainty, answer every question, reach ultimate truth through reason alone, replace experience with argument, substitute thinking for transformation. That's a profound insight, one that remains relevant today, because we still make philosophy's mistake. We still think we can reason our way to everything, still believe arguments are enough. still confuse intellectual understanding with real knowing. Al-Ghazali reminds us, some truths must be lived to be known. Some realities must be experienced to be understood. Some knowledge requires transformation, not just information. That's not anti-intellectual. It's recognizing that intellect is one tool among many. Powerful but limited. Valuable but insufficient. You need your mind. But you need more than your mind. You need experience, practice, transformation, encounter with realities that transcend conceptual understanding, whether that's mystical experience, as Al-Ghazali found, or some other path to direct knowing, or simply the wisdom that comes from living deeply and honestly. The point is, don't mistake the map for the territory. Don't confuse thinking about truth for encountering truth. Don't assume that because you can argue something, you therefore know it. This is Al-Ghazali's final gift, not a philosophical system, but a way of being in the world. Humble about what you know, honest about what you don't, courageous enough to question, open enough to experience, wise enough to integrate multiple ways of knowing, philosophy without arrogance, faith without dogmatism, experience without delusion, reason without worship of reason. That's the integration he achieved, the balance he modeled, the wisdom he embodied. And it's still possible today, still necessary today, still worth pursuing today. So what now? Where do you go from here? That's up to you. That's always up to you. But maybe start with the question, the haunting question, the honest question. What are you certain about, and how do you know? Sit with that question. Don't rush to answer it. Let it disturb you. Let it shake your assumptions. Let it reveal the foundations you've been standing on. And if you find those foundations shakier than you thought, good. That's the beginning of wisdom. If you discover you've been claiming certainty you don't have, good. That's the beginning of honesty. If you realize you need to question more, seek more, go deeper, good. That's the beginning of real knowing. Al-Ghazali's journey isn't over, because the questions he raised never go away. The challenges he faced are eternal human challenges. The need to balance faith and reason, to honor both intellect and experience, to seek truth honestly rather than defend positions comfortably. These are your challenges now, your questions, your journey. And maybe, like Al-Ghazali, you'll discover that the journey leads beyond where you expected. That truth is stranger and richer than your categories can contain. That reality resists being reduced to any single system. Maybe you'll find, as he did, that losing false certainty opens you to real knowing. That admitting you don't know is the first step to actually knowing. That jumping beyond reason's edge reveals solid ground you couldn't see from where you were standing. Or maybe you'll find something different, your own path, your own truths, your own way of integrating what can be thought and what must be experienced. That's fine. That's as it should be. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't do exactly what I did. It's have the courage to seek honestly, question deeply, live authentically, know the difference between what you know and what you believe, and never, ever confuse confidence with certainty, or arguments with truth, or intellectual understanding with wisdom. The philosophers made that mistake. And it took a man who'd mastered their entire system to show them where they'd gone wrong. Don't make the same mistake. Don't let 4 hours of watching a documentary make you feel like you've understood everything. You've been introduced to questions, not given final answers. You've seen one man's journey, not been shown the only path. You've encountered ideas, not acquired certainty. What you do with those questions, that journey, those ideas, that's your work now. Your responsibility, your adventure. Al-Ghazali can't take that journey for you. I can't take it for you. No one. You have to walk it yourself, question it yourself, discover it yourself, live it yourself. But now you know the questions are worth asking. The journey is worth taking. The truth is worth seeking. even when it costs you, even when it disturbs you, even when it requires you to let go of certainties you cherished. Because false certainty is a prison, and Al-Ghazali offers the key, not a key to new certainties, but a key to honest uncertainty, to real seeking, to authentic knowing. Will you use it? Will you question? Will you seek? Will you jump? Or will you stay comfortable in your assumptions, safe in your beliefs, certain in your philosophies? The choice is yours. It always has been. It always will. Al-Ghazali made his choice. The philosophers made theirs. And the difference between them echoes across 1,000 years. Now it's your turn. Your choice. Your journey. Make it honestly. Make it courageously. Make it wisely. And maybe, just maybe, you'll discover what Al-Ghazali discovered. That beyond the edge of reason lies not emptiness, but fullness. Not less truth, but more. Not the end of knowing, but the beginning. The throne of knowledge is empty. The philosopher's certainty is gone. The old confident systems have crumbled. But that's not tragedy. That's opportunity. Opportunity to seek truth more honestly than they did. To know more authentically than they could. To integrate what they left separate. The opportunity is yours. The questions are waiting. The journey beckons. Will you begin?
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your presence here helps these quiet explorations of wisdom reach others seeking understanding in the stillness of evening. Picture, if you will, the southern coast of England in the spring of 1588. The Spanish Armada approaches across dark waters, the greatest invasion fleet the world has ever seen. Rumours race through villages faster than horses can carry them. War is coming. Terror grips the hearts of common folk who know their homes lie in the path of empires at war. In a small parish near Malmesbury, a vicar's wife goes into labour 2 months early, her body responding to the fear that saturates the very air she breathes. The child born that April morning would later write about his own arrival with characteristic bluntness. "Fear and I," he said, "were born twins together." The boy was Thomas Hobbes, and he would grow to become one of the most brilliant, controversial and misunderstood minds in the history of human thought. His enemies would call him the monster of Malmesbury. His books would be burned. Both sides of a civil war would despise him. Yet his ideas would change the world more profoundly than almost any philosopher before or since. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, we embark on a journey into the mind of a man who dared to ask the most uncomfortable questions about human nature, about power, about why we live together in societies at all. Hobbes witnessed his world tear itself apart in civil war. He watched a king lose his head on a scaffold. He lived through chaos that made him question everything people believed about government, about morality, about the very foundations of civilization. And from that darkness, he constructed a vision so stark, so unflinching, that it still has the power to disturb us more than 3 centuries after his death. But here's the mystery we'll unravel together as you drift towards sleep. Why would a philosopher who seemed to defend absolute monarchy actually plant the seeds of modern democracy? How could the man who wrote the most authoritarian-sounding political theory in Western philosophy also undermine every traditional justification for political power? And what did he see about human beings that was so terrible he believed only the most powerful authority could save us from ourselves? Settle in. Let your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll discover why Thomas Hobbes described human life without government in words that have echoed through history. We'll understand why he believed we needed what he called a leviathan, a great artificial monster of our own creation, to protect us from something even more terrifying. And perhaps, as you rest in the safety of your home tonight, doors locked, protected by laws you barely think about, you'll recognize that you're living proof of Hobbes's most controversial claim about what human beings truly need to survive. The story begins not with grand philosophy, but with disgrace and abandonment. Thomas Hobbes's father was a vicar, but not the sort of gentle shepherd of souls you might imagine. Thomas Hobbes Sr. was what people in Elizabethan England called a man of the cloth, only in the most technical sense. He was quick-tempered, uneducated beyond the basics required for his position, and apparently more comfortable with playing cards than with prayer. The biographical details that survive paint a portrait of a man fundamentally unsuited to the pastoral care of human souls. One Saturday night in 1604, after playing cards through the evening and into the early morning hours, the elder Hobbes stumbled into his church for Sunday services still half asleep. In the middle of the service, as parishioners bowed their heads in solemn devotion, the vicar's voice rang out clearly through the stone building, "Trafels is trumps! Clubs are trumps." He had cried out in his sleep, still lost in the card game that had occupied his Saturday night. If that had been the extent of his father's failures, young Thomas might have grown up in relative stability, the son of a merely incompetent clergyman in a small English town. But Thomas Hobbes Sr. had a temper to match his poor judgment. When another local clergyman, Richard Jean, criticised him, or perhaps simply crossed him in some way the details are lost to history, the vicar's response was not prayer or reasoned argument, but violence. In the churchyard itself, in sight of God and congregation, Thomas Hobbes Sr. struck Richard Jean, and then, realising the magnitude of what he had done, fled. He abandoned everything: his position, his home, his reputation, and most significantly, his 3 children. Thomas was 16 years old when his father disappeared from his life forever. The scandal, the whispers, the sudden poverty, the shame of being associated with a man who had brawled at the church door and then run away rather than face consequences, all of this marked young Thomas in ways that would echo through his later philosophy. But young Thomas was fortunate in one respect. His uncle, Francis Hobbes, was a wealthy glover in Malmesbury, a man who had done well in the emerging commercial economy of late Elizabethan England. Francis had no children of his own, and he recognized something in his disgraced brother's son: intelligence, a hunger for learning, a mind that could perhaps transcend the circumstances of birth and scandal. He paid for Thomas's education, first at a small school in Westport, then at a private school where the boy showed remarkable aptitude for languages, and finally, at age 15, at Magdalen Hall in Oxford. Oxford in the early 1600s was still dominated by scholastic philosophy, the elaborate system built over centuries by medieval thinkers who attempted to reconcile Aristotle's ancient wisdom with Christian theology. Students spent years learning to make fine distinctions between different types of causes, different categories of being, different modes of existence. They memorized authorities and learned to cite them in disputes that often seemed to have little connection to the actual world beyond the university walls. Young Thomas Hobbes was brilliant at this game. He mastered Latin and Greek. He could parse arguments and spot logical fallacies. But something in him rebelled against what he was learning. It all felt so empty, so divorced from reality, so useless for understanding the world he actually inhabited. Years later, he would write with barely concealed contempt about the philosophy he'd been taught, calling it little more than insignificant speech, and dismissing whole libraries of medieval thought as exercises in saying nothing with great elaboration. But if Oxford taught him what he didn't believe, it also gave him the tools he would later use to construct his own vision. The logical rigor, the attention to definitions, the systematic approach to questions, all of these he absorbed and would later deploy in service of a radically different kind of philosophy. Upon graduating in 1608, Hobbes entered the service of the Cavendish family, one of the wealthiest and most powerful noble families in England. He was hired as a tutor and companion to William Cavendish, who would later become the second Earl of Devonshire. This position changed everything. Suddenly, the son of a disgraced vicar was living among the aristocracy, travelling in their circles, observing how power actually worked rather than how philosophers said it should work. The Cavendish connection gave Hobbes something else invaluable: the opportunity for the grand tour of Europe. In the early 1600s, wealthy young Englishmen completed their education by travelling through France and Italy, visiting great cities, meeting scholars, seeing art and architecture that existed nowhere in England. Hobbes accompanied his student on these journeys, and they opened his eyes to a world far larger than provincial England. In Italy, Hobbes met Galileo Galilei, the brilliant scientist who was revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Galileo was using mathematics and observation to overturn beliefs that had stood for thousands of years. He was looking at the world not through the lens of ancient authorities, but through telescopes and careful measurement. He was discovering that the universe operated according to laws, mathematical relationships, mechanical principles that could be understood if one simply looked carefully enough and thought clearly enough. This encounter planted a seed in Hobbes's mind. What if human society could be understood the same way? What if politics and ethics weren't matters of interpreting ancient texts or appealing to divine will, but were instead subject to natural laws that reason could discover? What if you could study human beings the way Galileo studied falling bodies and planetary motion, finding the principles that governed behavior with the same mathematical certainty? Hobbes also traveled in France, where he encountered a very different tradition of thought. French intellectuals were grappling with religious wars that had torn their country apart for decades. They were asking urgent questions about authority, about sovereignty, about what held a society together when people couldn't agree on fundamental questions of faith. These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles, but matters of life and death, questions that determined whether cities burned and whether neighbors slaughtered each other in the streets. Through all these experiences, Hobbes was developing a peculiar way of seeing the world. He noticed the gap between what people said and what they did. He observed that everyone claimed to seek justice and the common good, but somehow this seeking always seemed to align remarkably well with their own interests. He watched aristocrats maneuver for power while speaking of duty. He saw churchmen pursue wealth while preaching poverty. He witnessed scholars defend ideas not because they were true, but because their positions and reputations depended on those ideas being accepted. Hobbes was developing the cold eye of the observer who stands slightly outside the system he studies. The abandoned son of a disgraced father, the scholarship boy among aristocrats, the English scholar in continental courts, He was always positioned to see things others missed because they were too embedded in the structures they inhabited. This outsider's perspective would become one of his greatest philosophical assets. It would allow him to ask questions that seemed obvious once stated, but that most people never thought to ask because the answers seemed too settled, too natural, too much a part of the assumed background of life. What holds society together? Why do people obey laws? What makes one person's commands into legitimate authority rather than mere force? These questions haunted Hobbes as he moved through aristocratic households and travelled across Europe. And they would become urgent, desperately urgent, when everything he knew began to fall apart. Because Hobbes was about to witness something that most people, even most philosophers, only read about in history books. He was about to watch his own country descend into civil war. He was going to see firsthand what happens when the bonds of society break, when the structure that holds people together in peace collapses, when the question of who has the right to rule becomes a question answered not by tradition or law, but by force of arms. And that experience would forge his philosophy in ways that all his European travels and aristocratic observations never could. The boy born of fear was about to have his deepest intuitions about human nature confirmed in the most terrible way possible. By the 1630s, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament had been building for years. The issues were complex, tangled, webs of religious disagreement, constitutional principle, and simple struggles for power. Charles believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God and could not be legitimately questioned by mere human institutions. Parliament believed it had ancient rights and privileges that even kings must respect. Charles needed money for wars and governance. Parliament controlled taxation. Neither side was willing to bend. Hobbes watched all of this from his position as tutor and intellectual companion to powerful families with connections at court. He could see the crisis approaching like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering that everyone noticed but few took seriously until the thunder began. By 1640, the situation had deteriorated to the point that thoughtful observers knew some kind of rupture was inevitable. The only questions were when it would come and how terrible it would be. In that year of 1640, Hobbes did something that would embarrass him for the rest of his life, but that also revealed his deepest instincts about political order. He fled. Before actual fighting began, before it was clear that England would descend into full civil war, Hobbes left for Paris. He would later be mocked as the first of all that fled, a philosopher whose theories about courage and fear were rather undermined by his own quick departure at the first sign of danger. But Hobbes was 52 years old, not a young man by the standards of the 17th century. He had no military training, no relevant skills for the conflict that was coming. And he understood something that many of his contemporaries did not yet grasp. Once civil war begins, there is no safe position, no neutral ground. The violence that follows the breakdown of political authority doesn't confine itself to battlefields. It spreads through society like a disease, destroying the innocent along with the guilty, consuming everything in its path. From his exile in Paris, Hobbes watched his country tear itself apart. The reports that reached France painted a picture of escalating horror. Neighbour turned against neighbour. Ancient loyalties dissolved. Men who had served together in peacetime found themselves facing each other across battle lines, each convinced that God and right were on their side. towns declared for king or parliament, and then were besieged, starved, sometimes sacked. The ordinary business of life, the farming and trading and travelling that allowed people to live, all of it became impossible as armies marched back and forth across England, consuming resources, disrupting markets, turning productive land into battlegrounds. In Paris, Hobbes lived among other royalist exiles, men and women who had fled the conflict, leaving behind estates and positions and lives they had expected to pass on to their children. These were people who had never imagined that their world could collapse. They came from families that had held land for centuries, from positions that seemed as permanent as the stones of England itself. Now they were refugees, dependent on the hospitality of the French court, watching from across the Channel as everything they had known burned. Hobbes used these years in exile to write. In 1642, he published De Quive, which translates as On the Citizen. It was his first systematic treatment of political philosophy, written in Latin for an educated European audience. In this work, Hobbes began to develop the ideas that would later shock England and Europe. He argued that political authority doesn't come from God or from ancient tradition, but from the consent of the governed. He suggested that without government, human life would be unbearable, a condition of constant warfare. And he concluded that only absolute sovereignty could maintain peace. But De Quive was just a preliminary sketch. As the English Civil War ground on, as reports of new battles and atrocities reached Paris, as the initial shock gave way to the grim realization that this conflict would not be resolved quickly, Hobbes worked on something more comprehensive, more systematic, more radical. He was writing Leviathan. Then came January 30th, 1649. King Charles I was led to a scaffold in London. In front of a crowd of thousands, the king who claimed to rule by divine right was executed by his own subjects. His head was severed from his body with a single blow of the axe. The monarchy, the institution that had ruled England for as long as anyone could remember, was abolished. England became a commonwealth, a republic led by Parliament, and increasingly by one man, Oliver Cromwell. For Hobbes, the king's execution must have been a moment of pure horror. Not because he particularly loved Charles, not because he believed in divine right, but because it represented the ultimate failure of political order. The thing that should be impossible, the event that the entire system of government existed to prevent, had happened. The sovereign had been killed by his subjects. The centre had not held. Everything had proven as fragile as Hobbes suspected, but the execution also confirmed something else for Hobbes. It proved that all the traditional justifications for political authority were hollow. If a king could rule by divine right, if his authority came from God, then how could mere humans have the power to execute him? If tradition and ancient custom determined who should rule, how could those same customs be set aside when it became convenient? The old answers no longer worked. A new foundation for politics was needed, one that didn't rely on myths about divine appointment or appeals to ancient precedent that could be interpreted or ignored when pressure came. In Paris, Hobbes had an unusual position. He had fled England before the war began, so he wasn't tainted by participation in the conflict. He had royalist sympathies and connections, which gave him access to the exiled court. But he also had a mind too independent, too philosophical, too committed to following arguments wherever they led, to simply parrot royalist ideology. And this independence gave him something valuable. the freedom to think about politics without being trapped in the partisan categories of either side. During these Paris years, Hobbes took on a prestigious position. He became the mathematics tutor to the young Prince of Wales, the future Charles II, who was living in exile with his mother's court. This connection would later prove valuable when the monarchy was restored. But in the moment, it meant that Hobbes spent time teaching geometry to a teenage prince who would have preferred to be doing almost anything else, trying to convey the beauty of mathematical certainty to a student whose world had been defined by his father's execution and his own powerless exile. Hobbes also had a famous confrontation during these years. René Descartes, the great French philosopher who was developing his own revolutionary system based on doubt and deduction, published his Meditations on First Philosophy. The work was circulated among major European intellectuals for commentary before publication. Descartes' friend, the scholar Marin Mersenne, sent a copy to Hobbes asking for his objections and criticisms. Hobbes responded with what are now known as the third objections to Descartes' Meditations. They were sharp, probing, and fundamentally at odds with Descartes' entire approach. Where Descartes found certainty in the thinking self, the famous "I think, therefore I am," Hobbes questioned whether thinking required any immaterial substance at all. Where Descartes argued for a sharp distinction between mind and body, Hobbes suggested that everything, including thought, might be explicable in terms of matter and motion. Where Descartes appealed to God as a guarantor of knowledge, Hobbes's arguments seemed to work perfectly well without any such appeal. Descartes was furious. He responded with thinly veiled contempt, dismissing Hobbes's objections and making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with the English philosopher. The two men, perhaps the two most brilliant and original philosophical minds of their generation, never reconciled. They represented fundamentally different visions of how to understand the world, and neither could accept the other's starting point. But these intellectual disputes, fascinating as they were, remained secondary to Hobbes's great project. Throughout his exile, as England experimented with republican government under Cromwell, as the royalist cause seemed more and more hopeless, Hobbes worked on Leviathan. He was constructing a philosophical system that would explain not just why England had fallen into civil war, but why any society is always at risk of such collapse. He was developing a theory of human nature dark enough to account for the atrocities he'd witnessed, yet rational enough to offer hope that human beings could create lasting peace, despite their dangerous inclinations. The book was finished in 1651. Hobbes arranged for its publication in London, not Paris. This decision tells us something important. Leviathan wasn't primarily addressed to royalist exiles or to European intellectuals. It was for England, for a country that had torn itself apart and was now trying to figure out how to live together again. It was a message to all sides of the conflict, an attempt to find foundations for political order that didn't depend on either side being right about the issues that had divided them. What Hobbes offered was something no one expected and almost no one wanted to hear. But it was also something remarkable. A way of thinking about politics that started not with tradition or divine revelation, but with the basics of human psychology, building up from there through careful reasoning to conclusions about what kind of government human beings need to survive. It was philosophy attempting to solve the most urgent, practical problem of its time, the problem of how to prevent societies from destroying themselves. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his Parisian exile, writing by candlelight, working through the implications of his dark vision of human nature. Outside, the world is at war, His country is torn apart. A king has been executed. Everything that seemed solid has revealed itself to be breakable. And in response, this brilliant, frightened, determined man is constructing a theory that will outlive him by centuries, that will shape how future generations think about power and politics, and the eternal question of how human beings can live together in peace. The stage is now set. We've seen the man and the crisis that formed him. Now we turn to the heart of his philosophy, to his shocking claims about what human beings really are beneath the veneer of civilization. To understand Hobbes's political philosophy, we must first understand his psychology, his theory of what makes human beings tick. And that understanding begins with a radical claim that offended almost everyone who read it. Everything is matter in motion. That's it. The entire universe, including human beings, including human minds, can be understood in terms of physical objects moving according to natural laws. This was not what people in the 17th century wanted to hear. The dominant view, inherited from centuries of Christian philosophy drawing on ancient Greek thought, was that human beings were special. We had immortal souls, immaterial minds that transcended the merely physical world. Our ability to reason, to choose freely, to know truth and pursue goodness, all of this seemed to require something more than just matter pushing against matter. We weren't machines. We weren't just complex animals. We were created in God's image, rational souls inhabiting physical bodies, but not reducible to them. Hobbes rejected all of this. Not out of atheism exactly, though many accused him of it, but out of his conviction that philosophy must build on the same foundations as the new science he'd encountered in Galileo and others. If we want to understand the world, we should look at what we can actually observe, not at what ancient authorities tell us must be true. And what we observe, Hobbes argued, is matter and motion. Consider what happens when you see something. Light, which is matter in motion, strikes an object. That creates more motion that travels to your eye. This motion affects the organs of sight, which are themselves just complex arrangements of matter. The motion is transmitted through nerves, which are physical structures, to the brain, which is a physical organ. All of this is just matter moving according to physical laws. Where in this process do we need to invoke an immaterial soul? Where does the physical chain of causation require something non-physical to intervene? Hobbes pushed this analysis to its radical conclusion. Sensations are just motions in our bodies caused by external objects. Thoughts are patterns of these motions. Imagination is what happens when the motions continue, even after the external stimulus is gone, like ripples continuing in water after the stone that caused them has sunk. Memory is just persistence of these internal motions, fading over time as all motions naturally dissipate unless renewed. Even reasoning, that ability that philosophers had always held up as evidence of humanity's special status, even reasoning could be understood mechanistically. Reasoning, Hobbes suggested, is really just a kind of computation. We add and subtract concepts the way we add and subtract numbers. When we reason that all humans are mortal, Socrates is human, therefore Socrates is mortal, we're really just performing operations on definitions. It's calculation, not mystical access to transcendent truth. This philosophical move, reducing everything to matter in motion, allowed Hobbes to claim he was doing something that philosophy had never successfully done before. He was putting the study of human nature on a scientific foundation, making it as rigorous as geometry, as demonstrable as physics. Whether he succeeded is debatable. But the ambition itself was revolutionary, and it shaped everything that followed in his political philosophy. Now, if humans are just complex physical systems, what drives human behavior? Hobbes's answer was startlingly simple: appetite and aversion. We're attracted to some things and repelled by others. We move toward what we desire and away from what we fear. That's the basic mechanism underlying all human action. But notice what's missing from this account. There's no built-in purpose, no natural end toward which human beings should aim. For Aristotle and the whole tradition of philosophy, Hobbes was rejecting. Everything in nature had a telos, a goal, a proper function. Humans were naturally aimed at happiness, at the good life, at flourishing in communities. And the virtuous person was someone
who developed their nature properly, who actualized the potential built into human beings by nature or by God. Hobbes dismissed all of this. There is no final goal of human life, no ultimate satisfaction, no point at which we can say, "I have achieved my purpose and can now rest." Instead, there is only what Hobbes called felicity, which he defined as continual progress of the desire from one object to another. We get one thing we want, and immediately we want something else. We achieve one goal, and that achievement becomes the basis for setting a new goal. Desire is endless. Satisfaction is always temporary. Rest is impossible until death. Think about this for a moment. In your own life, have you ever reached a point where you wanted nothing more? Where you were completely satisfied and could imagine wanting nothing that you didn't already have? Perhaps for brief moments, but not as a stable condition. Achieving one thing opens up new possibilities, new desires, new goals. The person who gets the job they wanted starts wanting promotion. The person who buys the house starts thinking about renovation. The person who achieves fame starts worrying about maintaining it. We are, as Hobbes saw us, creatures of perpetual striving. But if desire is endless, if satisfaction is always temporary, then we need a constant supply of the things we desire. We need not just food for today, but the assurance of food tomorrow. Not just safety in this moment, but reliable security over time. Not just current satisfaction, but the means to future satisfaction. And that's where power comes in. Hobbes defined power as present means to obtain some future apparent good. Power is what enables us to satisfy future desires. Money is power because it can be exchanged for things we'll want. Strength is power because it lets us take or defend things. Intelligence is power because it helps us achieve goals. Friends are power because they can help us. Reputation is power because it makes others more likely to cooperate with us. And here Hobbes made the observation that would become one of his most famous and most disturbing lines. I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth only in death. Read that again slowly. Not some people, not the ambitious or the greedy, but all of mankind, a perpetual and restless desire for power, after power, more and more, never enough, ceasing only in death. This sounds like a condemnation of human greed, but Hobbes didn't mean it that way. He wasn't making a moral judgment. He was making what he thought was a simple observation about the logic of the human situation. If you can never be finally satisfied, grow old and weak. The person with many friends today might find them gone when crisis comes. So the rational response is always to seek more power, more security, more assurance of future satisfaction. Not because we're evil, but because we're mortal, vulnerable, future-oriented beings who can never know for certain what we'll need or want tomorrow. The desire for power is just the flip side of perpetual desire itself, combined with the rational recognition of our own vulnerability. Now we get to what Hobbes identified as the three principal causes of conflict among human beings. He was very systematic about this, laying out three distinct sources of quarrel built into human nature itself. First, competition. When two people desire the same thing, and that thing cannot be shared or divided, they become enemies. This is simple scarcity. If there's only one piece of food and two hungry people, they will compete for it. If there's one position of power and two ambitious people, they will struggle for it. Competition is the most obvious source of conflict, the one that anyone can recognize. Second, diffidence. Hobbes's word for what we might call distrust or insecurity. Even if there's no immediate competition over resources, people have reason to fear each other. If I have something valuable, I must worry that you might try to take it. If I'm not trying to harm you, I can't be sure you're not trying to harm me. And knowing that you're probably worried about me, I have even more reason to worry about you. This creates what we now call a security dilemma. Everyone takes defensive measures to protect themselves, but these defensive measures look like threats to others, who then take their own defensive measures, which look like threats to me, and so on. Distrust breeds more distrust in a self-reinforcing cycle. Third, glory. This one is more subtle. Even if there's no immediate competition, and even if we've somehow established security, people still compete for reputation, for status, for recognition. Hobbes observed that people will fight over insults, over perceived disrespect, over what he called trifles, like a word, a smile, a different opinion. Why? Because reputation is itself a form of power. If others think you're weak or foolish or contemptible, they're more likely to try to dominate you. If they fear or respect you, they're more likely to leave you alone or cooperate on your terms. So maintaining reputation becomes a constant struggle, and people will take enormous risks to avoid being disrespected. These three causes of quarrel aren't separate problems. They interact and reinforce each other. Competition makes people distrust each other. Distrust makes people try to dominate each other before being dominated. The struggle for dominance becomes entangled with glory and reputation. And all of it flows from the basic situation of beings with endless desires, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other. Which brings us to what Hobbes called the equality of ability among human beings. This is one of his most important and most easily misunderstood points. He wasn't claiming that all people are equally strong or equally intelligent. Obviously, some people are stronger, some smarter, some more skilled. What Hobbes meant was something more specific and more frightening. All human beings are equal in their ability to threaten each other's lives. The weakest, Hobbes wrote, has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others. Even the strongest man must sleep. Even the most powerful person can be poisoned, ambushed, or ganged up on. Physical superiority doesn't guarantee safety. Intelligence doesn't make you immune to violence. No individual human being is so superior to all others that they can simply disregard the threat everyone else poses. This equality in vulnerability is what makes human relationships so dangerous. If some people were genuinely invulnerable, like gods walking among mortals, then they could simply impose order, and the rest of us would have no choice but to submit. But that's not our situation. We're all vulnerable. We can all threaten each other. And that equality of ability to threaten means that no one is safe unless there's something beyond individual strength maintaining order. As you lie in darkness tonight, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink into rest, consider how perfectly Hobbes had captured something about the human condition. We are creatures of endless desire and limited power, competing for scarce goods, unable to trust each other, constantly worried about reputation and status, and all of it taking place among beings equal enough in their ability to harm that no one can ever be truly safe based on their own strength alone. That's the foundation. That's Hobbes's psychology in its stark essentials. Matter in motion, producing endless desire, producing perpetual competition, producing equal vulnerability. Now we can turn to his famous thought experiment, to the question he posed that has haunted political philosophy ever since. What would happen if there were no government at all? Hobbes asked his readers to imagine something most of them had never experienced: life without government. Not the temporary absence of a king when a new one is being chosen, not the breakdown of order in one region while other regions remain stable, but a condition in which there is no political authority at all, no laws backed by force, no one with the power to enforce agreements or punish wrongdoing. He called this hypothetical condition the state of nature, and he insisted it wasn't just a historical claim about how humans once lived before civilization. It was a thought experiment, a way of asking what human life would be like if you stripped away all the structures of law and authority we take for granted. What's left when you remove government? What are humans like without the artificial order that
Political authority creates? This was a brilliant philosophical move. Rather than arguing about which form of government is best or which laws are most just, Hobbes was asking a more fundamental question. Why do we need government at all? What problem does political authority solve? And the answer to that question, he argued, would show us what government must be like if it's going to solve the problem it exists to address. So, let's follow Hobbes's reasoning step by step, building the argument the way he did, watching how each piece follows from the last with a kind of terrible logic. We start with the psychology we've already established. Humans have endless desires. We seek power after power. We compete for scarce resources. We distrust each other. We fight over glory and reputation. And we're all equal enough in our ability to harm each other that no one is naturally safe. Now imagine that situation without any authority to enforce rules, without any laws that actually constrain behavior, without any punishment for violence or theft or breach of contract. What would rational people do in that situation? Hobbes's answer was chilling. Each person would pursue their own interests as best they could. And given the three causes of quarrel, given the equality of ability, given the absence of any authority to enforce agreements, the result would be inevitable. War. Not necessarily constant fighting every moment, but a condition in which everyone is ready to fight, where violence is always an option, where there's no security, no ability to plan for the future, no basis for trust. Think carefully about why this follows. If there's no authority to punish theft, then taking what I want by force
becomes a rational strategy whenever I'm strong enough to do it. But that means you can't trust me not to take your things. So you need to take defensive measures, which means gathering your own power, maybe even attacking me before I can attack you. But now I see you gathering power and I have to worry that you're about to attack, so I need to attack first. Or maybe I just need to attack to take your resources before you can use them against me. The logic pushes toward constant conflict. What about agreements? In the state of nature, couldn't people just agree to cooperate, to respect each other's property, to not harm each other? The problem is that without an authority to enforce agreements, there's no guarantee anyone will keep their word. If I agree not to harm you, and you agree not to harm me, but then you see an opportunity to benefit by breaking that agreement, what's to stop you? Your conscience? Your sense of honor? Perhaps. But can I rely on that? Can I stake my life on your virtue when breaking the agreement might save your life or make you rich? And knowing that you're thinking the same way about me, knowing that you can't fully trust me to keep my word, why wouldn't you break the agreement first when it's convenient? The rational thing, in the absence of enforcement, is to break agreements whenever keeping them becomes costly and you think you can get away with it. But that means no agreements can be trusted, which means no cooperation is possible, which means everyone is thrown back on their own strength and cunning to survive. Hobbes anticipated that many readers would find this argument exaggerated. Surely people aren't that bad. Surely we're capable of cooperation without some powerful authority forcing us to behave. So he offered an empirical test, a way to check his reasoning against actual behavior. Do you lock your doors when you go to sleep at night? He asked. When you travel, do you arm yourself or travel in groups? Of course you do. Even though you live under a government, even though there are laws against theft and assault, even though there are police you can call, you still take these precautions. Why? Because you don't fully trust your neighbors. You know that even with law and authority present, there's some risk of violence or theft. You act as if others might harm you if they had the opportunity. Now, if you can't fully trust your neighbors, even with police and courts and prisons backing up the law, imagine how much worse it would be if there were no law at all, no police, no courts, no consequences for violence. If you lock your doors even when theft is illegal and punishable, what would you do if theft were neither? The precautions you take under government suggest how dangerous the state of nature would be without it. Hobbes also pointed to actual historical examples. When civil wars break out, when government breaks down, what happens? We've seen it, he said. We've watched England tear itself apart. And what we observe is exactly what the theory predicts. Neighbor turns against neighbor, violence becomes endemic, property becomes insecure, normal economic life becomes impossible. Civil war is a glimpse into the state of nature, a momentary return to the condition that exists when political authority fails. And then we come to the passage that has echoed through centuries, the words that appear in every introduction to political philosophy, the description that remains shocking even now when we've heard it so many times, it's become familiar. In such condition there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Let those words settle into your consciousness as you rest. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Why no industry? Because if you can't be sure you'll reap what you sow, why plant? If someone stronger might just take the crops you've grown, why bother growing them? Without security of property, without some guarantee that your labor will benefit you rather than whoever can take it by force, there's no incentive to produce anything beyond immediate consumption. Why no navigation or trade? Because you can't trust agreements with strangers. You can't enter into contracts that will be honored. You can't send goods on a ship and trust they'll be paid for on the other end. Trade requires trust, and trust requires enforcement, and enforcement requires authority. Why no building, no tools, no technology? Because all of these things require sustained effort over time, cooperation among many people, division of labor, specialization. You need to be able to plan for the future, to invest current effort in things that will pay off later. But in a condition of constant insecurity, where violence is always imminent, you can't plan. You can only react, defend, survive from moment to moment. Why no knowledge, no arts, no letters? Because these refined activities require leisure, security, institutions that preserve and transmit learning over generations. A person constantly worried about violent death has no time for philosophy or poetry. A society that cannot maintain order, cannot maintain universities or libraries, or any of the infrastructure that makes intellectual and artistic life possible. And notice Hobbes's phrase, no society. In the state of nature, there aren't even stable social relationships. You can't have families that last, communities that endure, friendships that transcend immediate advantage. Everything is provisional, temporary, always ready to dissolve when interests diverge. The word solitary is key. We are, each of us, alone in the state of nature, unable to form genuine bonds with others because we can never fully trust them and they can never fully trust us. This is Hobbes's vision of freedom without government, of the natural condition of humankind when stripped of political authority. And it's important to understand what he's not saying. He's not saying that human beings are naturally evil. He's not claiming that we enjoy violence or take pleasure in others' suffering. Some people might, but that's not necessary for his argument. What Hobbes is saying is that the situation itself, the structure of interaction among beings with our characteristics, necessarily produces conflict. Put self-interested creatures with endless desires and limited power together in a condition where there's no authority to enforce rules, and they will come into conflict regardless of whether they're virtuous or vicious. The problem isn't human nature in a moral sense. The problem is the logic of the situation. This is actually a strange kind of optimism buried within the pessimism. If the problem is structural rather than moral, then changing the structure can solve the problem without requiring people to become better than they are. We don't need saints to have peace. We just need the right institutions. But before we get to the solution, let's sit with the problem a moment longer. Hobbes has shown us, or tried to show us, that total freedom is total insecurity. That natural liberty, the right to do whatever we think necessary for our survival, becomes the right to nothing because everyone else has the same right and will exercise it against us. That equality of power among vulnerable beings creates not mutual respect, but mutual threat. The state of nature is Hobbes's answer to anyone who romanticizes the past, who imagines that humans were once free and happy before governments constrained them. He's also answering anyone who thinks we could just dispense with political authority and live by voluntary cooperation alone. The state of nature is what happens when there's no Leviathan, no common power to keep everyone in awe, and it's unbearable. As you sink deeper into rest tonight, protected by walls and locks and laws you barely think about, consider how radical Hobbes's insight was. He saw that the freedom to do anything is the freedom to be secure in nothing. He understood that rights without enforcement are just words. He grasped that the absence of authority doesn't produce liberty, but chaos. And from that dark vision, he was going to construct an argument for political obligation that would change how we think about government forever. But that comes next. For now, rest with the problem clearly in view. Humans, as Hobbes described them, rational enough to see what they need, but not powerful enough to secure it alone, social enough to benefit from cooperation, but self-interested enough to betray it, equal enough to threaten each other, but not equal enough to trust. In the state of nature, there is no peace, only fear, only insecurity, only the grim struggle for survival that consumes everything human beings might otherwise be or create. And the question that will occupy us next is this: how do we escape? What could possibly convince rational, self-interested people to give up their natural liberty and accept constraints on their behavior? What kind of authority could maintain peace among beings so dangerous to each other? Hobbes has shown us the disease. Now we'll examine his cure, which many have found as disturbing as the disease itself.
Hobbes has painted a grim picture. Life in the state of nature is unbearable, a condition of constant fear and insecurity that makes everything we value about human existence impossible. But here's the remarkable thing. Hobbes believed that human reason itself could show us the way out. The same rational capacity that lets us see how terrible the state of nature would be also shows us how to escape it. He called these rational principles the laws of nature, though it's crucial to understand what he meant by that phrase. These aren't laws in the sense of commands issued by a lawgiver. They're not moral obligations in any traditional sense. They're what Hobbes called theorems, or precepts of reason, rational conclusions about what conduces to self-preservation. They're discovered by thinking clearly about what rational self-interest requires in the human situation. The first law of nature is the most fundamental. Seek peace, if you have hope of obtaining it. If you can't obtain peace, then you may use all the advantages of war to defend yourself. This makes perfect sense once you understand the state of nature. War is terrible, as we've seen. It makes all human achievement impossible. So if there's any way to secure peace, any possibility of escaping the state of nature's violence, reason tells us to pursue it. But reason also tells us not to be naive. If others aren't willing to pursue peace, if we're stuck in the state of nature whether we like it or not, then we need to do whatever it takes to survive. The second law of nature follows from the first. Be willing to lay down your right to all things when others are willing to do the same, to the degree necessary for peace. This is the key move, the beginning of the escape from natural liberty into civil society. In the state of nature, everyone has a right to everything. I have a right to take your food if I need it to survive.
You have a right to kill me if you perceive me as a threat. These unlimited rights make peace impossible because my exercising my rights threatens you, and your exercising your rights threatens me. But what if we could make a deal? What if I agreed to give up my unlimited right to harm you, and you agreed to give up your unlimited right to harm me? Then we'd both be safer. We'd both gain security by mutually limiting our freedom. The second law of nature tells us that this trade is rational, that giving up dangerous liberties in exchange for security is the smart move, as long as, and this is crucial, others are making the same trade. Notice that qualification, when others are willing to do the same. This is naive pacifism. Hobbes isn't saying should unilaterally disarm, should give up your rights while others keep theirs. That would be suicide, not wisdom. The law of nature tells you to lay down your rights only when doing so is mutual, when everyone is giving up the same dangerous freedoms together. It's a collective solution to a collective problem.
Third law of nature makes this even clearer. Keep covenants that you've made. A covenant is an agreement to do something in the future. I promise to deliver goods next week. You promise to pay when you receive them. This kind of agreement is essential for cooperation. But as we've seen, in the state of nature, covenants are just words. There's no guarantee anyone will keep their promise when the time comes. Hobbes saw this as the fundamental problem. Even if people rationally understand that mutual cooperation would benefit everyone, even if they're willing in principle to constrain their behavior for mutual advantage, they can't trust each other to actually follow through. And without trust, no cooperation is possible. Each person knows that if they keep their promise while others break theirs, they'll be exploited. So the rational thing seems to be to break promises whenever convenient. But if everyone reasons that way, no promises are credible, and we're stuck in the state of nature, despite everyone being worse off for it. This is what we now call a collective action problem, or a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone can see that cooperation would benefit all, but individual rationality pushes toward defection, toward breaking agreements. And because everyone knows everyone else is tempted to defect, no one trusts the agreements, and cooperation collapses before it begins. Hobbes's solution to this problem is both brilliant and disturbing. If the difficulty is that agreements aren't trustworthy because there's no enforcement, then create an enforcement mechanism. If the problem is that everyone is tempted to break covenants when convenient, then create a power that makes breaking covenants inconvenient. Make someone or some group strong enough to punish covenant breakers so effectively that keeping promises becomes the rational choice even for selfish people. This is where the social contract comes in, though it's important to understand that Hobbes's version is quite different from what many later philosophers would develop. The contract isn't between rulers and ruled. It's not an agreement where the sovereign promises to rule well in exchange for obedience. That kind of mutual contract would just recreate the problem at a higher level, because who would enforce the contract between sovereign and subjects? No, Hobbes's social contract is an agreement among the people themselves. Each person, reasoning about how to escape the state of nature, comes to the same conclusion. We need a common power to enforce agreements and maintain peace. So, each person agrees with all the others to authorize some person or assembly to make decisions for all of them, to judge disputes, to command and forbid. Each person says, in effect, I authorize this person or group to act on my behalf, and I recognize their decisions as if they were my own decisions. Hobbes gave this idea vivid expression. Imagine each person saying to all the others,
I authorize and give up my right of governing myself to this man or to this assembly of men on this condition that you give up your right to him and authorize all his actions in like manner. What this creates is an artificial person, a unified entity made up of the authorizations of all the individuals who compose it. Hobbes called this artificial person the Leviathan, or the Commonwealth, or simply the Sovereign. It's artificial because it doesn't exist naturally, but is created by human agreement. It's a person because it acts as a unity, making decisions, issuing commands, enforcing rules. And it's sovereign because there is no higher authority that judges or constrains it. This sovereign power, once created, has to be absolute. And here's where Hobbes's argument becomes uncomfortable for almost everyone who reads it. He insisted that the sovereign cannot be limited, cannot be divided, cannot be held accountable by the subjects who created it. Why? Because any limitation on sovereign power recreates the state of nature at some level. Think about it this way. Suppose we say the sovereign can rule, but only within certain limits, only on certain topics, only in ways that respect certain rights. Who decides whether the sovereign has exceeded those limits? If individual subjects can decide for themselves when the sovereign has overstepped, then we're back to everyone being their own judge, which is just the state of nature again. Each person deciding what the law allows is no different from no law at all. What if we say there should be another authority that checks the sovereign, some other body that can veto or override the sovereign's decisions? Then that checking authority is the real sovereign, and the same problem arises at that level. Either authority is divided, in which case we have potential conflict between authorities and no clear answer to who wins, or authority is unified in whoever has the final say. You can't escape the logic. Either someone or some body has ultimate final authority, or you don't really have authority at all. Hobbes worked through various attempts to limit or divide sovereignty and showed why each fails. Separation of powers. Then the different powers can come into conflict with no way to resolve the dispute except by force, which is civil war. Constitutional limits. Who enforces them when the sovereign violates them? Another authority. Then that's the real sovereign. The subjects themselves. Then each subject is judge in their own case, and we're back to the state of nature. Rights that subjects retain against the sovereign. Rights without enforcement are meaningless, as we've seen. And if subjects can enforce their rights against the sovereign, then the sovereign isn't really sovereign. The only right Hobbes recognized that subjects never give up is the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign commands you to kill yourself or refuses to defend you against immediate threats, you can resist because the whole point of creating the sovereign was to secure your life. But beyond that narrow exception, the sovereign's authority must be unlimited if it's to do the job it was created to do. The implications are stark. The sovereign defines what is just and unjust, right and wrong, legal and illegal. Not because the sovereign is necessarily wise or good, but because that's what sovereignty means. Having an authority means having someone whose word on these matters is final. The sovereign can't commit injustice in the legal sense because justice is defined by the sovereign's commands. Religious authority must be subordinate to political authority. This was especially controversial in Hobbes's time when religious disputes were tearing Europe apart, but Hobbes was adamant. The sovereign must have the power to determine religious practices, to settle religious disputes, to prevent religious disagreement from destroying civil peace. The alternative is to have multiple authorities claiming ultimate allegiance, which inevitably produces conflict. Subjects generally cannot rebel against the sovereign. This might seem to contradict everything about social contract theory, which we associate with ideas about consent of the governed and right of revolution. But Hobbes's logic is clear. If subjects could legitimately rebel whenever they thought the sovereign was governing badly, then the sovereign wouldn't really have authority. The subjects would be judging the sovereign, which makes them the real authority, which recreates the state of nature. As you rest tonight, feel the tension in Hobbes's position. On one hand, he's given us a strangely democratic foundation for politics. All authority comes from the consent of the governed. The sovereign is created by agreement among equals. There's no divine right, no natural hierarchy, no appeal to tradition. Political authority is artificial, conventional, created by human beings for human purposes. That's radically modern, even revolutionary. On the other hand, the conclusion seems authoritarian, even tyrannical. Absolute power with no accountability, no right to rebel except in extreme circumstances, no check on the sovereign beyond the sovereign's own judgment. How can these two aspects fit together? How can democratic premises lead to authoritarian conclusions? The answer lies in Hobbes's unflinching focus on the problem he's trying to solve. The problem is civil war, is breakdown of order, is the constant threat that society will slide back into the state of nature. Everything Hobbes argues for is designed to prevent that catastrophe. The sovereign must be absolute because anything less than absolute leaves room for the conflicts that destroy peace. The subjects cannot rebel because allowing rebellion recreates the very problem government was meant to solve. Whether you find this convincing likely depends on how seriously you take the threat Hobbes was addressing. If you've lived through civil war, if you've watched society collapse, if
You've experienced the breakdown of order firsthand. Hobbes's willingness to accept almost any government rather than risk returning to chaos might seem reasonable. If you've been fortunate enough to live under stable government most of your life, his arguments for absolute sovereignty might seem like the cure being worse than the disease. But either way, Hobbes has transformed the question. He's forced us to confront the foundations of political obligation, to ask why we should obey government at all, to recognize that the alternative to authority isn't freedom, but chaos. And he's done it without appealing to God or tradition or nature in any traditional sense. He's built a theory of politics on the minimal foundations of rational self-interest and mutual agreement. That achievement alone makes him one of the pivotal figures in political thought. The escape from the state of nature requires creating a leviathan, an artificial monster of our own making, powerful enough to keep us in awe, to make us keep our covenants, to maintain the peace without which human life remains solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It's not a comfortable solution. But Hobbes never promised comfort. He promised security, order, the possibility of civilization. Whether the price he demanded was worth paying remains one of the great questions in political philosophy. In 1651, while England was still trying to figure out how to govern itself after executing its king, while Oliver Cromwell was consolidating power as Lord Protector, while royalists in exile still hoped for restoration of the monarchy,
Thomas Hobbes published a book with an audacious title, Leviathan, or The Matter, Form and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil. The title itself was provocative. Leviathan appears in the Bible as a terrifying sea monster, a creature of chaos that only God can tame. In the book of Job, God describes the Leviathan to humble Job, to remind him of powers beyond human comprehension or control. It was an image of primordial danger, of forces that threaten to overwhelm human order. But Hobbes transformed the Leviathan into something else entirely. Look at the famous frontispiece of the book, the illustration that appeared on early editions. You see a giant crowned figure rising above a landscape, towering over cities and countryside. The figure holds a sword in one hand and a bishop's crozier in the other, symbolizing both civil and ecclesiastical authority. But look closer at the giant's body. It's not solid. It's composed of hundreds of tiny human figures, all facing the crowned head, all part of the larger whole. This is Hobbes's Leviathan. Not a natural monster, but an artificial one. Not chaos, but order. The multitude of individuals unified into a single corporate body through their mutual covenant. The sovereign as the authorized representative of all, wielding power not against the people, but as the people, or at least as the artificial person created by their agreement. The monster is us, or rather, it's what we become when we successfully escape the state of nature by creating common power. The book itself was a masterpiece of systematic thinking, laying out Hobbes's entire philosophy from his materialism through human psychology, to the state of nature, to the social contract, to the powers of the sovereign, to the relationship between church and state, to the nature of Christian commonwealth. It was comprehensive, rigorous, and written in English prose that was alternately elegant and brutally direct. This last point mattered enormously. Hobbes's earlier work, Deceive, had been written in Latin for an educated European audience. Leviathan was written in English, for English readers, in language that, while sophisticated, was accessible to anyone with basic literacy. Hobbes wanted his ideas to reach not just scholars, but parliamentarians, merchants, anyone involved in the political life of his country. He was intervening in a live political crisis, not just engaging in academic philosophy. And intervene he did, though probably not in the way he intended. Leviathan offended almost everyone. Royalists were horrified by Hobbes's denial of divine right. If the king's authority comes from the people's consent rather than from God, if sovereignty is conventional rather than natural, then what makes monarchy special? Why should Charles II be restored rather than some other form of government being chosen? Hobbes had provided a rational argument for absolute sovereignty, but he'd undermined the traditional foundations of monarchical legitimacy in the process. Republicans and parliamentarians were equally horrified, but for different reasons. Hobbes had argued for absolute, undivided sovereignty. No separation of powers, no right of resistance, no accountability of rulers to ruled beyond the narrow case of self-preservation. This seemed to justify tyranny, to leave subjects helpless before arbitrary power. Even if you accepted that some government was necessary, why this government? Why absolute monarchy rather than limited government with checks and balances? And then there were the churches. Hobbes had subordinated all religious authority to the sovereign. He'd argued that the sovereign must determine religious practices, settle theological disputes, control church offices and doctrines. This seemed to make religion merely a tool of political power, to deny any independent authority to spiritual matters. Both Anglicans and Puritans, Catholics and Protestants found things in Leviathan to offend them. Hobbes seemed to be reducing faith to a matter of civil obedience. Worse, there were passages in Leviathan that could be read as questioning fundamental Christian doctrines. Hobbes's materialism seemed to leave no room for immaterial souls or life after death in any traditional sense. His account of Scripture emphasized natural explanations and questioned supernatural claims, while Hobbes insisted he
Was a Christian and argued for the compatibility of his philosophy with Christianity. Many readers suspected atheism lurking beneath his professions of faith. The book was condemned, banned, burned in effigy at Oxford University. Hobbes was accused of heresy, atheism, corrupting youth, undermining morality. For years after publication, attacks on Hobbes and Hobbism became a minor industry among English writers. To call someone a Hobbist was to accuse them of denying God, morality, and decency itself. Yet despite all this hostility, or perhaps because of it, Leviathan became one of the most discussed and influential books of its age. You couldn't talk about politics in 17th century England without addressing Hobbes's arguments. You might reject his conclusions, but you had to engage with his framework. He had changed the terms of debate in ways that couldn't be undone. Interestingly, while royalists disliked Hobbes's foundations, they appreciated his conclusions about absolute sovereignty. And while Republicans hated his defense of absolutism, some found his social contract framework useful for quite different purposes. The book was too systematic, too powerful, too thorough to be simply dismissed. It had to be argued with, which meant its categories and questions became the common property of political thought. Hobbes returned to England in 1651, the same year Leviathan was published. This was a risky move. The country was still unsettled, his book was making enemies, and his royalist connections were well known. But perhaps Hobbes calculated that Cromwell's regime, which had its own problems with legitimacy and needed philosophical support, might tolerate him. Or perhaps he simply wanted to come home. He spent the Commonwealth years mostly quiet, writing but not publishing on controversial topics, meeting with intellectuals, enjoying whatever protection his former students' affection provided. When Charles II was restored to the throne in 1660, Hobbes might have expected favour. After all, he'd been the king's mathematics tutor during exile. He'd written a defence of absolute monarchy, even if the foundation for that defence was unconventional. Charles did grant Hobbes a pension and received him at court. But the king also made clear that Hobbes must not publish anything more on politics or religion. Too many powerful people wanted Hobbes silenced. The churches, the universities, Parliament, all saw him as dangerous. Charles protected Hobbes from worse persecution, but that protection came with restrictions. The most brilliant political philosopher in England was forbidden to publish philosophy. Imagine the frustration. Hobbes had more to say, more arguments to make, responses to critics to publish. He'd spent years developing his system, and now he was told to be quiet. He did write more, including Behemoth, a history of the English Civil War that applied his political philosophy to recent events, but it couldn't be published during his lifetime. His ideas would have to wait for future generations to be fully heard. The irony is rich. Hobbes wrote Leviathan to prevent civil war, to provide a rational foundation for stable government, to show why absolute sovereignty was necessary for peace.
The book succeeded in changing how people thought about politics, but it also made its author too dangerous to be fully heard. The monster of Malmesbury had created a monster of a book, and both were too threatening to be tolerated by the authorities whose power they theoretically defended. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider how ideas can be more dangerous than armies. Hobbes never led soldiers or held political office. He was a scholar, a tutor, a writer. Yet his arguments threatened kings and churches, changed political discourse, influenced generations of thinkers. The Leviathan he described, that artificial person created by social contract, was matched by another creation, the book itself, an artifact of thought that lived on beyond its author's control, generating controversy and insight in equal measure. The ideas Hobbes published in 1651 are still with us. We still argue about the foundations of political obligation, about the balance between security and liberty, about what legitimates government authority. The terms have changed, the conclusions we draw may differ from Hobbes's, but the questions he forced us to confront remain alive. That's the real power of Leviathan, not its specific doctrines, but its transformation of how we think about politics itself. A generation after Hobbes published Leviathan, another English philosopher took up the same questions but reached strikingly different conclusions. John Locke, writing in the 1680s during another period of political crisis in England, accepted much of Hobbes's framework while rejecting his absolutist conclusions. The result was a vision of politics that would prove even more influential than Hobbes's, especially in the emerging liberal tradition that would shape modern democracy. Locke's second treatise of government, published in 1689, begins with the state of nature, just as Hobbes did. This wasn't coincidence. By Locke's time, the social contract framework Hobbes had developed had become the standard way of thinking about political legitimacy. If you wanted to argue about politics, you started with the state of nature and built up from there. Hobbes had set the terms of debate so effectively that even his critics had to work within the structure he'd created. But Locke's state of nature was fundamentally different from Hobbes's vision of war and chaos. For Locke, the state of nature was a condition of perfect freedom and equality, but it wasn't necessarily violent or anarchic. It was, Locke argued, governed by the law of nature, which could be known by reason, and that law of nature taught clear moral principles. No one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. This makes an enormous
difference. For Hobbes, there were no moral constraints in the state of nature, no genuine right and wrong beyond what conduces to self-preservation. Rights were just liberties, permissions to do whatever you thought necessary. For Locke, the state of nature already contained moral law. People already had genuine rights to life, liberty, and property, rights that existed before any government and that government must respect. Where did these natural rights come from? Locke's answer was theological. God created human beings and gave them the world to use. We have a right to self-preservation because we're God's property, and it would be wrong to destroy what belongs to God. We have property rights because we mix our labor with natural resources, and our labor is our own, so what we create through labor becomes ours. The moral structure of reality, grounded in divine creation, gives content to natural law and natural rights. Now, if the state of nature already has moral law and natural rights, why do we need government? Locke's answer was more modest than Hobbes's. We need government not because the state of nature is unbearable,
but because it has inconveniences. Without a common authority, disputes about rights are hard to resolve. Everyone is judge in their own case, which leads to bias. Enforcement of natural law is uncertain. Some people will violate others' rights, and while those people can be punished, there's no systematic, reliable mechanism for doing so. So people form civil society through consent to create institutions that will protect their natural rights more effectively. Notice what's different here. For Hobbes, government creates order where there was only chaos. For Locke, government protects rights that already exist. For Hobbes, the sovereign defines justice. For Locke, justice is independent of government, and government is legitimate only insofar as it respects natural justice. This leads to radically different conclusions about political authority. Locke agreed that government requires sovereignty, but his sovereign is limited in ways Hobbes never allowed. Government's power extends only to protecting natural rights. It has no authority to violate those rights, no matter how expedient it might seem. The power to make laws is limited by the requirement that those laws serve the public good and respect individual rights. Moreover, political power can be divided. Locke distinguished between legislative, executive, and what he called federative powers, the power to conduct foreign relations. These could be held by different bodies or persons creating checks and balances. This division of powers wouldn't recreate the state of nature as Hobbes feared, because all the powers remain bound by natural law and by their common purpose of protecting rights. Most dramatically, Locke argued that people retain the right to revolution. If government systematically violates the rights it's supposed to protect, if it acts against the
Public good, if it becomes tyrannical, then the people can dissolve it and create new government. The social contract isn't irrevocable as Hobbes insisted. It's conditional on government doing its job. And when government fails badly enough, the contract is broken and people return to their natural liberty to form new political arrangements. This was explosive stuff in the context of 17th century England. Locke was writing around the time of the Glorious Revolution, when Parliament invited William of Orange to take the throne from James II. His second treatise was essentially a justification for that revolution, an argument that deposing a king could be legitimate if that king violated his trust. Where Hobbes seemed to justify any government that could maintain order, Locke provided a philosophical foundation for limited government and justified resistance. Yet notice how much Locke accepted from Hobbes. The framework of state of nature and social contract. The idea that political authority requires justification in terms of the people's consent. The rejection of divine right and appeals to tradition as sufficient grounds for obedience. These were all Hobbesian moves, and Locke couldn't have made his argument without them. Locke was working within the intellectual space Hobbes had created. He was answering Hobbesian questions, using Hobbesian methods, just reaching different conclusions. And those different conclusions flowed from different premises about the state of nature and about what humans are like without government. If you accept Hobbes's vision of the state of nature as war, his absolutist conclusions become harder to avoid. If you accept Locke's gentler vision of the state of nature as imperfect but not unbearable, his liberal conclusions follow more naturally. Who was right about human nature? That question has occupied political philosophers ever since. Are humans as dangerous to each other as Hobbes believed? Or are we capable of the kind of moral restraint and cooperation Locke described? The answer probably varies with circumstances.
In conditions of extreme scarcity and insecurity, Hobbes's vision seems grimly accurate. In conditions of relative abundance and security, Locke's optimism seems more justified. Neither captured the whole truth, but together they mapped the space within which much later political thought would develop. The American founders wrestled with exactly this tension. Thomas Jefferson's famous phrase in the Declaration of Independence, "Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," echoes Locke's trinity of life, liberty, and property. The idea that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed is pure social contract theory, developed by Hobbes and Locke. The right to revolution when government becomes destructive of these ends is Lockean. But the American Constitution also reflects Hobbesian concerns. The separation of powers that Locke endorsed is built into the structure, but so is the creation of a strong central government powerful enough to maintain order. The Federalist Papers, written to support ratification of the Constitution, often sound Hobbesian themes about the dangers of faction and the need for effective authority. The founders were trying to balance Lockean liberty with Hobbesian security, and the American experiment can be seen as an attempt to synthesize these rival visions. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how these old debates remain alive. When we argue about how much power government should have, whether authority should be centralized or divided, when we can legitimately resist or disobey laws, we are still working through questions Hobbes and Locke posed. Their specific answers may not satisfy us, but their questions endure because they're asking about permanent features of political life. How to balance order and liberty, security and freedom, common good and individual rights. Hobbes saw the danger of chaos and prioritized order above almost everything else. Locke saw the danger of tyranny and prioritized liberty and rights. Both dangers are real. Both concerns are legitimate. And no political system has perfectly solved the problem of achieving security without sacrificing too much freedom or protecting liberty without risking too much instability. We're still, in a sense, trying to navigate between Hobbes and Locke, trying to get enough of each without the excesses of either. The conversation they began continues, and that, perhaps more than any specific doctrine either taught, is their greatest legacy. Transforming political philosophy into a systematic inquiry into the foundations of legitimate authority, an inquiry that takes seriously both the necessity and the dangers of power. Throughout his life, Hobbes held a peculiar conviction. Philosophy could be made as certain as mathematics. If we could just define our terms precisely enough, reason carefully enough, follow arguments rigorously enough, we could achieve in moral and political philosophy the same kind of demonstrative certainty that mathematicians achieved in geometry. This belief shaped how Hobbes approached philosophy and led him into both brilliant insights and embarrassing failures. Hobbes first encountered Euclidean geometry in his 40s, relatively late in life for a scholar. The story goes that he was in a gentleman's library and saw a copy of Euclid's Elements lying open. His eye fell on a proposition, a theorem about triangles. At first, he couldn't believe it. He looked at the proof, which referred back to earlier propositions. He looked at those propositions and their proofs, which referred to still earlier ones. Eventually, he worked his way back to the definitions and axioms that began the whole system. And he was amazed. From a handful of simple definitions and self-evident principles, Euclid had constructed an entire edifice of geometric knowledge, each theorem following necessarily from what came before. There was no appeal to authority, no reliance on observation, just pure reason working out the implications of clear concepts. This was certainty, real knowledge, not the endless disputation of traditional philosophy that never seemed to settle anything. Hobbes became convinced that this method could be applied to philosophy. If you could define basic concepts clearly, if you could identify the fundamental principles of human nature and social interaction, then you could deduce how politics must work with the same certainty that geometry could deduce the properties of triangles. This is why Leviathan begins with meticulous definitions of sensation, imagination, memory, reason. Hobbes was trying to build a philosophical system the way Euclid built geometry, from clear foundations through careful deduction to necessary conclusions. In many ways, this approach was Hobbes's great strength, his systematic rigor, his insistence on precise definition, his habit of making assumptions explicit and following their logical consequences. All of this gave his political philosophy a clarity and force that most earlier political thought lacked. When you read Leviathan, you can see each step of the argument, understand how later conclusions depend on earlier premises, trace the logical structure that holds the whole system together. But the geometric ideal also led Hobbes into his most famous failure. If philosophy could be like mathematics, if reasoning was really a kind of calculation, then perhaps he could contribute to mathematics itself. And so Hobbes, brilliant as he was in many domains, spent years of his later life working on a problem that had stumped mathematicians for centuries: squaring the circle. The problem is simple to state. Can you construct a square with the same area as a given circle using only compass and straight edge? Ancient mathematicians had tried and failed. The problem seemed simple but proved remarkably resistant to solution, and Hobbes became convinced he'd solved it. He published his solution. Mathematicians pointed out errors. Hobbes revised and republished. The errors were pointed out again, more sharply this time. Hobbes dug in his heels, insisting that professional mathematicians were biased against him, were being deliberately obtuse, were protecting their positions by rejecting correct solutions from outsiders. The controversy dragged on for years, becoming increasingly bitter and increasingly embarrassing for Hobbes. The tragedy was that Hobbes was simply wrong, and the mathematicians were right. He'd made basic errors that any competent geometer could spot. Worse, he was arguing about mathematics with people who understood it far better than he did, yet he couldn't admit his mistakes. The same man who could dissect political philosophy with brilliant clarity became obstinate and unreasonable when confronted with his mathematical errors. Why did this happen? Perhaps because Hobbes had invested so much in the idea.
That reasoning was calculation, that philosophy was geometric. If he couldn't even do basic geometry correctly, what did that say about his grand systematic philosophy? He couldn't afford to admit mathematical error without seeming to undermine his whole project. So he doubled down, defended his mistakes, alienated the mathematical community, and damaged his reputation in ways that his political writings alone never would have. Yet the failure in mathematics doesn't actually undermine Hobbes's political philosophy. The geometric ideal was a guiding metaphor, an aspiration, not a literal claim that politics is mathematics. What Hobbes really achieved was something different from and more valuable than geometric proof. He created a systematic framework for thinking about politics, one that made assumptions explicit, followed implications carefully, and offered testable claims about how humans behave and what forms of government can succeed. This systematic approach was revolutionary. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely a matter of citing ancient authorities, appealing to tradition, invoking divine will,
or making ad hoc arguments about specific situations. Hobbes offered something new, a general theory of politics built from first principles about human nature. You might disagree with his premises or his conclusions, but you had to engage with the systematic structure of his thought. You couldn't just cite Aristotle or appeal to custom. You had to show where Hobbes's reasoning went wrong, which meant reasoning at the same level of generality and rigor. The mechanistic worldview that underlay Hobbes's approach was part of a larger scientific revolution transforming 17th century thought. Galileo, Descartes, and others were showing that nature could be understood through mathematics and mechanics, that complicated phenomena could be explained in terms of matter in motion following natural laws. Hobbes tried to extend this approach to human society to show that politics too could be understood scientifically. In this, he was ahead of his time. The idea that human behavior follows patterns that can be studied systematically, that society operates according to principles we can discover through careful analysis. This idea would eventually develop into social science. Hobbes didn't create sociology or political science in their modern forms, but he gestured toward them, showed that such disciplines were possible in principle. His claim that reasoning is computation is particularly interesting in light of modern cognitive science and artificial intelligence. When Hobbes suggested that thinking is just adding and subtracting concepts, his contemporaries found it reductive and absurd. But in our age of computers, when we've built machines that manipulate symbols according to rules and thereby achieve something that looks like reasoning, Hobbes's idea seems less strange. We still debate whether artificial intelligence really thinks or just simulates thinking. But the very fact that the question arises shows that Hobbes touched on something deep about the nature of cognition. As you drift toward sleep tonight, consider the beautiful ambition in Hobbes's geometric ideal, even if the ideal was never fully realized. He wanted certainty in a domain where certainty seems impossible. He wanted to find principles of politics as clear and compelling as the Pythagorean theorem. He wanted to lift political discourse out of partisan squabbling and into the realm of demonstrative knowledge where rational people would have to agree. He failed, of course. Politics remains contested, uncertain, irreducibly plural in ways that geometry is not. But the attempt itself was noble, and the systematic approach he pioneered became the standard for serious political philosophy. After Hobbes, you couldn't just assert political claims. You had to argue for them, systematically, from defensible premises through logical steps that others could examine. That expectation of rigor is part of his legacy. The stubborn old man trying to square the circle, refusing to admit his mathematical incompetence, cuts a somewhat comic figure. But the brilliant philosopher who transformed how we think about political authority, who forced us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and power, who built a system of thought so comprehensive and rigorous that we're still working through its implications, that figure commands respect. The geometric ideal inspired the achievement even if the achievement didn't live up to the ideal. Rest now in the knowledge that human understanding has limits, that our grandest ambitions often exceed our reach, but that even failed aspirations can produce valuable insights along the way. Hobbes wanted more certainty than politics allows, but in seeking it, he gave us concepts and arguments that clarified political thought for generations to come. More than 300 years have passed since Hobbes died, yet his shadow falls across contemporary politics in ways both obvious and subtle. Open any newspaper, scroll through any news feed, and you'll find Hobbesian questions lurking beneath the surface of current debates. How much power should government have? When does security justify limiting liberty? What legitimates political authority? Can international order exist without world government? These are Hobbes's questions, even when we don't recognize them as such. The 20th century saw a remarkable revival of social contract theory in academic philosophy. For much of the 19th century, Hobbes and social contract thinking had been eclipsed by other approaches to politics, by utilitarianism, by Hegelian idealism, by Marxist historical materialism, by conservative appeals to organic tradition. But in 1971, John Rawls published A Theory of Justice, and suddenly social contract theory was at the center of political philosophy again. Rawls's approach was explicitly Hobbesian in structure, even while reaching conclusions Hobbes would never have endorsed. Rawls asked readers to imagine people in an original position, choosing principles of justice behind a veil of ignorance that prevented them from knowing their own position in society. This was a thought experiment directly descended from Hobbes's state of nature, a way of using hypothetical reasoning to discover what rational agreement could establish about legitimate political arrangements. Rawls concluded that people in the original position would choose principles guaranteeing equal basic liberties and allowing inequalities only when they benefit the worst off. These liberal egalitarian conclusions are far from Hobbes's absolutism, but the method is recognizably Hobbesian. We're still using variations on the social contract framework to argue about justice, still imagining what rational people would agree to under certain conditions, still deriving political principles from hypothetical consent. Game theory, developed in the mid-20th century to analyze strategic interaction, gave Hobbes's insights mathematical precision. The prisoner's dilemma, perhaps the most famous concept in game theory, is essentially the Hobbesian problem in formal terms. Two prisoners are separately offered deals. If both stay silent, both get light sentences. If one betrays the other while the other stays silent, the betrayer goes free while the silent one gets a harsh sentence. If both betray, both get moderate sentences. The rational choice for each prisoner, considered individually, is to betray, because betrayal yields a better outcome regardless of what the other prisoner does. But if both reason this way, both end up worse off than if they'd both stayed silent. This is exactly Hobbes's covenant problem. Individual rationality undermines collective good unless there's an enforcement mechanism that changes the incentive structure. Game.
Theorists have used this framework to analyze everything from nuclear deterrence to environmental policy to the evolution of cooperation. And in doing so, they're working through Hobbesian logic, showing how the structure of strategic interaction creates problems that individual rationality alone cannot solve. Hobbes didn't have the mathematical tools of modern game theory, but he grasped the essential logic 3 centuries earlier. Contemporary debates about security and liberty constantly replay Hobbesian themes. After terrorist attacks, governments claim emergency powers, expand surveillance, limit civil liberties, all in the name of protecting citizens. Critics respond that security purchased at the cost of freedom isn't worth having, that we're betraying our values by the very measures meant to protect them. But notice that both sides accept the Hobbesian framing. Security and liberty are being traded against each other, and the question is where to strike the balance. The COVID-19 pandemic brought Hobbesian questions into sharp relief. Governments imposed lockdowns, restricted movement, mandated vaccines or masks, closed businesses. Some people accepted these measures as necessary to protect public health, as the kind of collective action problem
that only government authority could solve. Others resisted as violations of liberty, as government overreach, as tyranny disguised as public health policy. The debate divided along lines that would have been familiar to Hobbes. How much authority should government have in emergencies? When does protecting life justify restricting liberty? In international relations, Hobbes's vision of the state of nature describes relations among sovereign states better than it ever described relations among individuals. There is no world government, no authority above nations that can enforce international law. Countries exist in something like a state of nature with respect to each other, each pursuing its own interests, each potentially in conflict with others, each relying ultimately on its own power to secure its position. This produces what political scientists call the security dilemma at the international level. When one country builds up its military for defensive purposes, neighboring countries perceive a threat and build up their own militaries in response, which makes the first country feel less secure, so it builds up even more, and the cycle continues. Everyone acts defensively. Everyone becomes less secure. It's Hobbes's dynamic of diffidence playing out among nations. Realism in international relations theory is explicitly Hobbesian. Realists argue that moral considerations matter little in relations among states, that power and security are what drive international politics, that cooperation is always fragile because there's no enforcement mechanism that can reliably constrain sovereign states. They don't necessarily endorse this situation, but they claim to describe how international politics
actually works, given the anarchic structure of the international system. Technology has created new forms of power that Hobbes never imagined, but that raise thoroughly Hobbesian questions. Surveillance states can monitor citizens with unprecedented thoroughness, tracking movements, reading communications, predicting behavior. Governments justify this surveillance with Hobbesian logic. We need these powers to protect you from terrorism, from crime, from disorder. But the result is a kind of leviathan that can see everything, know everything about its subjects in ways that would have seemed like godlike power in Hobbes's time. Corporate power raises similar issues. Large technology companies control platforms that shape political discourse, influence elections, determine what information billions of people see. They're not governments in the traditional sense, but they exercise forms of power that look increasingly sovereign. Do we need a leviathan to control these corporate leviathans? Or are we creating new forms of authority that don't fit Hobbes's categories? Climate change presents perhaps the most purely Hobbesian problem of our era. Every nation benefits if all nations reduce emissions, but each nation has an incentive to let others bear the cost of reduction while continuing to emit itself. This is a global collective action problem, a tragedy of the commons on a planetary scale. The Hobbesian solution would be world government powerful enough to enforce emissions limits. But creating such government seems impossible, so we're stuck trying to solve a Hobbesian problem without Hobbesian solutions. The rise of authoritarian leaders around the world often comes wrapped in Hobbesian rhetoric. Strongmen promise order, security, protection from chaos. They ask citizens to accept concentrated power in exchange for stability. They justify limiting dissent, suppressing opposition, consolidating authority by pointing to threats, real or imagined. The implicit bargain is Hobbesian. Give me absolute power and I'll protect you. Whether citizens are actually safer under such arrangements is questionable.
but the rhetorical appeal remains powerful. Yet Hobbes also helps us critique authoritarianism. Remember that Hobbes's sovereign gains authority through consent of the governed, through the rational agreement of equals who create common power for their mutual benefit. A leader who seizes power through force hasn't created legitimate sovereignty in Hobbesian terms. And even legitimate sovereignty exists to protect subjects' lives. When government becomes the main threat to life rather than the protector of life, Hobbes's own logic suggests subjects can resist. Feminist philosophers have offered important critiques of social contract theory that expose blind spots in Hobbes and the tradition he founded. Carol Paterman argued that beneath the social contract is a prior sexual contract that establishes male dominance over women, the supposedly universal.
Agreement among equals turns out to have excluded half of humanity. Women weren't party to the original contract, but were subjects of it, subordinated by the very agreement that supposedly created political equality. Critical race theorists have made similar arguments. Charles Mills wrote of a racial contract that established white supremacy while claiming to establish equality. When Hobbes and Locke wrote about the state of nature and social contract, they were theorizing about relations among white European men. Indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, colonized populations were outside the framework entirely, subject to domination that the contract did nothing to legitimate but also nothing to prevent. These critiques don't simply reject social contract theory, but force us to confront who was included and excluded in the original formulations. They show that supposedly universal theories of politics were partial, limited to certain groups, while claiming universal applicability. The questions Hobbes raised about political legitimacy and consent remain important, but we have to ask them more inclusively, recognizing that the answers may be different when we include everyone, rather than just some. As you rest tonight, consider how thoroughly Hobbesian our political vocabulary remains. We talk about social contracts, about legitimacy based on consent, about the balance between security and freedom, about the enforcement of agreements, about collective action problems. These concepts and frameworks come down to us from Hobbes, refined and modified, but recognizably his intellectual offspring. We may reject his authoritarian conclusions. We may have more optimistic views of human nature. We may aspire to forms of politics he never imagined. But we're still working within and against the structure of thought he created, still grappling with the problems he identified, still trying to answer the fundamental question he posed with such clarity. How can beings like us live together without destroying each other? The relevance of a 17th century philosopher to 21st century politics tells us something important. The problems Hobbes addressed aren't artifacts of his time, but permanent features of political life. As long as humans have conflicting interests, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other, we'll need some answer to the Hobbesian question of how to maintain order. Our answers may differ from his, but we can't escape the question itself. At the heart of Hobbes's political philosophy lies an emotion he understood better than most philosophers before or since: fear. Not fear as a personal weakness or irrational response, but fear as a fundamental driver of political life, as the emotion that both creates the problem of order and provides resources for solving it. Remember that Hobbes was born prematurely as the Spanish Armada approached, born of his mother's terror. "Fear and I were born twins together," he wrote. This wasn't just biographical colour,
but philosophical insight. Fear was Hobbes's constant companion, the emotion that shaped his understanding of human motivation and political necessity. In the state of nature, fear reigns supreme. The fear of violent death drives everything else. People seek power not primarily because they're greedy or ambitious, but because they're afraid of what will happen if they're powerless. They strike first, not because they're aggressive, but because they fear being struck. They accumulate resources not because they're miserly, but because they fear future scarcity. Fear is the great motivator in Hobbes's psychology, the passion that explains why rational beings would create such a dangerous situation for themselves. But fear is also what makes escape possible. The same fear that drives conflict in the state of nature also drives people to seek peace. The fear of violent death makes people willing to accept almost any alternative, including submission to sovereign power. Fear of punishment makes people keep covenants they might otherwise break. Fear of chaos makes people tolerate governments they might otherwise resist. This dual role of fear is central to understanding Hobbes. Fear isn't just a problem to be solved, but a resource to be used. The sovereign must inspire awe, must be feared, must be powerful enough that fear of punishment outweighs temptation to break laws. A sovereign that isn't feared isn't really sovereign, because subjects will calculate that they can violate laws with impunity. Power without the capacity to inspire fear is impotent. Yet Hobbes was also aware of the dangers of fear. A government that rules only through terror, that makes subjects fear it more than they fear returning to the state of nature, undermines its own legitimacy. Remember that in Hobbes's theory, subjects retain the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign becomes the primary threat to subjects' lives rather than their protector, subjects can legitimately resist. Fear of government can be as destructive as fear in the state of nature. This suggests a delicate balance. The sovereign must be feared enough to maintain order, but not so feared that subjects see it as a threat rather than a protector. It must inspire awe, the mixture of fear and respect that makes obedience seem both prudent and appropriate. Too little fear and laws aren't enforced. Too much fear and government becomes tyranny that subjects have reason to resist. Modern psychology has confirmed much of what Hobbes intuitively grasped about fear's role in social life. We know that fear is one of the most powerful motivators of human behavior, that threatened people seek security even at the cost of freedom, that fear can override other concerns and narrow our focus to immediate self-preservation. We also know that fear can be manipulated, that authorities can use threat exaggeration to gain power, that the politics of fear can undermine the very freedoms it claims to.
Protect. Consider how often governments invoke fear to justify their actions. After the September 11th attacks, the US government launched a war on terror that led to expanded surveillance, military interventions, detention without trial, and torture. Much of this was justified by the claim that extraordinary threats require extraordinary powers. Fear of terrorism made citizens willing to accept measures they would have rejected in calmer times. Was this Hobbesian sovereignty in action? Government doing what's necessary to protect subjects from violent death? Or was it manipulation of fear to accumulate power beyond what's actually needed for security?
Hobbes would say that depends on whether the measures genuinely served the purpose of protection or whether they served other interests under cover of necessity. But he'd also recognize that making this judgment is difficult, that subjects aren't always in a position to know what's genuinely necessary, and that government has both motive and opportunity to exaggerate threats. The politics of fear isn't unique to our time. Hobbes lived through an era when religious fear was used to justify persecution, when fear of heresy and witchcraft led to torture and execution, when fear of political disorder was invoked to suppress dissent. He recognized that fear could be instrumentalized, used by those in power to maintain control. Yet he also believed that some fear was appropriate, that recognizing our vulnerability and the dangers around us was rational rather than paranoid. This raises profound questions about how we should respond to fear in political life. Should we resist fear, refuse to let it guide our decisions, insist on maintaining liberty even when threatened? That's one response, the one that says, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. It's a noble sentiment, but Hobbes would ask whether it's realistic. Can people really maintain their commitment to liberty when they're genuinely terrified? And if fear does drive political decisions, shouldn't we think carefully about how to channel it productively rather than simply declaring it inadmissible? Or should we accept fear as a legitimate factor in political reasoning, acknowledge that security is a genuine good that sometimes requires limiting freedom? That's closer to Hobbes's position, but it opens the door to the very manipulation he worried about. Once we accept that fear justifies expanded power, authorities have strong incentives to keep us afraid, to magnify threats, to ensure that the emergency never quite ends. Perhaps the wisest response is neither to reject fear entirely, nor to let it dominate, but to think carefully about what we're afraid of and whether proposed responses genuinely address those fears. Hobbes would approve of this approach. He valued reason precisely because it could discipline passion, including fear. The fear that drives us to seek security should be
guided by rational calculation about what genuinely serves self-preservation, not by panic or manipulation. One of Hobbes's most interesting observations about fear concerns its relationship to freedom. He defined liberty as absence of external impediments to motion. When you're free to do something, nothing external is preventing you from doing it. But notice that this definition is compatible with being motivated by fear. If you obey the law because you fear punishment, you're still acting freely in Hobbes's sense because the law doesn't physically prevent your action. It just gives you a reason not to act. This might seem like a verbal trick, but there's something important here. For Hobbes, the opposite of freedom isn't being influenced by fear, but being physically constrained or unable to act. And this suggests that a society where people obey laws out of fear of punishment can still be a free society, as long as the laws leave people space to make their own choices about how to live within legal constraints. He makes this point explicitly when talking about liberty under sovereignty. He says that liberty depends on the silence of the laws. Where the law doesn't speak, you're free to act as you choose. The sovereign needn't regulate everything, needn't control every aspect of life. There can be wide areas of liberty even under absolute sovereignty, as long as the sovereign chooses not to fill those spaces with commands. This is a thin conception of freedom by many standards, but it has a certain realism. Perfect freedom from all influence, from all pressure, from all consequences of our choices is impossible.
We are always constrained by circumstances, influenced by consequences, responding to incentives and disincentives. The question isn't whether we're influenced, but whether we retain choice within the structure of influences that shape our decisions. As you drift deeper into rest, reflect on the role fear plays in your own life. The locks on your doors, the passwords on your accounts, the insurance policies you maintain, all reflect reasonable fear of potential harms. You take precautions not because you're paranoid, but because you're realistically aware of risks. This is Hobbesian fear at work, the rational recognition of vulnerability that leads to protective measures. But also notice that you're able to rest precisely because those protective measures work. The government maintains order, police deter crime, social norms constrain most people's behavior most of the time. You can be vulnerable in sleep because you trust, usually without thinking about it, that the structures of order will hold through the night. Fear has been channeled into institutions that make security possible, which in turn makes the vulnerability of rest possible. Hobbes understood this paradox. We need fear to motivate the creation of order, but successful order lets us mostly forget our fear. A well-functioning Leviathan fades into the background. Its
Power so reliable that we rarely think about the violence it prevents or the chaos it holds at bay. Only when order breaks down, when we get glimpses of the state of nature that always lurks beneath civilization's surface, do we remember why we need the Leviathan at all. Thomas Hobbes lived to the remarkable age of 91, surviving well into the Restoration period that followed Cromwell's Commonwealth. The final 2 decades of his life were lived under the protection and constraint we've already mentioned. Charles II granted him a pension and forbade him to publish on politics or religion. The monster of Malmesbury was neutralized, kept as a kind of intellectual pet at court, but prevented from further stirring up controversy. These years must have been frustrating for a mind as active and combative as Hobbes's. He had more to say, more arguments to make, more responses to critics who had attacked Leviathan and his earlier works. But silence had been imposed as the price of safety. So Hobbes turned his energies elsewhere, to pursuits that wouldn't directly challenge church or state. He continued his mathematical work, despite or perhaps because of his earlier humiliations over circle squaring. The man who had been so brilliant in political philosophy showed remarkable stubbornness in mathematics, continuing to publish claims that professional mathematicians could easily refute. These late mathematical works added nothing to his reputation and provided ammunition for critics who wanted to dismiss his entire philosophical system. Yet Hobbes persisted, convinced that the mathematicians were wrong, even when they could demonstrate his errors step by step. There's something both admirable and sad about this stubbornness. Admirable because Hobbes refused to simply accept authority, maintained intellectual independence even when it made him look foolish. Sad because he was wasting his brilliance on a field where he lacked the necessary rigor, defending errors that a more humble person would have acknowledged. The same quality that made him willing to challenge centuries of political philosophy, the same intellectual courage that let him publish Leviathan, despite knowing it would make enemies, became a liability when directed at mathematics. He did write one more major political work, though it couldn't be published during his lifetime. Behemoth, or The Long Parliament, was Hobbes's history of the English Civil War, applying his political philosophy to recent events. The book examined how religious enthusiasm, constitutional disputes, and competing authorities had combined to destroy civil peace. It was, in effect, a sustained argument
that everything Leviathan had warned against had happened in England, proving the necessity of the absolute sovereignty Hobbes had defended. Charles II read Behemoth in manuscript and forbade its publication. Even a historical analysis of the Civil War was too controversial, too likely to reopen wounds that the Restoration was trying to heal. The book circulated in manuscript among scholars and was only published after Hobbes's death, when it could no longer cause immediate political problems. Hobbes also produced translations in his final years, rendering Homer's Iliad and Odyssey into English verse. This was work he'd loved as a young scholar, returning to the classics that had first inspired his intellectual life. The translations were competent but not brilliant, the work of an old man staying active rather than breaking new ground. But they gave Hobbes satisfaction and kept his mind engaged when he could no longer pursue philosophy directly. In 1675, at age 87, Hobbes left London for the last time. He moved to the countryside, to estates owned by his longtime patrons, the Cavendish family. He'd served them for most of his adult life, first as tutor to William Cavendish, then in various capacities to different branches of the family. Now, in his final years, they provided him refuge and support. He spent his last years at Hardwicke Hall in Derbyshire, living quietly, writing occasionally, receiving visitors who wanted to meet the famous philosopher. He composed an autobiography in Latin verse, looking back over his long life and the turbulent century he'd witnessed. Born under the shadow of the Spanish Armada, living through civil war and revolution, surviving into the Restoration, he'd seen England transform repeatedly, seen his philosophical landscape shift from scholasticism to early modern rationalism. In December 1679, Hobbes suffered a stroke. He became paralyzed and died within days. He was buried in the churchyard at St. John the Baptist Church in Old Hucknall, a quiet country church far from the controversies and disputes that had marked his intellectual life. His grave was simple, marked with a Latin inscription that identified him as Thomas Hobbes of Malmesbury and noted his philosophical reputation. His death was little noted beyond the circles of scholars and former associates. He'd been controversial enough that many were relieved to see him go. His books remained on lists of prohibited works. Universities warned students against Hobbesism as dangerous to morality and religion. For decades after his death, Hobbesian was a term of abuse, suggesting atheism, materialism, moral corruption. Yet his ideas survived suppression and slowly transformed how people thought about politics. The social contract framework became standard in political philosophy, even among those who rejected Hobbes's absolutist conclusions. The questions he'd posed about political legitimacy, about the relationship between security and liberty, about the foundations of political obligation, these couldn't be unasked, and the clarity with which he'd posed them set the agenda for political philosophy in ways that outlasted the controversies over his specific doctrines. John Locke built on Hobbesian foundations to reach liberal conclusions. Rousseau transformed the social contract into a theory of popular sovereignty. Kant developed social contract ideas into sophisticated moral and political philosophy. The American and French revolutions were fought with concepts and arguments that Hobbes had helped create, even though the revolutionaries would have rejected his monarchism. The very idea that government requires consent of the governed, that political authority needs rational justification, that we should think about politics in terms of what rational people would agree to, all of this bears Hobbes's influence. In the 19th century, As political philosophy moved away from social contract theory temporarily, Hobbes was remembered mostly as a historical figure, important but superseded. But the 20th century brought renewed appreciation for his systematic approach and his unflinching realism about power and conflict. After 2 world wars and countless revolutions, after witnessing how quickly civilization could collapse into barbarism, Hobbes's dark vision of human nature seemed less like pessimistic exaggeration and more like cold-eyed truth. Contemporary political philosophers might reject Hobbes's absolutism, but they recognize his genius in framing questions. When we argue about justice, about rights, about legitimate authority, we're working within intellectual space that Hobbes helped create. He made political philosophy systematic, rigorous, focused on fundamental questions rather than surface disputes. That methodological achievement matters as much as any specific doctrine he taught. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his final years at Hardwicke Hall, an old man looking back over 9 decades of life. He'd been present at the birth of modern political philosophy. He'd witnessed the collapse of the old certainties about authority and tradition. He'd tried to build new foundations, to show how rational beings could create order without appealing to divine right or ancient custom. He'd made enemies, been condemned and banned and burned in effigy, and he'd survived it all, outliving most critics, seeing his ideas spread despite opposition. There's a certain peace in that image. The fierce controversialist made quiet in age. The bold, systematic thinker returned to classical translation. The man who'd tried to reduce human nature to geometry, finally accepting the limits of his ambitions. He'd done what he set out to do, changed how we think about politics. Whether people accepted his conclusions mattered less than that they had to engage with his arguments. The Leviathan he'd described lived on in the institutions and concepts that structured political life. And the book called Leviathan lived on to be read, argued with, and built upon by generation after generation. As we near the end of our journey through Hobbes's thought, it's worth stepping back to ask what he ultimately teaches us. Not whether his specific conclusions are correct, not whether we should accept absolute sovereignty or reject it, but what we learn about ourselves and political life from engaging seriously with his arguments. First, Hobbes teaches us to look unflinchingly at the foundations of social order. We live in societies held together by laws and institutions that we largely take for granted. Most of the time, we don't think about why people obey laws or what prevents society from dissolving into chaos. Hobbes forces us to think about these foundations, to recognize that social order is an achievement rather than a given, something that must be continually maintained rather than something we can simply assume. This doesn't mean accepting Hobbes's dark view of the state of nature or his authoritarian conclusions, but it does mean recognizing that cooperation among self-interested individuals isn't automatic or natural. It requires structures, incentives, enforcement mechanisms. The peace we enjoy is fragile, dependent on institutions that channel human behavior in productive rather than destructive directions. Second, Hobbes teaches us about the relationship between structure and agency in shaping human behavior. He's often accused of having a dim view of human nature, of thinking people are inherently selfish or vicious, but that misreads him. Hobbes's point is more subtle. The situation people find themselves in shapes how they act more than their individual character does. In the state of nature, even virtuous people have reason to act in ways that undermine cooperation because the structure of interaction makes trust impossible and defensive violence rational. In civil society, even selfish people can cooperate productively because the structure of incentives makes cooperation rational and defection costly. Change the situation and you change behavior without requiring people to become morally better or worse than they are. This is a profoundly important insight for thinking about social problems. It suggests that we should focus less on trying to make people more virtuous and more on creating structures that make virtuous behavior rational. We can't eliminate human selfishness, but we can channel it in ways that serve common good. We can't guarantee that everyone will keep promises, but we can create enforcement mechanisms that make promise breaking costly enough that most people keep their word most of the time. Third, Hobbes teaches us to think clearly about the distinction between what we'd like to be true and what actually is true. He was willing to follow arguments wherever they led, even when the conclusions were uncomfortable. He didn't let wishful thinking about human nature or appeals to what would be nice cloud his analysis of what human beings are actually like and how they actually behave. This kind of realism is rare and valuable. Most of us prefer comforting illusions to harsh truths. We like to think that people are basically good, that cooperation comes naturally, that we could get along fine without coercive authority, if only we'd tried harder. Hobbes asks whether these beliefs can withstand scrutiny, whether they accurately describe how people behave when structures of authority break down. Fourth, Hobbes teaches us about the necessity of power. Many strands of political thought try to imagine politics without power, or at least try to minimize power's role. Anarchist traditions dream of societies with no coercive authority. Liberal traditions try to constrain and limit power. But Hobbes insists that power is necessary, that without it we cannot have rights or justice or any of the things we value about civilized life. This doesn't mean celebrating power or accepting its abuse. It means recognizing that rights without enforcement are just words, that agreements without sanctions are unreliable, that order requires authority. The question isn't whether to have power, but how to structure it, how to ensure it serves the purposes for which it exists, rather than becoming an end in itself. Fifth, Hobbes teaches us to think about legitimacy in terms of purpose and consent rather than tradition or divine right. Government isn't legitimate because it's ancient or because God appointed rulers. It's legitimate to the extent that it serves the purpose for which rational people would create government, protecting life, securing peace, enabling cooperation. This is a revolutionary idea, even if we've become so used to it that we don't recognize its radicalism. It makes all political authority conditional, subject to justification in terms of human purposes. It denies that anyone has a natural right to rule others. It insists that political power requires justification that those subject to it can understand and accept. Sixth, Hobbes teaches us about the permanent tension between security and liberty. We want both, but they can conflict. More security often means more constraint, more surveillance, more power given to authorities. More liberty means less security, more risk, more uncertainty about how others will behave. This tension can't be perfectly resolved, only navigated with constant attention to how much of each we're getting and whether the balance is right. Different people will strike this balance differently, depending on their circumstances and values. Those who've lived through chaos will prioritize order. Those who've lived under tyranny will prioritize freedom. Hobbes reminds us that both are real goods, that neither can be fully sacrificed without terrible cost, and that we're always trading them against each other, whether we acknowledge it or not. Finally, Hobbes teaches us about the role of reason in human life. He believed passionately that reason could guide us toward peace, could show us how to escape the trap of the state of nature, could establish principles of political life on firm foundations. He had perhaps too much faith in reason's power, certainly too much confidence in his own reasoning abilities. But the faith itself is admirable. We
live in an age of deep polarization where political disputes seem increasingly driven by passion rather than argument, where people retreat into echo chambers that reinforce their prejudices rather than challenging them. Hobbes would despair at this. He believed that rational people, thinking clearly about their situation and interests, could reach agreement on fundamental political principles even if they disagreed about many specifics. Was he right? Can reason bridge our political divides? Can careful argument convince people to change their minds about fundamental questions? The answers aren't obvious. But Hobbes's faith that the attempt is worthwhile remains inspiring. If we give up on reason's ability to resolve disputes, if we accept that politics is just a clash of wills with no hope of rational resolution, then we're left with nothing but power against power, which is just the state of nature by another name. As you settle into the final stages of rest, consider what it means to live in a civilization shaped by Hobbesian questions and insights. The social contract isn't just a philosophical concept, but describes something real about how we live together. We have collectively created structures of authority that make cooperation possible, that protect rights, that enable us to plan for the future without constant fear. These structures are imperfect. They sometimes fail. They can be abused. They don't solve every problem or prevent every injustice, but they're better than the alternative, better than the state of nature that would emerge if they collapsed. And recognizing their necessity, understanding why we need them even when they constrain us, is part of what it means to be politically mature. Hobbes doesn't give us easy answers or comfortable reassurances. He confronts us with difficult truths about power, about human nature, about the price of peace. But in doing so, he helps us think more clearly about the political world we actually inhabit, rather than the one we wish existed. And that clarity, uncomfortable as it sometimes is a gift that continues to illuminate 3.5 centuries after he first offered it. We've travelled a long way tonight, from the premature birth during the Spanish Armada to the quiet death in a Derbyshire churchyard. We followed Thomas Hobbes through civil war and exile, through mathematical embarrassments and philosophical triumphs, through the creation of a book that would transform political thought. And we've grappled with the ideas that made him both famous and infamous. The state of nature as war of all against all, the social contract as escape from chaos, the Leviathan as necessary monster we create to save ourselves. What are we to make of this strange, brilliant, difficult man and his unsettling philosophy? The easy response is to reject him, to insist that people are better than he believed, that we don't need absolute sovereignty, that his cure is worse than the disease, and there's truth in these objections. Hobbes did underestimate human capacity for cooperation. He did overestimate the necessity of absolute power. His political philosophy, if implemented literally, would produce tyranny. But easy rejection misses what's valuable in Hobbes. He forced us to confront questions we'd rather avoid.
Why should I obey? What makes political authority legitimate? How do we create order among beings capable of harming each other? What's the alternative to government? These questions don't have comfortable answers, but they're important questions, perhaps the most important questions in political philosophy. The enduring value of Hobbes lies not in his specific answers, but in how he transformed political thinking. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely about interpreting traditions, citing authorities, applying religious principles to governance. After Hobbes, political philosophy became systematic inquiry into foundations, rigorous argument from first principles, careful analysis of concepts like sovereignty, rights, obligation, justice. He made us think about politics scientifically, not in the sense of using mathematics or experiments, but in the sense of seeking general theories that could explain and predict. He showed that political philosophy could be as rigorous as any other intellectual discipline, that questions about how we should live together could be approached with the same systematic care that mathematicians bring to geometry or physicists bring to motion. The irony we noted earlier remains striking. Hobbes seemed to defend absolute monarchy, yet he undermined traditional monarchism. He appeared authoritarian, yet he planted seeds of democracy. He argued for unconditional obedience, yet he based it on consent. These tensions aren't contradictions, but mark the transitional nature of his thought. He was working out implications of modern ideas, ideas about equality and consent and rational justification, even though those implications would eventually lead away from his monarchist conclusions. Later thinkers like Locke and Rousseau could reach liberal and democratic conclusions precisely because Hobbes had established the framework. Once you accept that political authority requires consent of the governed, that it must be justified in terms of human purposes, that no one has natural right to rule others, you've accepted premises that point toward democracy even if you don't follow them all the way there. Hobbes opened doors he didn't intend to walk through, created possibilities he didn't fully recognize. The warning Hobbes offers remains relevant. Civilization is fragile. Order is not guaranteed. The peace and security we enjoy depend on institutions and practices that must be maintained. When we take these things for granted, when we assume that cooperation will continue without attention to the structures that make it possible, we risk sliding back towards something resembling the state of nature. This
Doesn't mean accepting authoritarianism. It means taking seriously the work of maintaining democratic institutions, of building trust, of creating and enforcing rules that enable cooperation. It means recognizing that liberty requires structure, that rights require enforcement, that the absence of authority isn't freedom, but chaos. But Hobbes also offers comfort, though perhaps not the kind most philosophers offer. He shows us that despite our flaws, despite our selfishness and fear and propensity for conflict, we're capable of creating order. We can use reason to escape traps that passion creates. We can build institutions that channel self-interest toward common good. We can live together peacefully, despite being dangerous to each other, can create civilization despite our limitations. This is a modest hope, but a real one. We don't need to become angels to live together well. We just need to be smart enough to create structures that make cooperation rational and maintain them with enough vigilance that they don't decay. That's achievable. Difficult, requiring constant attention, never perfectly successful, but achievable. And achieving it is the work of politics.
the great collective enterprise of building and maintaining the Leviathan that protects us from each other and ourselves. Tonight, as you finally release yourself into sleep, consider where you are and how you got here. You lie in a bed in a home that's yours under law. You're protected by walls and locks that work because most people respect property rights most of the time. You're surrounded by a society that functions because people generally follow rules, keep agreements, refrain from violence. Tomorrow you'll wake and go about your business in a world where cooperation is normal, where strangers can interact without constant fear, where long-term projects are possible because we can trust that basic order will persist. All of this, Hobbes would say, depends on the Leviathan, not necessarily a king or dictator, but common power that enforces law and maintains peace. The specific form matters less than the function, creating conditions where human beings can live together without constant fear of returning to the state of nature. This common power exists in the background of your life, so reliable that you barely notice it, making possible the security in which you rest. The doors are locked, the laws are enforced, the social contract holds, the Leviathan watches through the night, that artificial monster we've created from our mutual agreement, that great power we've authorized to protect us from dangers we pose to each other. It's not perfect. It sometimes fails. It can be abused. But it's better than the alternative, better than the solitary, poor, nasty, brutish and short life that Hobbes described awaiting us without it. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the thought of Thomas Hobbes, the monster of Malmesbury, the philosopher who dared to look at human nature
without flinching, and who tried to build a science of politics on the foundations of fear and reason. If you found value in these explorations, please like and subscribe. Your support helps these conversations reach others who seek understanding in quiet moments. Sleep well tonight, protected by institutions and agreements, resting in the peace that countless generations have worked to maintain, secure in the knowledge that the Leviathan keeps its vigil while you dream. The social contract that Hobbes described isn't just philosophical theory, but describes something real about how we live. And in that reality, in the order we've collectively created and maintained, you can safely surrender to rest. The monster watches, the covenant holds, peace prevails, and you, dear listener, can sleep.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence, is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name, Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato, broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave Birth to philosophy? Murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, rule by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years until the Christian Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass, away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry. And, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed, and so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above, and he begins to climb. The journey is arduous, the path is steep, the rock is sharp, and with every step the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun. The actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. Wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality. Horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was, how much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality, and with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honored as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless, and if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honors are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them, the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy. And every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation, the kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says, "dog." The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child was simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog, not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive, because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate. 2 sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. 2 stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward, but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful. Things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses, rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits this is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. You understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning, but because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, you brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate however slightly in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lenaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbor's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well, the servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on two contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these two speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were three sexes, not two. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed. But he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the 4-armed, 4-legged creatures into 2 2-armed, 2-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When 2 halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and Plenty, attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first. But then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy. And we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct, though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer. Diotima suggests he died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, his love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, And his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, call it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine, injustice-y child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize, immediately and with certainty, that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether they're right. Might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being. Regardless of your personal goals or desires, this distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice, dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law there written into the fabric of reality, social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent at all to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but can't realize they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial. Because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will ... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? ... that it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both, that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will, and it marks actions that are imperfect duties, things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John and it's raining on a Tuesday in March and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action, a way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, You're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it, and seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect, but their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely someone objects. We can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own. Good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities. In personal relationships, where one person constantly maneuvers the other. In institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors. In conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation? Exactly. It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure, everyone. In your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only 2 in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects. Isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, "But I know what's good for them better than they do." This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons? If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others. and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century: exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented to anything Real consent requires rational agency, the ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is illegal. Fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit. Maximization. That the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, When consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the 1 person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the 1 person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation, Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Cons. Ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally. You're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition. Killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work. Torturing one to benefit many. Enslaving minorities for majority happiness. Breaking promises when convenient. Lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental and dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for a moral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations. There was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. You will Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception counter ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others. Because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims. I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights. I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions but not others. Where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, they've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify, claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it. When the powerful respect the weak, despite having no external compulsion to do so, they demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right. It only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. The only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone, else is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players, depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options. creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options. You don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed, but promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are, being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one. Because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas. But he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses. Real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs. Tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices, you just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally, but moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect, dignitize despite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made, but you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation. Without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, it's about what rational agency itself requires. About what must be true if human community is to be possible at all. And the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them. Of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural, built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators, on a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not. Free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, it was okay for me to do this because of these reasons, you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you. Or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. The self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own. Universalization, if it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple, logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding. These patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes. presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question. They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. Two principles that apply clearly in real life. The fifth strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The sixth strategy is selective empathy. Focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you, while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken. You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs, Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The seventh strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The eighth strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The ninth strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification, as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games, redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them, claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action. but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos, law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different. Something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense. But they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because to be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere mean-jure, Denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles, then you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always fundamentally irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses. And that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside, your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronomous factors: desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, when you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator, each person's rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves? as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints, set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash, but in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly, human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult. Conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as. This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say his ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory, or require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals, to future generations, to artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning, even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system. The universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands, remains Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have. to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized. A colleague who views others only as competition or tools. A system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity. But the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals. Treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, immediately you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to. Advertisers, you're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations. To ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions, Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal. The date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options. The colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power. The institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are: autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't I prioritize punctuality. It's closer to my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me. Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't I'm sharing my experience. It's I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information. Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't I'm making a commitment. It's I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later. Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure. And something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. You see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles you claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves, regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they've failed to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient. Not applicable when others deserve it. But absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different. These circumstances justify violation, but every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier, Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical, imperative, rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions? If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing, violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universality, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends, can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships. Even when the broader structure doesn't, you live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications, can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging, you're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this, your moral consistency threatens. Their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness. Being clear about standards without being judgmental. Offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope. The example resonates with their own rational nature, but you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate. Dignity. For policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs. Where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation. can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims. but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation. And sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless, but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties, but when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised, foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection. For human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well, testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it, resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question, supplemented with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic, but don't abandon its core insights. That rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The Categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough, not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers, not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake, not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires, and for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universality, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom. Not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do, because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires, and that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable. The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building Character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone. Doesn't require special talent or privileged background. Just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim. A principle that protects all dignity. A framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice. Applying principles despite pressure. Maintaining clarity despite confusion. Building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative. To let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess